This recorded. And thank you for all my people on Zoom as well. Hopefully you're typing into the chat what you're grateful for today. So this will be recorded. We're going to try to get it in chunks. So the different content that you'll be able to review later, we can share this slide deck and all that good stuff. If you have questions, I'm not going to go down a rabbit hole, but if it's a quick question that has to do with the content, feel free to raise your hand. Ask me to explain a little bit more. I've been doing this 9 years now. So some things will just come out very quickly, and you please ask me to slow down. Even if my face doesn't seem like it, I want to help you, and I want to repeat it, and I want to explain it. So don't hesitate to ask. So the topics that we're going to be covering today are reviewing resources and tools, right? You got to know what steps to take if you're looking for information, if you're here to make money, if you're taking this seriously, if you want to sell deals on your own, if you want to present on your own, you have to know the steps and the tools and the resources. We're going to talk about basic solar knowledge, net metering, electricity into the grid, taking it back, tax credits, get into solar loans, financing, welcome call, roofing, things like that. And then we're going to have Michelle Spina from SolarEdge. So she actually helped sponsor this event and pay for the lunch that we're going to get a little bit later. She'll be teaching us for about an hour on inverters and converting energy and optimizers and batteries, which is great. Then we'll do a lunch, grab some food, come back. We'll continue working through lunch a little bit, electrical panel training. And then we have a roofer coming in, a power certified roofer, One Stop Roofing. Their names are David and Sam. They're a really great roofer in Southern California. And they're just going to explain the differences like on concrete tile, asphalt shingle, what is presidential composition shingle. They're going to talk to you about like a picture frame recessed inlay. So if there's clay tile or metal roofing, you can do that here at Power. And then we'll probably conclude with some adders, contracts, who's on the bill, and some advanced knowledge and go through a proposal. Awesome. So with that said, we can go ahead and get going here. So the first thing I'd like to cover is just resources and tools. So definitely you want to know where to access some of this stuff in the future. This one's the microphone, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So Power University, did anyone get an email last few days that says tier 2 certification available?
Yes.
Yeah, great. I haven't taken that yet. Thanks, Barry. But that is going to be filled with tons and tons of knowledge and just lots of great information. So you can always check university, take the tier 2. There's a roofing certification. And then always check knowledge base as well, whether it's specification sheets or coverage maps, whether you need the SolarEdge battery, PDF sheet, whatever it is. If you need to find the REC sheet that shows the 92% power warranty in year 25, all of that stuff is in knowledge base. There is Power Hitters Facebook group. There's Power Pioneers, which is the company group. You can use the search tool there. If you have a question about a good mentor in Texas, or if you have a question about concrete tile, like you can just search in those groups. So don't forget that. My YouTube, Charles Thompson YouTube, JC YouTube. If you want to type in YouTube, like Bernasso Roofing, Bernasso Net Metering, like any topic, Bernasso Lead Gen, Solar, like you can find a video that I've done, that Charles has done, that JC's done, or you can just find videos that other people have done in the solar industry on these topics, right? If you're going to take this seriously. Always ask your leadership first, your sponsor. Some of them are busy. I get it. If you use mentors, we all used a mentor to close at least 1 deal or 3 deals or 5 deals. Always ask your mentors. You can go to powercalendar.com. On there, there's trainings with Enphase. There's open office hour trainings with Mosaic. There's team trainings. JC has a training on Mondays. I have a training on Tuesdays. We do Q&A after that. So if you have questions, you can always attend those team trainings, and then ask the questions there. There is a team Google Drive. You can message me later to get it. I have my own marketing materials in there. I have pre-recorded presentations in there. One of the best ways to learn is to watch pre-recorded solar presentations. They're not fun, they're repetitive, but it's the questions, it's the nuggets when the homeowner puts you on the spot, when the lawyer, the doctor, the $1 million homeowner says, do I need a battery? What's load shifting? Is it going to save me money? And if you can't answer that, you know, you're going to be stuck. What if little Johnny throws up a baseball and hits a panel? If you can't answer that on the fly, it's going to hurt your credibility and you might not close that sale. That happened to me when I first started at Solar City. There was a couple, a doctor, nice home, and I lost that sale because I couldn't answer those very well. So that's really important. It's the questions, and it's watching the presentations of other people. It's asking your mentors, like, hey, David Perez, do you have any Zoom presentations this week? I'd love to shadow you. Can I sit in with you and just listen and train? Can I ride along with you to someone's house? You know, like, if you really want to be awesome, if you really want your leaders to know that you're trying hard, those are the steps you take. You know what I mean? Like, you don't just ask a basic question and you haven't done any of these steps here. That doesn't show us that you really care about the business, and that doesn't really tell us we want to invest heavily in you. So there's so many amazing people here, but yeah, like, hey, I check knowledge base, I check with this person. I even asked chat.power.com, but I was just wondering, I couldn't find the answer for this. Like, I love when people message me like that they've already tried. So always watch those pre-recorded YouTube and Google. If there's any questions that come up, we do have a Telegram chat too. So JC has one, a little more active. I have one, just kind of critical, urgent stuff that we share a lot of things in. You can always ask chat.power.com. And then I do want to just say one advanced thing too. Let's see if I can share this. If you are a tier 2 or a tier 3, you do want to get access to the back end of Solo. So phx.go-solo.io. This is for you tier 2 or tier 3. It's a little bit more advanced, and you can actually change the name of the client, the email, or the cell phone instantly. Click save, refresh the proposal, and boom, get your deal sold and request stocks. So it's a little trick not many people know about, but you definitely want to get access to that. You can email sales support at power.com in order to get access to that. All right, cool. So let's keep going here. I just want to do a quick overview of how solar works and get into some net metering. We'll see if we can do some solar financing before we hand it off to SolarEdge here. So, you know, basic 101, obviously the solar gets produced on the roof, on the panels. They're very durable. You could generally walk across them once they're installed. There's really no moving parts, and there's little to no maintenance. These are scripts that I tell every customer every time, right? And what you're doing is you're eliminating their concerns right off the bat. Sometimes I say, you know, they don't really require a wash. You could get them washed once a year, $150. Guy gets up there, deionized water, and brushes it, but it's not required. The rain that we get 4 times a year, and I joke with them and laugh at that, will give you a free rinse. So washing them is nice. It gives it a little bit of a boost, but it's not required. Other than that, there's no maintenance. We take care of everything else. And yes, please.
Is it recommended if they want to wash it themselves to use a hose or power wash it?
I have had clients use a hose and rinse it. It's not deionized like spot-free water, so they can do that. It's kind of no different than the rain, if you will. But yeah, I have had a client give it a rinse or even buy a soft brush on Amazon.
Yeah, the motorhome brushes.
Yeah.
You hook the hose to it and do it
Sure.
Same like this or that.
I don't
Power
recommend,
washing, no?
what's that?
The power washing.
I don't recommend high pressure. No, you don't want to do that. Yeah. In general, you don't want to get up on the roof and have a liability at all anyways. So, yeah. Moving on. So the way the light hits the solar panels, the energy goes down a 1/2-inch conduit to a combiner box, if it's Enphase, or an inverter, if it's SolarEdge. Your home gets to use the energy first. We paint the conduit to match the home. Anything you don't use goes back into the grid. At night, when the sun sets, you can take energy back from the grid. Here in Southern California, that's called net metering. Right now, we have available net metering 2.0, which I'll touch on in just a second. It's for the most part a one-to-one relationship. I'll get into the nuances of that too, and then I always say you can't have power during a blackout unless you get a battery or a generator. So that's important to note. Obviously we do have batteries. I'm not I don't push them heavily. I'm not a super big fan of them. I think they'll get better. Prices will get better. Storage will get better. We do have them. They're 9 to 13, 14 grand. So they're not cheap. They can't do pools or ACs unless you have 2 or 3 batteries. They're meant to do 4 circuits like garage, TV, computer, refrigerator, freezer, and that's really it. So this is where I like to obviously spend some time and just explain the basics here.
I'm sorry, one question. The other.
Uh-huh.
You said when it's a blackout, so the grid is not working, the solar is not gonna work.
That's correct.
But you say the first thing to serve is the house. So it's hooked, it's not independent, that the energy will go to the house first.
You want to repeat
then
this
to
question?
the grid?
Yeah, so the question is, how come during a blackout, if the solar's produced and the house can't use it? The answer to that is it doesn't really have anywhere to go, right? So if you have 1,000 homes and no one is home with solar, that energy has to go somewhere and it goes back into the grid. So if the utility is working on the lines down the street and you have all this energy being pumped back into the grid, the linesman's dead. So there is nowhere for it to go. You have to have a battery, or you have to have the Enphase, like sunshine only solution. Yeah, 9 out of 10, people that have solar, they don't have a battery. If the utility goes out, the solar stops working. That's just how it works.
Can you address the Enphase sunshine only solution?
Yeah, I can touch on it. I won't get too deep into it. There is a Facebook group for Enphase power clients and consultants. But basically, Enphase has a solution called sunshine only. And it's in the adders menu. We'll see later. It's a drop down. And I think does anyone know, like 6 grand, 7 grand for the sunshine only? Something like that. Yeah. And so if you add that would allow the home to use the energy when the sun is out during a blackout. So you'd have to add that. Now you might as well upgrade to a 3 kilowatt hour battery for 9 grand, or you might as well get the full 10 kilowatt hour battery for like 15 grand. But yeah, that is a solution that does let you have energy when there is a blackout.
Are only the 10 kW batteries commissionable?
I do have a screen for that later.
Okay,
There is commission and margin, I believe, on the 3 kilowatt or on the sunshine only that we'll look at the very end. Yeah. So the batteries, when you add them, do actually have a lot of margin and a good amount of commission in them when you add it to the proposal. Does that answer your question?
Yes, another comment. When this farm was, they are not hooked to the grid, they are in the cities, far away. How does it work if they want to have solar?
So we do not do off-grid solar. We have to be connected to the utility. Yeah, that's just how it works. We can't disconnect someone from the grid. You know, if you have a home and a mortgage, Fannie Freddie, like you have to be connected to sewer, plumbing, water, like it's legal, it's required. So same thing, we won't disconnect someone from the grid. And you know, some of those people, I want to get off the grid. Like, no, we need the grid to pay you during the day and take it back at night. Like that's how solar works. Even with a battery, even if we have one battery, the battery will get full in the morning and then you're going to have extra energy. Even with the battery, you still have to send extra energy back to the grid during the day. And people often get a little bit confused. They think, I want the battery to store that power, then I want to use it back at night. And that's just not really the best utilization of the battery. So I'll touch on one more thing on the battery, and this will be a little more advanced. I don't want to go down too much of a rabbit hole, but batteries can do something called load shifting. So like here in Southern California, we have time of use that I'll show you. And so the battery knows it can give back 70%. It's adjustable, 60%, 80%. It can give back 70% of its contents to the grid, earning that homeowner a little bit of a higher credit at 4 to 9. So that's actually the best utilization of the battery. It's called load shifting. A lot of people, like I said, get stuck with this idea that I want to store my energy and I want to take it back later at night. That's not the best utilization. The best utilization is actually giving it back at 4, earning you the highest credit, whether you're home or not.
Playing the yield.
Yeah, and so yeah, playing the yield, you get a little delta difference. I say, you know, that could be $1.50 a day that your battery's earning you. So at the end of a year, could a battery save you $300-400? Sure. And did it protect you from blackouts? Yes. Is it worth 14 grand, 10 grand? You can decide that. I like to say it's not really an ROI, it's a safety and a security feeling, is how I like to say it. So yeah, you really need to be able to speak to batteries, guys, very, very confidently as we move forward here with the tax credit being extended and with blackouts and everything else with net metering changes. Like you really have to get proficient in batteries. And we do carry 2 of the best ones, SolarEdge and Enphase. And I believe Michelle Spina will touch on batteries here in just a bit. Yeah. Anything else on this one? I'll go ahead and just kind of continue on the same thread. So here in California, most utilities are on what's called time of use. The other style is what's called tiers. The more you use, the more expensive it gets. You know, the tiers used to be 15 cents when I started 7 years ago, then 19 cents and 21 cents. And now you can see 4 to 9 p.m. is when they screw you and they jack up the price of electricity. Now, there's a few things I'll touch on today here and there, but west facing or south facing panels are nice because it gets some of the afternoon, evening sun. If you have plenty of space on the west, you really, and they don't mind where it's located, you really don't need to put panels on the east. The afternoon sun, especially here in California with time of use, is the best because it gets you out of this expensive window. So you may be producing energy during that time instead of pulling from the grid. And if you're sending energy back to the grid during that time, you're actually getting a little bit of a higher credit, is the way it works. Yeah.
So you would recommend west versus south in SoCal?
I'm gonna say it depends. Those are both of my favorite. So if I have west and south, I might do a combination of both. South technically has a few more sun hours in the year, but west helps get you out of that 4 to 9 window. Yeah. So it's tough. They're both great. Definitely those 2 are a lot better than east facing, and I'll try to avoid north if you can. Yeah. I'll get into one more advanced topic too. A lot of people say like, oh, is net metering 1-to-1? I like to say right now with net metering 2.0, we are pretty much a 1-to-1 relationship. they do charge you 2 cents when you put energy back to the grid. That's what's called a non-bypassable charge, or NBC. So like if someone has a pool, they want to run the pool pump before 4. Why is that? The sun is out, it gets produced, the home gets to use it and charge that pool pump right away. You don't have to send it back to the grid and get a 2-cent fee. Same with electric car charging. The plan called D Prime in Edison is actually meant for electric vehicles. It's cheaper before 4 and it's more expensive after 9. And so you'd want to tell them, if you can charge the car before 4, even if it's plugged in, you program the car to charge before 4 or automatically charge after 9 p.m. and it'll be cheaper for you. And when you talk about some of these things or show them D Prime, guys, it just makes you a lot more competent compared to the other guy. You know, some guy in Texas Zooming with my homeowner from Sun Power might not know about this. And I just closed a deal yesterday where they told me like he didn't know about this.
So that specifically happens when they get EV chargers or they have an electric vehicle, or do they have to like go in and request it?
You have to call Edison or request it, and I don't know how they prove it, but it is only meant for electric vehicle owners. Yeah. And so just as a reminder, like, you know, if you're selling an SDG&E or PG&E and you're not super competent, you haven't done 100 solar deals in your career, you may want to work with a mentor in that area. You may want to call up a mentor and ask for a 5-minute chat and ask about the nuances in that utility, right? Like if you're a professional, you should be doing that. So if you can ask the questions and get familiar, or if you can tag a mentor, or even, I don't know, give them $1,000 on the side and just say, hey, can you help me on the side with this, right? Like we need to know where we're selling and we need to know the information on this. One more thing too, in California, especially Southern California, has anyone heard of like a CCA or Clean Power Alliance? Have you guys seen this on utility bills? Yeah. Does anyone know what that is?
Yeah, it's aggregated solar. It's not being provided from the utility side. It's a municipal type power.
Yeah, really good. So some of the utility bills here, you may see the generation is from a separate company. That's called a CCA. Another company is generating the electricity. And the utility, like Edison or PG&E, is the delivery. So they're the ones delivering it. I always recommend of opting out of the third-party generation, especially if you go solar. It's just cleaner. Edison, delivery, generation credits, and solar. Not to mix in a third party as well in that mix. So I always recommend opting out. And again, the other day when I showed someone, hey, you know, Clean Power Alliance, I recommend opting out. If you go solar, they're like, wow, the other guy didn't even tell us that. So be mindful if there is a CCA or an energy provider on the utility bill in California. Yes. If you just Google like Clean Power Alliance opt out, they actually have a website. You just put in the account number, zip code, email, and it opts out. Or they could call. Sometimes there's a reluctancy. The utility doesn't want to do it. One of my customers had to threaten his attorney would call him, and they're like, okay, well, we'll take you off Clean Power Alliance. So yeah, did you have something?
Yeah, so the community choice aggregation, they automatically opt you into that. You don't even get a choice. And homeowners that have solar, they definitely don't want to take you off of it because they're not generating any value there. So it's definitely a challenge sometimes. They deal with that commercial.
Right.
Get them off of that.
Yeah, I recommend getting off of it. So yeah, time of use. One other thing I'll touch on here, I think we'll touch on later too, is what percentage of offset when you design a solar system with time of use, or in California, what percentage of offset of the last 12 months should you try to shoot for? What's up? 110, nice, thank you.
115,
150.
120.
115, 120.
135.
135.
Hell yeah. 150, why not? I'm just kidding. No, yeah, I always, so when I talk to my homeowners, I always say, guys, you have to be 110 to 120 to break even with the utility at the end of the 12 months, right? The negative experience in solar is some door knocker gives you 9 panels, promises the moon, you start using more, your husband keeps a little bit colder, you don't look at the utility bill, and in a year from now, $600 Edison bill. I don't want that to happen. I'm going to give you the right size solar system. I'm going to ask you for a copy of your utility bill after you go solar, and I'm going to stay in touch with you. And we're not going to make sure that that happens. We're going to make sure that doesn't happen to you. So the reason, does anyone know why you need to be 120% to break even with the grid?
Also because the panels decrease in production.
Yeah, that's a good point. So there is a slight degradation of power over the years. Write this down, 0.5 to 0.7% per year. Right? So when someone says, you know, Craig, did these panels reduce in power? Yeah, on average, 0.5 to 0.7%. These hand walk Q cells have a, does anyone know what the Q cell 400 watt, what percent linear power warranty in year 25?
85.
86%. I just had to look this up the other day. I thought it was 85 or 82. 86%. And if you go with the RECs, 92%. But it's really not that big of a deal. What we find is as the years go on, you're probably going to upgrade that HVAC with a more efficient, energy efficient condenser, right? That's going to use 20% less energy in the summer. Yeah. But what's the other reason why you need to be 120% offset?
Energy usage is variable, and then weather is variable as well too. So you want to be able to make sure you have that extra like wiggle room.
Yeah.
So in case you either use more power or nature decides to be hot.
Sure. Everyone uses more when they go solar. We call it the solar effect. I'm looking for a more specific answer.
Rising energy rates. Sell it back to Edison, or the cost of electricity keeps going up.
In net metering.
Yeah, you're pretty much there. So the reason why is you're producing between 8 to 4, right? That's when it's generally sunny. And you're earning a credit around that price. But at night, when you pull back from 4 to 9, they're charging you more. So you have to produce more during the day to make up for that more expensive pullback at night. That's the answer. Now, if you have a south or west facing solar system, yeah, 110, 115 is to break even. That's not giving you extra, Mr. Homeowner. That's to break even. If it's an east facing system, I really need to get you between 120 and 130% to break even, not extra.
Wow.
And what we're finding right now, that's just me. We have conservative estimates. I like to say that our systems usually produce a little bit more. I want my homeowner to have a credit or a surplus at the end of the year. I don't want them to have a $300 bill. So if you say these things and position it like this, then they'll have a good experience. But yes, the net metering and a bigger commission. And you know what? Does anyone find that these days with the heat wave and EVs and hedging against Edison, like, does anyone find people are doing 130 to 150%?
Yeah.
Who's asking when they're presenting if the homeowner is planning on getting an electric vehicle with gas prices and mandates? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Does anyone know how many solar panels you'd want to add for one electric vehicle?
It depends on the model. So in approximation, 8 panels for every 10,000 miles driven.
Wow, nice.
Is it
2 to 3
3,000
kW.
kilowatts?
Yeah, 2 to 3 kW, depending on
I do a standard 3,000 kilowatt hours
kind of what.
for every 10,000 miles.
I want to give you a back.
Nice.
There's a mosaic charging cable back to that.
Yeah, round of applause.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, you said, I think 8 8 panels per 10,000 miles of charging.
400 kilowatt producers.
Yeah.
power.
That's a great generous amount for sure. I think I would say like around 5 or 6 minimum. But yeah, 8 is a great number. So somewhere around there, you know, and it depends. Is it south facing, west facing? Do they have shade? Are they charging after 9 p.m.? What kind of EV is it? Like if it's a Ford Lightning truck, then 8 panels for sure, maybe 9 or 10. And how many miles you drive also matters.
And
So
that is in addition, well, you said 5 or 6 more, but when we're doing the presentation first time. But for people who want to add on 8 panels and they belong to another company, we need to start with.
yes, thank you. Our minimum number of panels to add is 8. We do add second systems quite a bit. Jordan Shaw on the team here is known as the expansion king. There are nuances you need to know though, because you're supposed to get a permit. You're supposed to tell Edison. You may be on a net metering 1.0. You may be transitioned to 2.0. So you have to know a lot of these things if you are going to add panels. But when people say, can you add panels later? Yes, we can. It's a minimum of 8. You could do cash, you could do loan, but it is something that we offer. And if real quick, if you want to add a battery like in the future, you could do it with us. I like to say the minimum number of panels with a battery is 12 because you need a little bit more to store that energy.
Question. What's a good rule of thumb for an EV? I was under the impression 10,000 miles, 3,000 kilowatt hours at least.
Yeah, I think it's like, I don't have the chart in front of me, but I think it's like 2,700. So the Model 3, I don't know if there's anyone in the chat here, but 10,000 miles charging at home, right? Because you might charge at work. You might charge somewhere else. 10,000 miles, 2,700 kilowatt hours to 3,000
I did 3,000.
is the number, yeah. You can divide in half, you could multiply it times 2, but that's a great base, right? 10,000 miles, about 3,000 kilowatt hours. And that's for like a Model 3 fully electric car. Yeah. And I have some of these things in my Google Drive with my marketing links too. All right, cool. So let's go ahead and keep going. So y'all heard the net metering 3.0 is coming in California. So it looks like it's been pushed off another 4 to 6 weeks. There's no proposal on the table. I mean, Tom Cotter updated us as of this morning. If you're not in the Power Hitters Facebook group or even his Solar Warrior tribe, like there's a lot of good content shared in there. So I like to tell customers that right now they can lock in and get grandfathered into net metering 2.0. Good buyback credits. The monthly fee is not going to be too bad, right? Paul Leon says if they're paying an average of $300 a month to Edison, the minimum connection fee, non-bypassable charges, like kind of 10% is a safe number. So, Mr. Customer, you're spending $300-400 a month to Edison. Your minimum connection fees, taxes, utilities, non-bypassable charges, going to be about $30-35 a month, $36 a month. So you want to be able to tell them, because another guy might say, oh, 2 to 12, 10 to 12, and that's just not the fact these days. It will be like some months it will be $16, $19, $26, depending on the size of their system. But anyways, net metering 2.0, the current grandfather clause is 20 years. So we need to get you locked in. It could change in as soon as 4 to 6 months. Worst case, it could change January. I don't think it'll be voted on that soon. I think it might be pushed off maybe more towards next summer, but let's not take a gamble, Mr. Customer. Like we need to lock this in now. This is really, really important.
Does the grandfather in, is that grandfather into the house or to the actual like client's account? Like let's say they move somewhere else, and they still want to be able to get that grandfather in program. Is that like?
Yeah, good question. So is the grandfather in with the person on the utility bill? Can they take it with them? Is it the house? My understanding is that it's with that solar system. Site specific, yeah, thank you. So it's tied to the address because it's tied to that solar system. That system is, you know, the interconnection agreement. That's what's locking in the net metering 2.0. They were trying to change the grandfather clause from 20 to 15 years, but hopefully it stays at 20 years. If they retroactively did that, it would be screwed up.
I'd like to mention something. Everybody, we're here to learn. One thing he's doing is he's going through the homeowner presentation, but he's elaborating every step of the way. So tier 2s and tier 3s are closing their own deals, right? And others deals as well if you're tier 3. So my recommendation would be learn with the intent to present property. Of course, you're not going to break it down like that for customers, but some of these technical customers might have some, you know, they're going to elaborate on some of these questions. So I think the way that he's doing this is pretty awesome.
And some customers might grill you on
Yeah.
some of this stuff. Yeah.
Especially if they've had another solar
So
guy there
close.
before,
Yeah.
right? And is taking your temperature, you know, checking your
Right.
ability.
It's PTO for grandfathered in if they do pass it, right?
My understanding is that it's when the application is submitted for interconnection. So that, I believe that is what triggers the grandfather in, unless, yeah, there's one or two more seats, guys, over here if you'd like. So yeah, I'd want to triple check that, but I believe it's when they apply. So at application. And the cool thing about power is we actually apply for interconnection sometimes like in the design or permit phase. So your customer might get an email from Edison like NEM interconnection of application or stuff like that.
So last studio I had, my clients were like, what is this? It's exactly
Right.
how the right one is.
Yeah. Yeah. So I actually often say, hey, we have a whole department for net metering. We apply for that during the process. Because if you go with a company that's going to take 3 to 8 months, Sunrun, Freedom for whoever, they may not get that net metering locked in time. So yeah, I say that very often. And so anyways, net metering 3.0 is coming. It's horrible. Their fees are being proposed at a much higher rate. The buybacks are going to be a lot less. So I said, Mr. Customer, if we're talking next summer, because you don't do this, you may need 5 more panels and you might not save as much money. Like you're going to need more panels and your savings won't be as much. Will it still make sense here with this horrible $500 bill? Yes, it will. But it's not going to pay itself off in 6 years with this cash price. So yeah, you really, I really speak to this a lot, guys. You know, I do a lot of
Definitely
Zooms.
call the order, right?
Right.
Call the action.
Yeah.
How'd you go?
You always need a sense of urgency, like at any time of the year, right? Right now, hey, we're going to try to get you in this year. Like you just missed our September cutoff. And if your utility is in Fullerton or Diamond Bar and has a revision, that's a 2-month permit. Like that's not us dilly-dallying, that's the city, guys. So yeah, my sense of urgency right now is we need to get that net metering. I don't know if it's changing in February or March. And if you wanted that tax credit, if you have a contract signed this year and we started work this year, your CPA is going to let you get the tax credit this year, most likely. So that's my urgency right now, those 2 things. But always have a sense of urgency or a promotion. You know, the other amazing sense of urgency right now, interest rates. Does anyone know when the rates go up?
Today, Monday.
October 3rd. Yeah. Yeah. And even like my brother, like 2 weeks ago, he's like, hey, this Monday, Mr. Customer, due to the feds, you heard about the feds, the rates are going up. And I'm telling you, all the customers want in before the rates go up. Whether we say the fees are going up or the rates are going up, the rates are going away, like that's a really huge closing tool right now. So you go back to every lead, any homeowner you've ever talked to, maybe someone that started ghosting you, and just say, hey, 10-3, interest rates are going up due to the feds, just letting you know. So you have to do a lot of these activities. And then I always show a post-solar bill. So On the left, this customer is paying their minimum connection fee. Yours will be around $15 to $20 a month. Some months you earn credits, you're below the line. Other months you're above the line. That's the way solar works. Some days, some months you're building up credits. You know, March through June, you have a lot of sun, right? Are we cranking the AC through March through June? No, that's when you build up credits. And then other months you use from the credits. That's why you get put on a 12-month billing period. So this guy's in month number 7 of his 12-month billing period. Every month you get to see what you pulled from the grid and what you sent to the grid. In this month, this guy has a credit of $19. 7 months in, he has a credit of $110. At the end of a year, they do what's called a true up. They'll either send you a check at the wholesale rate, 4 cents a kilowatt hour. Hey, we owe you $20 this year. Or 1 year, you guys use a lot of AC, Johnny comes back from college, and Edison says, hey, you owe us $200 this year. My goal is to get it as close to breaking even as possible and give you the right size solar system.
Sorry,
please.
Did that go away or that's still in, like with Edison?
Did what go?
The getting money back towards the end of the year if you have credits?
Yeah, every utility is different. So he's asking if, can you get a credit or check at the end of the year? Last I saw, you can opt for either a check at the wholesale rate at the end of the year or carry that amount of credit with you to the following year. So just because it says $110 there doesn't mean you're getting a $110 check. So let's just pretend this customer, we're now in month 12 and it says 110, negative 410 kilowatt hours. I mean, that might be a $4 check.
Right.
That the customer can get or take those full $4 with them to the following 12-month period.
Will that go away completely when we transition to net metering 3.0?
I don't know the current guidance on net metering 3.0 for excess energy at end of a 12-month period.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what that's proposing. I'd assume it would still like at least carry forward at the wholesale rate, but never assume with Edison. Yeah, good question. Anything else on this topic?
Do you elaborate on delivery fees when you go through the bill? Like, do you highlight that? Do you mention that? Like, we're on a shortage of electricity, they're charging you a lot for delivery fees?
Yeah. In a proper homeowner presentation, you do want to do what's called kill the bill. So you want to, I always like to say, hey, Johnny, Maria, you referred to me, blah, 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 small chat, great. Have you looked into this much? What do you want to make sure I cover? What have you heard? What concerns do you have? What's prevented you in the past? Why are we here today? Okay, cool. Take notes, write down their name, say their name 20 times, and then say, all right, first we're going to look at your electric bill. Then I'm going to show you some basics, education, and I already got your numbers ready for you. Let's kill the bill. And so when you kill the bill, hey, this one was 370. Last one was 410. Does that look right? Yeah. You guys used 900 kilowatt hours this month. That's this black chart right here. At $300, 900 kilowatt hours, that's 33 cents a kilowatt hour. Man, I remember when it was 15 cents 6 years ago. Like, let's keep going. The delivery fee is $200 of the 300. Did you know that just to deliver it to your house, it's $200 of your $300 bill? And then did you guys see that there's a wildfire charge or a nuclear decommissioning charge or you're helping other people that have discounts, fees, or public programs? Like, so yeah, definitely kill the bill, go through the fees, build the pain, it's called. It's like classic solar training 101.
Sorry to jump in, like going back to, because sorry I got here late, but I was listening to Zoom. Because I pointed this out, I think to you or to JC a few days ago. I got two deals at Paramount and they just got the fee for Clean Power Alliance. So Clean Power Alliance, my assumption was that how it fits to the customer, but I heard wrong when I heard you. that Clean Power Lines was delivery, like they deliver the electricity and that's how the consumer gets charged. So it's the other way around, like Edison's the one that delivers the electricity.
Edison's delivery and the third party or CCA, like Clean Power Alliance, is the generation.
Okay, so they're the ones that produce electricity for the actual customer. So these two customers, they end up going solar with me. So what happens to they have to opt out, but they're still gonna be connected to the grid through Edison, right?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah, anyone that has Clean Power Alliance right now, I think even Downey automatically was opted into Clean Power Alliance. They could opt out right now, whether they have solar or not. They could say, Edison, Clean Power Alliance, I don't want you, I want Edison for delivery and generation. So they can opt out now.
so they still get a charge though for delivery, regardless.
You'll always have delivery from Edison, and it's whether generation is from Clean Power Alliance or whether generation is from Edison.
Right,
So it's just who do you want to pay for the generation?
got it. But are they always like certain cities will they always pay for delivery or?
You always will pay for delivery.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you always pay for delivery.
So if they opt out from Clean Power Alliance, will they save that addition? Because I saw like for this customer, his usage was off the chart. He was paying about, before June, he was paying 500 before June. And then after June, he got that Power Alliance like additional charge, and it was like 200 and some change. So does, when he opts out, does he automatically get deducted that charge?
The price of having Edison delivery, Clean Power Alliance generation, or all Edison is usually within 1 to 3%. It's not like one's gonna disappear. It's not like, oh, it's a bunch of savings. It's usually within 1 to 3%. To me, it really doesn't matter whether someone's
Really,
on.
the theory there is you're just taking one more spoon out of the pot and kind of cleaning up the transaction.
So when you go solar, you don't want like delivery credits in solar and then Clean Power Alliance credits in solar and a 12-month billing period. It just gets messy. Like I just recommend opting out.
It just cleans it up.
It cleans it up. Exactly. Yeah. So, yeah, my pleasure. Okay, I got like 2 or 3 more things, and then I think we'll do a 5-minute one function break and then get up a guest speaker today. But all right, so I wanted to cover a few more things here. And I appreciate all the questions. This is getting better for sure. So this is a proposal that I have sold. This is clearly 22 panels at 400 watts. So if you have a calculator, get it out. I just want to run through a few things with you all. So does anyone know how to calculate the total wattage of the system? Basic question.
22 times 400.
Thank you. So 22 panels times 400 watts, right? If someone says, well, my other reps, they're giving me 24 panels, 25 panels. Okay, well, we're using 400. Do you know what they're using? Oh, let me check. Oh, they're using 330, right? 330 watts. So the most important metric is, in my opinion, system size. So yeah, so 22 times 400 is what?
8,800.
Thank you. 8,800 watts, 8.8 kilowatt, right? So you want to be able to navigate watts to kilowatt quickly, fast. And if you're comparing quotes apples to apples, what's 25 panels times 330 watts? 25 times 330. Someone said it. Thank you. 8,250. And people get stuck on panels like, oh, well, they're giving me 26 panels. Well, that's an 8.2 kilowatt power. I'm giving you 8.8 kilowatt power.
Same as having a car with a 4-cylinder motor or a V8. It's one engine with a V8.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good one. So wattage and kilowatts important. Got to know that. In this example, I have a SolarEdge inverter. SolarEdge I'll tee it up in a second, but a little bit better value on the pricing and a little less clipping. So you get a little higher production. So we're putting that this system will produce 12,830 kilowatt hours per year. Now, does anyone know where we get this data from? Like, how do we know it's going to produce that? If a customer asks, like, how do you know it's going to produce that?
So there's a 25-year weather study that in combination with the system, they know the potential production for the sun that is going to be hitting that particular sun.
Nice. Yeah.
The system details.
I love the way you, very professional, the way you talk. I love that.
Have you ever read
There you
this
go.
and read stuff? They're the ones that brought me before, but I can watch some of their stuff.
Oh, cool. Nice. So yeah, PV Watts is like a database of production, right? They have like 40 years of weather data, and they're like kind of the go-to knowledge. So we use 40 years of weather data. You could say something like all the systems that are in our company, we use that data. And this is based on the longitude and latitude of your house. If you're in Oregon or Texas, will that affect the sun hours? Yes. So this is based on the longitude and latitude. This is also based on the tilt. So the tilt of the roof does affect how much sun is going to hit those panels. Usually, well, it depends. There's a sweet spot, but sometimes really, really high tilt, at a certain point of day, that sun might not be hidden over there because it's really tilted. Where if it's not tilted, that's getting more sun during the day, right? And the sun is lower in the horizon in the winter and higher in the higher in the sky during the summer. Yeah. So we take all that into consideration. And then if you look here, guys, like 22 panels is what I have turned on, right? And you notice there's a little shade factor there, 10%. So we always put a 3% factor there no matter what. And that's kind of to account for burn-in. Like usually a solar panel has a 1% burn-in in year one. It's like driving a car off the lot. So we're very conservative in our numbers. When I'm telling you, Mr. Customer, that this is going to produce 12,830, that's a conservative estimate. I want to meet or surpass that. I don't want you falling short. At my last company, they might say this is going to produce 14,000. And a year from now, it produced 12. So like this is a conservative estimate based on weather data, longitude, latitude, tilt, also the direction. That's what, south, southeast? Yeah, so the back of the house. And it even shows you in Solo the production per month. So some months you can see right there in March, remember? March, April, May, June, lots of production. July is usually the highest, and then August it starts to go back.
Can you talk on when we're looking at a house on the proposal? What is the default, north, south, east, west?
So usually there's what's called a max fit. Once you get the proposal back, if you click the edit button, there will be panels everywhere, drawn everywhere. Yeah, and we know we were kind of mentioning it earlier, but south and west, south has the most sun hours, followed by west. East is also the good one after those, and then north is usually not that good. North, if it isn't that much tilted, it's like my buddy's house.
Reverse tilt.
We can do reverse tilt. A lot of cities decline that. It looks ugly if it's visually noticeable, but if the tilt's not much on north, it'll actually produce quite a decent amount, believe it or not. So yeah, west and south are always the best, followed by east, and then try to avoid north. With the electricity rates today in California, honestly, like any solar makes sense. Like 7-8 years ago, they did no north. It doesn't make sense. Like, well, rates have doubled since then. So
Plus the panels improved as well.
panels improved.
Summer rates.
Yeah. So now one more thing I want to point out here: sun hours, 1,458. Does anyone know what a perfect south-facing no-shade sun hour might be? What's that?
5 hours.
The sunlight hours, that number's 1458. That's a southeast facing with a little bit of shade, but any guesses like what a perfect south is without shade?
Hours wise or percent?
Sun hours.
I'd say
Did I
close
hear
to
like
nine.
7 or 8?
So I think it's closer to like 1650 to 1800. It's somewhere in that ballpark a year.
Oh, a year. That's the-
Yeah. I just know it as a number, to be honest. Like, I don't get too detailed always, but it'll be important for one more activity we're gonna do in a second. So here's another one that I designed that actually just sold yesterday. All west facing, keeping it off the street. 26 of the panels, the main ones on the back, have an 8% shade factor. Probably in the winter, when the sun is lower, it casts more of a shadow from the tree onto that back array.
Right now it's on the pool.
Yeah, exactly. Right now it's on the pool. And you can see the sun hours, 1300, 1368 for this one west facing. But west, as we remember, is gonna give us that afternoon sun and take us out of the 4 to 9 window. So I love this system. And it's gonna produce just over 17,876 kilowatt hours. This is 34 panels. They actually did do a battery. So we got the energy hub inverter with the battery. And this is a 13.6 kilowatt system. Yeah, that was a nice one. All right, so I'd like to do an activity. This will be a little bit of a training, and then we'll probably hand it off here. So it's kind of a trick. If you're out and about and someone's like, hey, how much does solar cost? And you're like, well, I don't know, what's your average bill? And the average bill, they say, is $300. And we all know 300 over 12 months is $3,600, right? Can anyone tell me what the average price per kilowatt hour is in the utility that you sell?
36.
31, 32, 31, 32. Anyone else? Yeah, it's pretty good. So 31, 32 to 36 cents in Edison if they don't have a care discount. You know, some municipalities like Anaheim, Pasadena, Azusa, Riverside, those are what we call municipalities. LADWP also. Those aren't Edison, PG&E, SD, G&E. Those are, how do you call them, like private? Municipalities, yeah. Those guys are usually a little bit less, maybe 26 cents, 28 cents. I just did a Pasadena and they were at 22 cents.
How much is Vegas, the race for Vegas?
I was just gonna say that. Vegas, I just got my first bill. It was $230 and it was 14.8 cents for my electricity.
And that's with the Nevada.
That's with NV Energy. And that would have been like $560 in Edison.
Yep.
So, and I'm still going solar.
Of course.
Yeah, my
Let me know
installs.
if you need a proposal, man.
Oh, yeah.
I'll get you confused.
Right. Yeah, but yeah, and I'm actually excited about that.
Hey, what finance company you using?
Thanks,
Sonoma?
thanks to power, I'm using cash.
There you go.
Yeah.
Some hours is about 5 or a little less, based on the numbers that you gave us.
Sun hours.
You know, like the south facing panels will get about 5 hours of reduction.
So all I know is that number that's up there, 1,500, 1,600, 1,650. And to be honest, I don't even know
Just take that.
What
divided
it's
by
like.
365 would give you daily.
daily sun hours.
No.
Yeah, all I know it is a number that reflects the sun hours, to be honest. So what is average kilowatt hour price in local utility? Okay, so let's all do this. $3,600 a year divided by, let's use that 31 cents. So $3,600 divided by 0.31 is what?
11,612.
And what is that?
That's our consumption.
So that's the kilowatt hour consumption. If they spent 3,600 at 31 cents, we know that they consumed roughly 11,600 kilowatt hours in the last 12 months. So far, so good? Writing it down? Okay. So that gives us the kilowatt hours the homeowner uses per year. Now, remember we said we always have to be like 115% offset?
Yes.
So let's multiply that number by 1.15.
By what number? I went by 120, so that would.
The 11,600 number,
13,354.
By 1 point.
1.15, 115% offset. So what number is this?
13356 is the size system that you would be proposing to them or bigger to. get that
Size or
Building base.
production? Size or production?
Production.
So this
Importantly,
is the kilowatt hour production our solar system needs to produce
To be 15% over.
to be 115% over, yeah. All right, so now we're getting to the last steps here. Now we know that sun hours can be 1,300, 1,500, 1,700. But let's just use 1,500 sun hours, right? Like maybe they got west or south or east, maybe it's not too much shade, average-ish home. So if you divide 13,354 by 1,500 sun hours, what do you get? 13,354 divided by 1,500.
8.902.
So what's that?
8.9 kW.
So we need to sell our homeowner an 8.9 kilowatt system. $300 average bill, 31 cents kilowatt hour, 1,500 sun hours, 8.9 kilowatt system, giving them 115% offset.
Equals what size system?
8.9. What's that?
How do you get the 8.9?
We divided the 13,353 by the hours, which was.
So we took
1,500 hours.
$3,600 divided by 0.31. Gives us their consumption, 11,612. And we want to get 115% of that at least, so we multiply 1.15. So our solar system needs to produce 13,354 kilowatt hours per year. And then we're going to click divide by an average sun hours of 1,500. That gives you 8.9 kilowatt.
Maybe another easy way also to look at it, instead of saying sun hours, is for every kilowatt that you are putting in, installing, you're gonna make about 1,500 kilowatt hours per year. So for every 1 kW capacity, 1,500 kilowatt hours is what you're gonna generate,
Produce.
on,
Yeah.
on a site, depending on, of course, some are 1,450, some are, higher, but in that range, it's using that.
Right. Yeah. So just to 8.9 kilowatt, like, do you guys know what you sell the cash price per watt? Just roughly.
Yeah.
3 cash price 350, get a big commission. So what's 8.9 times $3 a watt? 26,000 minus 30% tax credit. About $18,000, Mr. Customer. To eliminate your $3,600, right? You could just get fun playing with the numbers. Now, what's 8,900 watts divided by 400 watt panels? How many panels is that customer gonna need?
About 17, 18.
22.
22.
So you can get, like I said, you can play with the numbers and you can get better at it. $3,600 a year, 8.9 kilowatt, 18K after tax credit, 22 panels, but yeah. So I just wanted to, how to go from $1 on a monthly in an elevator to what the system might price or how many panels they might need.
And again, that 31 cents, 32 cents was just the average cost for the local.
Correct. the average price per kilowatt hour. And you can get that by like, if it's a $300 bill and that bill has a 900 kilowatt hours, $300 divided by 900 is 33 cents. So you always do that when you go over every bill too.
This thing is you're using their bill for their math. It's not hypothetical. This is actually what's happening here.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Any more questions on that one? So I think we're gonna take a 2-minute, one function break. Send a text, check your phone, check an email, grab a coffee. We're gonna have a speaker come up and get situated and then keep it going, guys. The Terminator.
Did my kids do gymnastics? They had gymnastic class today. So I should be doing a little gymnastics. 5:30 today? What city is it?
It's the one I sent you. It's in like between Downey and where I Boyle.
Oh, boy, that's the guy with the GTR?
No, that one's Monday with the Zoom.
Oh, okay.
It's in person. It's an old
Do we have
Latino guy.
do we have the bill, the proposal ready?
I'm gonna call him right now. He's gonna call him at 1, and then just say he's gonna call him at 1:45 to get the show too.
Okay.
So I told him to call him Saturday to get all the rest of their info. She says it's like 100 names Connie Denham. She's a German lady. She's so cool. I told her to teach me German.
She's German.
Yeah, German. Hugging us.
Donut already?
Hmm?
You got a donut?
Yes, I think I got a Starburst one. Tasted. So Bruno, so I've seen your videos. You are
Nice.
goated in the solar industry. Divide by sunrise.
John, can you run that formula with me?
The last one, the $300. So it was 300, and when we were times it times 12, it gives us like $600. Divided by 31 cents.
I'll make myself sweet there.
11,612
Kilowatts. So that's what they used. Because that's what they spent. I don't know the price of it.
So this is monthly and this year.
That's what they used.
You
Now we're gonna get
divide it.
115%.
Okay, so we want to add in away 15%. Which is that. Which is times. Yes. Divide that by 4.
Jason's on Jason's phone. Hang on a second. I'm letting you in right now. So then that number You could divide by the sun hours, 1500.
Technology works. Here we are.
Sure. Very good.
Hi, everybody. Good to see you.
So this phone will also pick up your audio too.
Okay, I turned off my audio on there, so we should be good. Yeah, my audio is off on there, and yep.
Cool, cool. Y'all can hear us okay.
Yeah, he's my brother.
Michelle's gonna get started in a 2-3 minutes, everybody.
Yeah, he's my older brother.
Wait, the Starburst donut. I heard there was a Starburst donut.
Oh.
That sounds very sweet.
So it almost came off.
What? One today. Personal.
What is that?
I've seen this before.
It was bad. But I just didn't, I wouldn't even know what to ask for. So. I asked her about it. He's like, as long as it's like correct,
Yeah,
then it's
my-
fine.
my
I'm
bike.
Good. You guys here all day?
Let me see if everyone's
All day.
That's good.
It's a good thing.
Yeah. Most sales reps do not get training like this.
We get so much training. It's
That's
fantastic.
amazing.
Yeah.
I would say 90% of people just get the, hey, go on a ride along with this guy.
Solve a lot of problems for later on.
Absolutely, yeah. Especially with Jonathan, he's great. He knows his stuff.
Sell the wrong thing.
Yeah, definitely. Set client expectations.
I'm getting chicken and steak. Anybody want tofu aside from chicken and steak?
Me.
Okay, you tofu, okay, one tofu. Good. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I just spent the night. Riding a scooter.
Okay, I see it.
Being a kid. Big kid. Yeah.
Not early for your asses.
No. When did that happen?
On Wednesday.
I think we're about ready to get started. Yeah, we might have 1 or 2 late stragglers here, but. And all of you can hear on Zoom, hopefully. See if you're still out there.
Loud and clear.
Thank you, Barry.
By the way, are we allowed to pipe in at times?
All right, guys, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. I just want to do a quick introduction. So Michelle and I, we actually didn't see each other in Anaheim, but
I know.
Michelle with SolarEdge.
It's a big event.
I believe SolarEdge has sold the most inverters in the entire solar industry. And a lot of people don't know all the nuances of their technology, like optimizers and everything that they offer, the benefits of DC. I am actually getting a SolarEdge battery on my Vegas house. Very exciting, yeah. Charge that fist for ocean, hopefully that I won. But anyway, so yeah, she is national trainer for them. I was able to check out their headquarters and see all the engineers working on the equipment and how cool they test everything diligently. And recently, months ago, I started liking SolarEdge a little bit more. They were a little bit better price up against competition and a little bit less clipping. So depending on which inverter you use, not all the energy might make it back to the house. So for those reasons, I've been doing them a little bit more, and then they are adding some enhanced features for us. I don't know if you guys saw in the master class that they'll actually have some monitoring of the fleet, and even possibly, I'm excited for a little bit of a rebate. If the 1-2% of inverters out there go down, we could actually give our homeowners a rebate. And that's a really big value proposition when selling, especially in a competitive landscape. So Michelle, thank you for being here and sponsoring lunch as well, guys. Let's give it up for Michelle.
Yeah, I was just saying, I mean, this is a huge value add for sales reps to have a training that's all day like this. So I just off the cuff looked to see how many sales reps I trained in September, and it was 4,800 total across the country. I would say about 95% of those have been selling solar for, a year or so and still know nothing about solar. So it's great that you get this type of training, and I do thank you for allowing us to be here. So I've been in the industry for 10 years now. I started in solar sales, and I sold both. I sold Enphase and SolarEdge. They both have great value. And there's a reason why I'm at SolarEdge though, because I consistently saw in my proposals that SolarEdge had more production over time. I never really understood why. I knew that, who can tell me what an inverter does?
Converts the DC to AC.
Yep. And I forgot to mention, I have a lot of giveaways and they're good giveaways. So you get a hat. But, so, and it's all SolarEdge Sales Elite stuff. So it says Sales Elite on that side. But that's absolutely right. The inverter converts the DC, I like to call it free range organic energy from the roof and processes it to use it in the house to AC. But there's a reason why DC technology is a great advantage for the industry right now, especially with these smart energy devices coming up, with the higher wattage modules coming out. SolarEdge is kind of immune to changes in technology based on other technology like modules. So I want to talk about that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course. So next up, and I have, let's say this one's a really big deal. So this is a high stakes question that somebody can answer. This is a 20 can cooler that you can put into your car while you're going on, and it's a backpack, while you can go to consultations. So who can tell me the difference between a microinverter and an optimizer?
Microinverters attached to the panel, and the optimizer, the panels are going into one panel, or one optimizer. So the panels are connected into one optimizer, and the microinverters, it's under each one.
No. Yeah.
So the microinverters will convert power under each module, whether it's 1 or 2. The optimizers are actually DC string optimizers. Those optimizers actually will allow for quick shut off. They'll allow for you to create longer strings, and they'll also allow for you to monitor each module.
Okay.
Connect to the main.
Yes, that's right. So, yeah, of course. Cooler. So just to reiterate there, the microinverter converts the energy at a module level. So it sits under each module, converts at a module level. An optimizer, what it's simply doing, it's just optimizing the roof. So it's taking the maximum amount of sun off that roof so it can be converted in one location. So I want to kind of talk about the topologies, the differences between inverters in simplest form. There's a reason why I have gray hair right now. And it's because, well, don't get too close. It's because people say that SolarEdge is a string inverter. Okay, so SolarEdge is not a string inverter. I see some smiles. You've said it. I know you've said it. I know you've said it. Okay. So SolarEdge is not a string inverter. I used to sell string inverters too. So these inverters, the pros of them are inexpensive, right? The cons of a string inverter would be that they perform at the lowest performing module every single time. So if there's shading on one module, that's the best that whole system can do.
Oh, wow.
Okay. That's what a string inverter, because there's no module level power electronics on the roof. So that's always going to perform at the worst performing module. In places like Vegas, where they have zero shading and they have no obstructions, that's sometimes okay because there's never going to be shading. But in places like most areas that do have some shading or will have obstructions, you have to have what we call module level power electronics, which is microinverters or optimizers. Okay. So string inverter, you don't even have that in your proposal, I don't think, right? So you don't have that option. You have microinverters or an optimized solution. So let's talk about those. Microinverters, they're under every single module. The pros of a microinverter is they're optimizing each module, right? And they're working independently. So if one's shaded, the rest of that system's not going to be impacted. That's what we want, right? The cons though, is it's limited at each module. So because we're converting at a module level, there's only so much you can convert at a module level. I have another diagram that will help this for sure. Lastly, when we think about a SolarEdge solution, you're getting the best of both technologies. Okay, so we have the inverter on the wall that allows you to convert at one location. And those optimizers are maximizing the roof. So you guys talked about the sun going across the roof, right? We want to harvest as much energy as we can from that roof without converting it. We want that free range organic energy, and then we want to convert it at one location. Okay, so that's why SolarEdge is what we consider an optimized inverter solution. For a homeowner, this equates to about 5 additional days of energy just with a more efficient technology on an annual basis. But if you look at that year 1 through year 20, you're seeing a considerable difference on increased production. Okay, so I want to show kind of what I mean by this. Next prize up is a water bottle. On a microinverter solution, if you have an IQ8 plus microinverter, what is the maximum amount of watts that you can convert from one microinverter on an IQ8 plus? Anybody know?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
So you guys have a 400 watt module, right? 400 watt modules.
There's clipping.
So 400 watt module, you're using an IQ8 plus, right? The maximum amount that's actually going to be taken from that module at any given time is 290 watts.
Oh,
That's the most you can do, okay? So that's what this diagram says, right? So look at the microinverter solution, that red. Those panels are never going to reach their maximum potential.
So in other words, if I give a customer a rec 400 panel, it's only gonna produce 490 at a time.
290,
290,
yes.
sorry.
That's right. That's the maximum amount it's going to produce at that time.
with the IQ8 plus.
Yeah, with the IQ8 plus. Mhm.
But, I mean, there's other models, there's M, there's others that.
Right, definitely. But the maximum that you're going to get up to is 385, which, 500 watt modules you're not going to hit. But the challenge there too is every single time you go to a higher, more powered microinverter, the less modules you can put on one string. So we talk about with SolarEdge, you're avoiding main panel upgrades, you're putting more modules on a string. And this is what we're doing is those modules, because we're not converting there at the module level, they can reach that 400 watt module, that maximum potential, because our inverter on the wall is the thing that's converting that energy.
Wow.
Does that make sense? It's
Yes.
nerd talk, but
Yeah. The
Yeah.
question, so you're saying that when we're selling SolarEdge, which by the way, I mainly sell SolarEdge, by the way, since I started, that's all I started, FYI.
without any training. That's
Exactly,
amazing.
exactly.
JC always ditches my training, so I have to.
That's true. I ditch everybody's training. No, I'm too busy closing deals,
I
but
get it.
let's say, but question, you're saying that by selling SolarEdge, SolarEdge, we're less likely to have MPUs needed?
Yeah, I'm gonna show that. Yeah, I'm gonna
Wow.
show that. So that for California is
Yeah, huge.
amazing.
Yep.
Yep,
I'll cover that too later in electrical panel training.
good.
Yeah, how many? and-
That in itself is huge, man, because you're adding $12 to their monthly payment with that MPU. If you can
Right.
avoid it, right?
Yeah, and project delays.
Oh,
Sometimes
yeah,
the
project
project delays are
delays.
worse than
Right.
the cost. Yeah, right.
So you're saying at the panel, it's converted, it's not converted 100%, but all of this energy is all being sent back to one. and
Yeah,
that's where
we
it's-
are not converting at the module level at all. That energy is staying DC until it gets to the wall, which is being converted in one location. So we're just harvesting all of it in one spot.
So sorry to go back
Wait.
to what you said earlier.
Mhm.
So by using SolarEdge, we could avoid doing panel.
Yep.
Basically, how can we do that though?
You have the ability, without getting way too technical, you have the ability to put more modules on the roof with SolarEdge, even with these higher wattage modules. So when Jonathan and I started selling, what were you selling, John? Like 210 watt modules, probably?
260.
Yeah, 260s. The last 2 years, module wattage has increased substantially.
Mhm.
Our technology, because it has nothing to do with module wattage. We have the inverter on the wall. It's not related to what modules you use. You can use whatever you want. The microinverters are related to the modules you're using because it's converting at the module level, right? So the more powerful microinverter you need, the higher wattage module you have, the less modules you can put on the roof with microinverters before you need a main panel upgrade.
Because how I learned it was very simple. From the prior company that I was at, if it's a 5K system and higher,
Mhm.
we need a main source panel upgrade. But if it's something smaller than that, I forgot it was 6 or 5. So I always like my proposal always put main source panel like to be determined
Uh-huh.
for every single one, just to be on the safe side, because I don't want that to kill my deal eventually. So is that correct in that source, or is it just there's more numbers behind it?
There's definitely more numbers behind it. There are a lot of solar companies that are simplifying it for sales reps
Yeah.
to say, tack on the main panel upgrade cost over a 5 kW every time, so you don't lose the sale.
Yeah.
There are more numbers behind it. Something to consider, like with SolarEdge, if you have a 100 amp service panel, you can put on a 5 kW system. Okay, so if you have a 150 amp service panel, I'm just doing simple math in my head. You can do a 7.8 kW solar system. Most of us have a 200 amp service panel. That's like the sweet spot here in California. 200 amp service panel. You can put up to a 10.8 kW solar system on a 200 amp with 3 batteries and an EV charger.
Wow.
Okay, so that's the difference, right? When you're putting every single time with a microinverter solution, and I'm gonna show a diagram on this, every time you're adding a battery, you need a main panel upgrade, okay?
Yeah.
With SolarEdge, you can put up to 3 batteries, a 10.6 kW system, and an EV charger on a 200 amp service panel. Okay. So this is why I came to SolarEdge instead of over there, because I knew batteries were coming out and I wanted to be a part of that DC called DC Smart. Okay.
You guys have like a page where I can geek out on this.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't seen me on the YouTube videos? Yeah, there's a shit ton
I
of them.
looked at it, it's probably like 2 weeks,
Yeah,
and most of the stuff that you guys are saying is like going over my head.
Yeah.
I'm kind of understanding it, but it's like, you're talking Chinese to me right now. So, I just like, one word or two, but.
yeah. So we have an Edge Academy, and we do have a YouTube channel that has a bunch of videos on it.
Can you tell me what that is? Just so I can write it
Just look SolarEdge YouTube channel.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, so let's talk about the options you have in Solo. Okay, one of the reasons, I'm going to be honest about it, one of the reasons why sales reps at Power sometimes are challenged in selling SolarEdge is because there are so many selection options of inverters in Solo. I'm intimately involved with Solo and your proposal tool, so I understand. I want to make it simple today in
Yes.
what inverter options there are and when you use what.
That would be fantastic.
Great.
Because that's one of the reasons why I'm like, I
Yeah.
reach out to Mike Patterson every time, but
Yeah,
I wish
well,
I didn't have to.
I know. I
So-
don't want you to either. And I will say though, if anybody does need help, I help power reps every day size systems. You know, you can always reach out to me as well.
You're awesome.
I'm an SOS on this. So let's talk about option number one in your solo proposal is the basic solar only inverter. Okay, this is for homeowners who don't want a battery now or later, not interested. They're looking for savings primarily. Maybe they're not staying in the house for an extended duration. They want a quick return on investment. They will want this basic solar only inverter. In solo, this is looking like SE, 4 numbers, US. Okay, that's what the basic solar only inverter would be. We'll talk about the numbers in a second. Just nomenclature wise though, that's SE, numbers, US is that basic solar only. Option number 2 is Energy Hub. Now this is called Energy Hub in your solar proposal tool. This is the flexible inverter. So if they want a battery, if they want batteries later, if they want EV chargers, those types of things, you'll want a Energy Hub. One of the reasons too, though, why people might want to go with an Energy Hub right from the beginning is it includes a production meter and a consumption meter within it. So what that means is homeowners can see how much their solar's produced and how much energy they're using in the house.
So you
So,
can see both.
yeah. So instead of them calling you and say, hey, I thought I wasn't gonna have a utility bill. They can actually see, well, you actually used more than you produced, and they can track that based on and change their habits.
What if they want a basic system, but they want to do that? Would you, in that case, recommend the Energy Hub?
Yes, yeah, that'd be easiest for your team, yeah,
The Energy Hub has consumption monitor built in.
yes.
Nice.
Is that, there was a big conversation on our chat about consumption monitoring and Enphase doesn't, they don't put it on every time.
Right.
And sometimes it's an issue with installers and everything else like that. So
Mhm.
is it an issue ever with like to connect, or is it just like a standard included no matter what?
When you have the Energy Hub, when you have the Energy Hub, it's built in. The reason why, and I'll just keep it really simple and short, is the reason why sometimes, especially in California, consumption monitoring is a challenge for installers is because you need clamps to put into the main service panel. And we have what we call slim CTs. They're like really skinny. They look like little fishes that go right on. They're not big bulky things. They fit about 99.9% of main panels. So we have not seen any issues with that in California.
Is there a huge price difference on the first one and second one?
Great question. Do you guys know off the top of your head what the price difference is on Energy Hub?
I want to say it's like $1,000 difference
Yeah.
usually. So-
Yeah, like 2 cents more per watt. maybe
Right.
5 cents more per
Yeah.
watt. Not too bad.
We generally see it adds about $3 to the bill monthly.
Okay.
It's about
Um,
$1,000.
yeah,
Yeah, $800 now.
I remember during the contest, like, I used to sell it and say, hey, our inverter, you can add a battery, you can add an EV, it's already prepped for it, and we get consumption. If you're going up with another
Future.
proposal, that's huge.
mhm.
Oh, didn't I win a contest on Energy Hub? 10
Yes,
Gs, right?
you did.
Yeah, forgot. I
That,
didn't
yeah,
know what I was selling them. I was just selling, slanging them.
I know. Just selling whatever's
Give me one of
first on
these
the
joints.
list.
Bang, bang, you, oh, okay, you get an Energy Hub, you get an Energy Hub.
Yeah, you won $10,000, didn't you?
20, I want 10 for that one and 10 for
Yeah.
also.
See, do you know why? Now you see why I'm bitter that he doesn't go to my training. He wins everything. Okay.
You teach it too much.
Right. It's true. Okay, so let's talk about sizing. So remember, in that proposal, you're gonna see numbers. The inverter number equates to the size of the solar system that you're selling. So by the way, here's a caveat. Solo should be selecting this automatically.
Yes.
Except for
Okay.
when you mess it up and
Exactly
switch it,
right.
And then it doesn't go back.
And who knows why that is. But yeah, so, and we are working directly with Solo and the engineers at Solo to fix this, okay? But for right now, just so you know, like Mike Patterson, for example, is great at this. If you go in and change that design and stuff, I want you to know, like your spidey senses tell you there doesn't need to be 2 inverters on this, or there needs to be 1 or something. Here's the simple way. Inverter number times 1.4 is the maximum solar system size you can put on the house, okay? So, yep, inverter number times 1.4, we're gonna do an example, equals maximum solar system size. So let's do a quick calculator. Let's see, what do we wanna give away this time? These hats are supposed to be really cool. Does anybody know what Travis Matthew is? I don't know. Okay. So a little bit of math. Yeah, it's golf, right? Okay, what is the maximum solar system you can put on a 7600 inverter in the power platform?
10,640.
Okay.
10,006.
Okay.
10.6 KW.
I
Give it to somebody else though, because.
I heard this guy back here and I want to.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, yes, 10.64 on a 7600. So if you're looking in solo, and by the way, I use 7600 because that's the most common in this area. You're gonna be sitting on 7600 most of the time. So 10.64, if you change your proposal and all of a sudden there's 2 inverters, your spidey senses will tell you there doesn't need to be 2 inverters if it's under 10.6. Okay, yeah.
Maybe just a general dumb question or simple answer. I know there's probably more numbers behind it, but I kind of always heard the 7600 would need a 200 amp
Yes,
panel.
that's right.
So if you ever use an inverter that's 7600 or bigger, you want to probably do a 200 amp main panel. A 5000 SolarEdge inverter could avoid the NPU, whereas with Enphase you may have to do the NPU.
Right, so let's do 5,000 times 1.4. What's the max size you can put?
7 KW.
So if you have 7 kW, then you wouldn't want to use 7.6, you'd want to use the 5.
Right.
To avoid, we just want to put as little on the main service panel as we can.
But what if you have a battery?
We can put a battery on that because it shares space with the inverter, which is another advantage, yeah.
One of the other benefits against other string inverters, they're usually 1.2, 1.25. So that's a benefit.
But yeah, but not other string inverters, right? Because we're not a string inverter. See, there's the gray hair, okay?
One more question.
Yeah.
Maybe you might repeat it for the Zoom, but.
Yeah.
So on this example, well, let's do like a 10,000 SolarEdge, and let's pretend it's all south facing, the
Okay.
entire array.
Yep.
Would you still want to use the 1.4 number, or would there be a hair of clipping? Would you want to use more of a 1 multiplier?
Sure. So I'll repeat the question. Do you want to use a 1.4 if it's a full south facing roof? Even still, because it's going to cause a tiny bit of clipping. Our inverter itself can go up to a 1.55, right? Power uses 1.4 as the maximum. So does all of these other companies that have PPAs, by the way, production guarantees. They're using 1.4 as a standard on SolarEdge because there is very minimal clipping on that, even if it's south facing, full south facing. So in most areas with microinverters and definitely string inverters, you wouldn't want to use 1.4 with SolarEdge because there's optimizers and we're harvesting more energy and we're reaching the maximum potential. 1.4 is fine with south facing standard.
Sorry, just to go back. Like with the previous company that was at, they to increase the offset, they would increase the side, like the SolarEdge. So let's just say it's 76, like 7600. So they would increase it to the next one up. And then I noticed that the actual offset for the actual system would actually jump like about 3 to 5% more. Like, is that something that we could do here?
The offset of the utility bill.
No, the offset of the production. So let's just say, like, the customer originally had to put the offset like 150%.
Yeah.
And increase the SolarEdge number, whatever it is, to the next one that is higher than that.
Right.
It would jump it another 3 to 5%.
Yeah, it will, but there's a fine line, and that's why we want solar to kind of do it automatically first at least. There's a fine line between what's beneficial to put a bigger inverter on versus squeeze as much as you can from an inverter, right? I kind of think about it as like, you're not gonna be wearing a bunch of baggy pants, right? We're all thinking, no, we want to squeeze into our tiny pants so that, we're looking better. You never want like big pants that are too big for you. That's kind of what an inverter would be to a solar system. You don't really want an inverter that's too big for the system. You'd rather squeeze into a smaller one. Yeah, because Jonathan, weird analogy. Yeah, but look, everyone's gonna remember it. Okay. Jeez.
Well, you should, don't look at, don't look at pictures of me in high school then.
You were baggy pants.
So, sorry.
My brother used to wear solos.
So, going back to the Macer's panel upgrade. So where can, like, if they have a Macer's panel that is 100 amp, where can we, what is the max that we can use for SolarEdge?
5 kW on 100 amps.
5 kW.
Yeah.
I have a
So it's a
Google
3.8,
sheet that Tom
3.8.
Potter manages, that I'll show you later too, that you could actually get a copy of it. You plug it in and it spits it right out to you.
Yeah.
What was that, sorry?
There's a Google Doc sheet I'll show you that Tom Potter manages that will tell you specifically.
Nice.
If there's a main panel upgrade required, right? I think that we
Yes.
made that, yeah.
I think
Okay. Yeah, I would highly recommend taking a look at that. All right, let's talk about the battery. How many people are selling batteries right now? Okay, good. I would say in California, there's no reason to be scared of selling batteries. And I would challenge the group to lead with batteries every time, especially because of the ITC, the 30% federal tax credit. I'll tell you right now, when I was selling, I wasn't selling batteries first because I was scared. I was too apologetic of the price, right? And when I started leading with it, I found that my close rates went up. And it was not just because my close rates went up on batteries, but when that homeowner was like, whoa, that battery is way too expensive, peel it off. Solar is now a piece of cake. Solar is now a piece of cake. So you can use it as a peel off method too.
And the margin on these batteries is higher than.
Yes.
A lot higher than.
Yes. But because homeowners can take advantage of time of use rates and being able to use that energy at night, California is the best market for batteries currently, in terms of value and return on investment. So we have something called SolarEdge Home, and I'll send JC and Jonathan right after this some selling tools that we've created for SolarEdge Home as well. SolarEdge has been notorious for not marketing to consumers and not having consumer branded material before. We're an Israeli company. The Israelis tend to think technology is all that matters, right? And nobody really cares about, homeowners don't care about our stuff. So luckily that has changed. And we have a whole ecosystem of products now within a consumer facing branded thing called SolarEdge Home. And this is kind of what we have to offer in SolarEdge Home right now. You have this available in the Power Platform, the batteries, the Energy Hub inverter, the EV charger, and it's all managed through my SolarEdge. And we're going to show my SolarEdge too. The EV charger, I'm going to tell this team, sells out as soon as we get more production on it. So it is the only product right now in your proposal tool that's tough sometimes because of demand.
The EV charger?
Yeah.
Is that delay our product, like what's the lead time?
So the good news about the EV charger is that is very easy to go back and install without having to delay permitting, PTO, that type of thing, because it's just an EV charger. So that homeowner may not get that installed until after the battery, et cetera. But so it shouldn't delay the project. But in the next, I just talked to Jason this morning, in the next 2 weeks, we're supposed to have a big onslaught of the EV chargers just for power. Because they're very easy to sell, especially here.
Are we selling those right now?
They're in the tool.
So are these, so let's just say I sell so you said that we have to, for the basic, we can't sell a EV charger, I recommend to use the Energy Hub
Yes,
for the, so in other words, it'll be much easier to.
you're a hat man.
Oh, thank you.
So yes, a great point over here. So reiteration, Energy Hub for batteries, for EV charging, either today or later expansion.
Because
Yeah.
I didn't know that, and now you make sense, because I was complaining that to JC. I was just like, oh, my project manager didn't tell me what the cost. It just showed I added the EV charger, but the thing is that there's an additional $1,000 more.
Yeah.
For the price difference on the SolarEdge. So now I know. So
Yep.
I will remember that.
Great. Okay, so let's talk about the battery. So this is our home battery, 9.7 kilowatt hour usable capacity. We can discharge that to 100%. I'm going to talk about efficiency in a minute, but a couple of things for a homeowner that are very beneficial that's different than others in the market. 10-year, 70% capacity retention on the warranty. So that's pretty standard in the industry. 10-year, we'll guarantee that it's still going to have 70% capacity retention. The difference here is unlimited cycles. So this is going to allow the homeowner to charge and discharge as many times as they want without worrying about warranty. The other battery on your proposal has a cycle limit. This is a bit of a challenge for California because your homeowners are going to want to charge and discharge us daily.
Especially for load shift. Right?
Exactly right. So to take advantage of time of use, you want to be able to charge and discharge it daily. Okay.
For us, power, there's a tab that we could extend the warranty for 30 years. Is that covered through that warranty, or is it just 10-year standard and that's it?
The batteries are not covered under that warranty. We did get approved for Sonova this week, though. Are you guys doing Sonova?
Yeah, no, stay away from it. Unless you have that credit.
Yeah.
Or too much debt.
Yeah.
So I will say that we did get approved for Sonova, and that's a bit of an extended warranty. I would agree. I tended to stay away from some Sonova too a bit. But I will say the 10-year, 70% capacity retention warranty is pretty standard in the industry with batteries. Batteries behave differently than solar. We all know that because they degrade a little bit more, right? Just like our cell phone. If you had a cell phone from 10 years ago, it would not be keeping a charge anymore, right? Very similar to this. So batteries really behave the same across the board. They're all lithium ion. So all solar batteries are lithium ion. And the difference is you will hear like a couple chemistry differences, NMC versus LFP. NMC is our battery. That's what you'll see in most electric vehicles. It's the chemistry that's been out for much longer. And the other one you have on your proposal tool, I don't say the word because it's kind of like saying Voldemort, but you know who I'm talking about, is I'm just kidding. In-phase are my friends. Is LFP. So LFP would be the in-phase battery. Okay, so let's talk about a couple other things too in terms of flexibility of install. So you can install this on the wall or on the floor, which is an advantage too. We just installed a 9 battery system in the desert here a couple weeks ago.
Mute your mic.
They had 3 central ACs. Their utility bill was $6,800 a month.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. So they have a 9 battery system, and they have the floor mounts because it takes up a lot less space because it's kind of a rack. Okay.
Oh, nice.
It was a cash deal. I will say it was a celebrity. I will say it was John.
Every bank.
But I won't give the address. We're trying. We're trying.
There's a mic open. There's a mic open.
I know. We did just get Jonathan Scott, the Property Brothers guy, to do a testimonial. If you saw that video, they were the OG twins of property, and then Jonathan Bernasso and Chris came, OG twins of solar. Okay, so let's talk about DC couple. Please mute non-speakers.
Mute your microphone, please. Mute your microphone.
Okay, so DC coupled, this is our DC smart advantage when we're talking about batteries. This is why we're higher efficiency, because with a battery solution with SolarEdge, we have one conversion of energy. The battery and the PV system are on the DC side of the home, right? That organic, clean, unfiltered energy on the DC side of the home, and we're using it and converting it in one location. With the AC coupled solution, you have 3 conversions before you can actually use that energy for the house, because the battery and the PV work separately. So you convert the PV from DC to AC, that needs to go then back to DC in order to charge the battery. And then the battery has to now convert that from DC to AC before you use it in the house. Okay, so that's why we have a more efficient system, about 6% more efficient. For the homeowner, it's about 10 days of free power with a battery solution. Okay,
Sorry, like you said, 10 days of electricity with the battery?
with the battery, 10 days of free power over the AC coupled solution
Got it.
because of the efficiency. How are we with time? Am I almost there? Okay. Now I wanted to show this diagram because this is what's showing the electrical upgrade piece. Okay, so with the SolarEdge system, what's this?
Oh, yeah, just exit that, hide all.
On the top.
Right there. Right.
Okay, so with the DC smart solution, as you see, we're using the inverter to hold all of our smart energy devices. We're sharing a breaker space. Go ahead.
Would you be able to go back to the last screen because that was covering?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I will send these slides out to you guys. You don't have to.
Perfect.
That's a quick question on this slide.
Sure.
So on your system, it's a DC coupled microgrid. You're running that on the battery. DC solar is producing power with an outage, no problem.
Yeah.
On the other system that we're talking about, when that utility goes down, are they still able to charge that battery from the AC side if the AC system is offline?
Yeah, so good point. So is the AC coupled solution charging the battery at the same time as in an extended outage scenario?
Yes.
The answer is no. So with our solution, you can, in an extended outage, let's say you're in a 2-3 day outage, the sun comes back up, you can charge the battery at the same time as your home is actually being covered through solar, right?
In other words, you're a microgrid, meaning you can run as long as the sun's running.
Yeah.
You're running.
With-
So you could go inevitably, if you're in Florida and there's a hurricane knocks you out for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you got sun with this system, you'll continue to drive power. If you're running that other AC system, you may get a day, or I don't know how that.
Well, and I will say with the IQ8 technology, I'm going to be fair to Enphase, they do have a microgrid solution. And so they do allow for recharge. It's just going to be at a certain threshold. So, hey, I have enough juice now to throw it into the battery. Okay. So going back to this, and I'm sorry, I'm rushing through. I'm just trying to hit the time here. DC Smart. So we're taking PV, battery, EV charger into the inverter and converting it all there. And then there's one string that's going into the main panel, right? So we're sharing a breaker with all of that. With the AC, yeah. So look at the AC solution. PV has a separate, battery has a separate, EV charger has a separate. That's why main panel upgrades happen every single time.
I just got hit with that on one.
Yeah.
And it was like $1,300. It was $2,200 adder to do it with the other system for that reason. Because we had the battery and I had to add a sub panel.
Yeah. So, I mean, I am a fan of Enphase as well. I told you I sold both. I would recommend side-by-siding Enphase and SolarEdge. Sometimes you can avoid main panel upgrades with SolarEdge where you definitely can't with Enphase. So I would just start side-by-siding it and see if you can come out on top on some of these.
Interesting.
Okay, just a summary of the advantages before we get into my SolarEdge app. So continuous power, we also have a higher continuous power rating. What that means for your homeowners is they have the ability to back up about 30% more loads in their house over the competition.
Wow.
Okay, so whereas with Enphase, maybe you're talking about 6 to 8 loads. With SolarEdge, you're talking about 8 to 10 loads, and it's a bit heavier loads with one battery. Okay. Efficiency, we talked about 6% more. The warranty piece, unlimited cycles. I forgot to mention you can add 3 batteries per inverter. and 3 inverters per backup interface. So on a home, the maximum amount of batteries is 9, if that homeowner wants it. But we're seeing a lot, 3 batteries. A lot of sales reps are standardizing now on 2 batteries because it's a bit comfy when it comes to the size of for the homeowner. One other small piece, and if you want additional training on this, we absolutely have it. I'm not going to get into it a ton, but the energy that would normally be clipped in a system, we can utilize that to charge the battery. So that's why we can oversize so much, because we can use it to charge the battery. That gets a little more technical, so I'm not going to get into it too much.
And every battery needs a backup interface.
That's right. Yeah. So, and quick point there, backup interface disconnects the home from the grid. When you are selling it in Solo, you're not going to have to add that. When you add a battery solution in Solo, it comes with a backup interface.
Okay, yeah, because the adder is like $16,000 for just the battery by itself.
Yes.
And that's like $4,300 margin, by the way. That's huge. You don't also have to click the backup interface.
No.
So somebody just posted it, you can only select 2 batteries.
Yeah.
2 Solo, is that correct? We can't sell anymore
Right now, we're working with Jonathan on why.
Oh, so in other words, you can't do more, in other words.
Right
So
now,
I
you can do
will,
2, right?
you can do 2 automatically. I will say if that homeowner needs it, we have sold power deals with more than 2 batteries. It just requires you to talk with what are they called? The project
Manager.
Yeah, project manager, and they will be able to manually do it with load calculation. So if that homeowner needs it, we can absolutely do it. Just in the proposal for a quick and easy one, it's 2 batteries maximum.
And with the size of the system, like, let's say customer wants like a battery for a reason. Like, what is the minimum size system that we could add a battery? Is there like a such thing, minimum size?
I mean, yeah, I would never put a battery on anything less than a 5 kW. But it really depends on the homeowner's usage, how much they're gonna have to charge the battery, you know, what their outage looks like. But rule of thumb, always kind of 5 and over 2 batteries. It needs to be, you know, well, it needs to be like 8.
8.
Yeah.
For 2 batteries.
Yeah. So if you don't have my SolarEdge downloaded on your phone yet, does everybody have this?
No.
So I would definitely download this. I've actually been using this in bill review. I loved to watch Jonathan's bill review this morning because that's my favorite part is like kill the bill, because it's so easy to get people pissed off about the utility here because they're a nightmare, right? So I use this in my bill review to say, here's the solution. Like you don't have control or predictability today. I'm going to show you that you will have control and predictability with the SolarEdge system. So my SolarEdge app, you can get it from any app stores. There is a no login required. You'll see at the bottom of the main screen, demo sites. If you click on that, you can use those demo sites in the house. So there's one particular called battery demo site. These are all real sites. So these are our employees that we're utilizing for this. And those are real-time sites that are happening. So quick note is you could also get your homeowner to download it. So does everybody here go to the home or are you doing virtual a lot? Yeah, so you go to the home.
He's old school. Look at him.
Okay. So this is really good for virtual too, because get the homeowner to download it. It gives you some stickiness of like, download this app. You're going to have this when you have a solar system. You're going to be connected to this when you have the solar system. But for right now, you can watch existing solar systems. Then you can use this to call that homeowner later and say, did you watch it last night? It actually discharged the battery. Did you see how it worked? That's how your solar system will work as well. And so you're going to need your homeowner to have this on their phone anyways when they go solar with you. So you may as well do it at initial consultation so they can watch existing systems.
That's the same app that they're using that if they don't get a battery, that's the same app they're using.
Yes, good point. Yeah, so this is definitely available for homeowners that don't have batteries as well. Okay.
So let's say, for example, how hard is it? This is one thing that's happened to me. Customer signs up, has SolarEdge, everything. Say, hey man, I don't got my battery set up. I mean, my app set up. I always have the PM set them up. Can I get them set up?
So so the question was, can you set them up in my SolarEdge instead of the PM? The PM has back-end capabilities into the monitoring portal, so they have to just toggle on that homeowner. So they have to do it.
Okay.
But it's easy enough for them to do that.
Cool. Good question.
Yeah.
But I'll talk to you afterwards.
Okay.
Because like, so with the Sonova deal, like, the monitoring wasn't being registered, but I can show you the thread and then.
Okay.
you let me know.
Yeah, let's look at it. Okay, so one more thing about the My SolarEdge app. There's 2 features that are really cool. One, if your homeowner's in backup mode, they're gonna get a pop-up that says we have you backed up, and it will tell them the estimated duration of time they have left on their battery based on their usage in the house at that time.
You can start shutting things
They can
off.
start shutting things off, yep, if they need to conserve. The other thing, and this was very, very unfortunate this past week, but also very cool, that WeatherGuard actually is a feature that will take all the weather satellites in the area and will automatically charge the battery to full capacity before the storm hits. So this happened in Florida this past week with the hurricane, and we had a lot of customers who, it was rainy, it was overcast, their battery wasn't fully charged. When this is activated, it's actually going to pull from the grid, so they have a full charge in their battery, and it allowed them to have, multiple days of power in their house. Yeah. Actually, I need to talk to Mike because Mike has some batteries as well there. Okay, so, and again, I'm going to give this to everybody. If you need a quick gauge of how many batteries that homeowner needs, this is a good one to show. We also have an estimator tool on our website that allows homeowners to toggle on and off appliances if they want. But this is just the rule of thumb in setting the proper expectations, right? So 1 battery is always going to be just essential loads. And when I sell homeowners batteries, I don't want to go in with the caveat of, oh, by the way, this isn't going to power your whole house.
Right.
Right? You want to ask questions.
That's what I do, is set them up like.
Right.
You don't need it.
No.
The fridge and the microwave, you're done, so you're good.
So you want to ask them questions. I mean, I like the honesty. You want to ask them questions about what would be a deal breaker if you didn't have it during an outage? What happened last time in an outage? How long did that last? What would you want to make sure you have available? This is the outage scenario to set the expectations on how many batteries. This is not even talking about the time of use, right? Which is another huge added benefit that you're going to talk about in, often in the bill review. But if that homeowner says, so you never want to caveat it to say, you can't power everything. You want to ask them, allow them to sell themselves on what they need, right? So a lot of times it's all my fridge went bad, or all my food in my fridge went bad. I had to throw it away. The kids were driving me nuts because we didn't have Wi-Fi or TV or lights. We were in the dark for 8 hours, something like that. We've all had these outage scenarios that now Edison is turning off our power. Maybe this homeowner works at home and needs Wi-Fi, right? Needs these things. So have them build it for you and then recommend what they need. So I have started to lead with 2 batteries because that will allow homeowners to have the 8 to 10 critical essential loads plus 1 large appliance. Usually like the window units, the window AC, that type of thing, portable AC heaters, that type of thing.
What about the actual AC?
That's when we're getting into 3+ batteries.
Yeah.
So
That's for sure 3, like.
oh, for sure 3, yeah,
Central
for
AC,
sure
right?
3+, for the central AC. So the conversation then is to that homeowner, look, we can quote you out for 3 to 4 batteries. Would you rather do that, or would you rather invest in a portable AC for emergency situations? A lot of times they'll just go get a portable AC or heater for the portable, and it's way less expensive. So I would recommend doing that. And the 2 batteries is usually a great starting point. Again, if you peel off 1 battery and you're stuck with 1, it's now looking like a piece of cake again. So if you lead with 2, it's a great strategy. Okay, lastly, I just wanted to say we have, I brought swag for Sales Elite. So the reason why is because we have a Sales Elite community and network. We do live interactive training sessions, kitchen table selling tools, contests. There's a QR code if you need to sign up. There's just a quick sign up in there. We do a monthly newsletter. We have a YouTube channel. If you haven't seen my silly videos that they dress me up as a flight attendant, that is on there, the North America sales playlist. We have a SolarEdge Sales Elite Facebook group. That's really good if you have questions for like a customer scenario. You can direct message me through the Facebook group. I'll call you right away and we can talk through it. I know that a lot of these situations are very time sensitive. And so I prioritize those questions over anything else that's happening. Edge Academy, if you want certifications for sales, we have certifications for salespeople on our battery, on our home hub solution. So those are all self-paced and online. Okay, so we have you covered. And that's all I have, but I want to make sure we have maybe 2 minutes for questions, 3 minutes for questions.
Just a comment.
Yeah.
Your online tool is really good.
Thank you.
The size is really easy. And if
Oh,
you're doing
good.
it with a homeowner at the time, it's a no-brainer.
The estimator tool.
Yeah, the estimator
Good.
tool.
Okay. I'll send a bunch of links over with all these hyperlinks to these selling tools so that you have them.
I'll put them on the Telegram group.
This is obviously I didn't know.
Am I able to
just
ask
got
a
George
question
system,
from Zoom?
and I don't even know what system we're gonna have. Can I ask my trainer to get that or something like that? I mean, how can I ask the trainer in this case, because I'm not a trainer? I know very well.
So I'm sorry, you're like a tier 2 or tier 3 that you're working with?
I am working with the tier 3 of David Perez,
Uh-huh.
and I'm rather new.
Yeah. So, I mean, you definitely can just say, you know, and I would just for your own knowledge, since you're newer, again, recommend maybe building 2 proposals to see 2 different options. Yeah, that's just a preference. Say, you know, I want to sell SolarEdge. I hear it's main panel upgrade avoidance, etc. And they can put that in there for you. I will say, in solar in general, how many people have been in solar for more than a year? Yeah, usually when you start selling one product, you get really comfortable with it. It's very hard to switch over. I fully understand that. I have tried to switch Jonathan over for years by sending him like Bitmojis and cute things, and he never switched over to SolarEdge. So I understand it's hard to build habits on trying something new. I would just say start it out slowly. Don't switch all the way if you haven't tried it out. Just try it out on a couple of deals. See what happens. If you see a benefit in it.
Yep.
Yeah.
How the prices for batteries compare with cost? Like, I'm applying in Texas to put everything on hold because we want to check it out prices with cost.
Yeah, Sunrun specifically. Yeah. So how does the question for Zoom was, how does the price compare to Costco? So with the Costco system, they get, you know, a 10% cashback card. But that's really the value of going with Costco.
I think we have Tesla and LG right now.
Yeah,
That's the battery specific.
Yeah, individual batteries.
I don't even think they're selling LG anymore. I think they are only selling Tesla, and that's going to be considerably more expensive than the batteries. Well, yeah, I mean, so it's going to be considerably more expensive than your solution.
Can I ask a question from Zoom?
SolarEdge, like the inverters, are they compatible with any batteries, or would that be specifically SolarEdge batteries?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the question was, is the SolarEdge inverter compatible with other batteries? The SolarEdge battery is going to give you the most functionality along with our system. Also, you know, it's the most compatible. So if there's any firmware upgrades, anything that happens with any systems, you know, having one solution is a bit easier to manage. We are still compatible with the LG batteries, but those are the only 2 that we're compatible with.
So in other words, like if somebody later on down the line, they want to upgrade their system for whatever reason and they want to get an in-phase battery, let's just say
Uh-huh.
down the line, whatever, so they can get an in-phase battery because they have a.
Yeah, they
storage
can't get an in-phase battery. They could get a Tesla battery because it's AC coupled, it's by itself, it's not working with the solar system. The functionality of AC coupling with an already existing DC system is the least efficient that you would possibly be able to do. So it's not recommended. So SolarEdge with our system or LG, you guys have SolarEdge batteries available in your tool.
Yep. Start selling.
All right, guys, thank you so much for letting me be here. I have more stuff here.
Thank you, Michelle. We do have a training this Tuesday, guys, too. My Tuesday weekly team training, 10 a.m. Pacific. Hopefully you guys have been on there. I think Jason or yourself.
We're both gonna be there, I think.
Yeah, so we have more SolarEdge training this Tuesday, 10 a.m.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Stealing a hat. Yeah, we have.
Can I ask a question?
We need, for door knockers.
I'll get two.
Try that out. Yeah.
Actually, I'll get a few. And you-
So we're picking up lunch in 30 minutes at 1 o'clock, whatever time that is. Let's give her a round of applause again, please.
Thank you, guys.
On your lunch or break, the Elite SolarEdge Academy, take the QR code, get signed up with that.
Sure, yeah.
And by the way, for anybody that I'll take a little commercial break. For anybody that wants a Solar Hero shirt, we have them for sale right there. So, you know, we have different colors.
Cool.
A lot of people have been asking them, we didn't have any, so we just got some new ones, but.
Cool. Thanks, everyone. And yeah, just, I mean, I know a lot of you are newer and there was a lot of references to like DC or AC coupled systems. You know, when you think of end phase, the inverter is underneath every solar panel and it's converting it right there from DC to AC. So the AC floats down. With SolarEdge, the inverter's on the side of the home, so the DC energy is floating down. So it's just important to note like AC coupled systems versus DC coupled systems. So when you think of SolarEdge, a battery that needs to work with SolarEdge, it has to be DC, right? Because that power is coming down DC. So anyways, I just wanted to reiterate that for y'all. So, and did we have any more questions on the chat, Jason? Have you been checking that out at all? Hopefully. They're all fighting with each other. Can the battery be installed on a south-facing wall or in the garage?
Yeah, great question. Garage is best case scenario. It can be installed outside, but the temperature rating is 14 degrees to 122. Here it's fine. So, you know, and here besides the desert, it's fine. So yeah, it has the flexibility of indoor or outdoor.
A south-facing wall is okay up to 122 degrees,
Yeah.
maybe not like in some desert communities or,
Yeah.
okay. A garage is more ideal. Why not SolarEdge? Someone said, why not SolarEdge? I mean, it's fine
That's my
for,
question too,
yeah. Tell the homeowner to download the app, yes. Okay, cool. I think that's it. So we're gonna do like 1 or 2 more segments and then take a working lunch and get a little roofing training. So the next segment I wanted to touch on was the federal tax credit. So y'all know is just increased and extended for how long? 10 years, yeah. 10 years, 30%. So it was increased from 26% to 30% retroactive for all of 2022, which is great news. Does anyone know what form that's called right there?
5650.
Residential energy credit.
It's for tax credits.
There you go. So when a homeowner says, how's the tax credit work? What form do I get my CPA? What do I do? Oh, it's form 5695. If you Google solar tax form 5695, it'll pull right up. And a general rule of thumb is on line 1, it says qualified solar electric property costs. So that's where you write in the invoice amount, the contract amount. You know, and then you multiply. The 2022 form will be updated to say 30%, multiplied by 30%. Now, I want to go over a few basics for the solar tax credit. So the federal solar tax credit was extended for 10 years. Like we said, it was increased to 30%. It'll stay at 30% for 10 years, and that's huge. Like just what's going on in this industry right now, the fact that this was extended, electric vehicles are being mandated. Honestly, we're seeing so many mortgage lenders and companies going to solar right now. Like, I can't express to you enough how much of a transition is going on right now, and how many people are opening businesses and starting to be a part of solar. And part of it is this Inflation Reduction Act. Yeah, the IRA, because of the 30% extended for 10 years and a lot of other benefits. So it's really exciting for our industry. So is the tax credit a deduction?
No, it's great.
Thank you. Thank you. It's not a deduction. It doesn't reduce your taxable income. It's a credit. It's not a rebate. A rebate is like a check you get no matter what. It's not a rebate. It is dollar for dollar, as long as you have a federal tax bill or tax appetite, I like to say. Form 5695. Does it apply to roofing? Maybe.
It's gray.
Gray area. We're not tax professionals. You could triple check with your CPA. We give you one invoice, one contract, one loan. It's up to you to fill in that form and multiply by 30%. I've had one client in my 7 years say, Jonathan, I'm not going to do 20 grand roof in the 30% tax credit. I'm only going to do 10 grand of the roof in the 30% tax credit, because the solar is going on this half of the roof, not this half. So if you're black and white and you can't sleep well at night and you want to give the government more of your hard-earned money, you can either not do the roof or do the part of the roofing under the solar. But most of my clients all do the full invoice, the full loan amount. Triple check with your CPA. Right. So that's exactly how I say it when I'm helping clients. Now, electrical panels, you have to do that. Unless you're doing SolarEdge and you avoid the electrical panel. But if you do an electrical panel, then that's a necessary required upgrade to go solar for a lot of systems, right? So that's why it says qualified property costs. So you have to interpret that when you do your taxes, like for the roofing. Not everybody sees it the same. So it depends. Qualified electric property cost. And then does it carry forward? If someone can't use the full tax credit in the first year, does it carry forward?
Yes.
How many years?
10 years out.
5, 10,
I thought it was
3. I've heard everyone say different things. I've heard CPAs say 20 years. I've heard CPAs say 5. I've heard some people think it's tied to the tax credit itself, which is now 10. Honestly, they should be able to use it in the next few years, subsequent years. I think the answer is closer to 5 to 10 years. Whatever a tax credit is should be able to roll forward, but I don't have a definitive answer on that, but it's definitely, I would say it's 5 to 10 years. It can roll forward. And we'll look at an example of that too, just so you can get a gauge of that. Does it apply to rental properties?
Nope.
Yes.
Yes.
Is there on any other thing?
You have to live for 2 months in the property. For that.
With the homeowner's consent.
People lie. You say people lie. So generally the tax credit is for a primary residence or secondary residence. Could be a vacation home, secondary residence. You know, is it specifically meant for a rental income property? That's pretty damn gray. It's kind of leaning towards no. But half of my clients, their CPA says, yes, we can go ahead and get that tax credit for you. And the other half says no. So that's not your role to say to a landlord if their investment property can get the tax credit. Some of my clients do, some of mine don't. You need to work that out with your tax professional. If they do say no, you can write off the expense and deduct it out, a deduction, or amortize it out, or what, sorry, depreciate. You depreciate it out for many years, right, as an expense, because it's a business. It's a business write-off, a business expense. And then 1 or 2 of my clients double dip. They'll get the tax credit and they'll depreciate the asset out. So yeah, that's how you want to answer that question, if it applies to rental properties or not. Always check with the CPA. I literally had a landlord, he went solar in his house a year ago, and we just signed him up on both rental properties this year. Thanks to Mosaic, you can do rental properties that aren't owner occupied. It's really important. If you're going to do a loan, you want to use Mosaic because they don't require you to do owner occupied. My buddy Jeff just closed a deal at Sunrun. Their lender declined them because they don't do non-owner occupied. And my boy Jeff was able to sell it with a Mosaic loan. So it's really.
So what if it's the loans over 75K?
We'll get to that in a second, but the credit score, I believe, opens up 100K or 75K, or maybe you could do a cosigner. I don't really get off too far into those weeds, but yeah, they do go higher depending on the credit score or the cosigner.
Oh.
Yeah.
We do, commercial residential.
We don't do any commercial right now at Power. Hopefully we'll have a pilot program by the end of next year, but not right now. Some people, JC may have a partner, one of you may have a partner. Lorenzo Jaimes is a popular one that's used in the group. Yeah, this gentleman can help. So, but we don't do it yet. Hopefully we will by the end of next year. And as we go public, adding that to our portfolio is going to be really cool. So, any other questions on the tax credit?
So I have a situation with a homeowner. He has 2 properties. Will he be eligible to get the tax credit for both properties, the one he lives on and the one he's renting?
Oh, that's a good scenario. We did that this week.
Yeah. So for me, it'd be the same answer as what we just kind of went over. Like, generally applies to primary residence, secondary residence. It's up to you and your CPA. Maybe you want to claim one for 2022 and claim one for 2023. That might be cleaner, but that's totally up to them and their CPA.
Somebody else from the household can claim it?
That's a good question. So let me repeat that question. Who can claim the tax credit? A lot of people say, oh, their name has to be on the title. What my CPA told me is, as long as they claim that address as their primary residence. Like, you may live in a house with your mother-in-law. She's the only one on the title, but you live there and you're paying the mortgage. In my opinion, that's your primary residence. You might even be making the loan payment on the loan. But just because it's in your mother-in-law's name, in my opinion, doesn't mean that you should not be able to claim the tax credit there. So you should work with your CPA to determine that. But in my opinion, it's whoever claims that address as their primary residence.
Can I say a little bit? The homeowner is the only one that can claim the credit as a homeowner, like, let's say, when it comes to the property taxes. So that's a given since 1996. Before, people used to live in their mom's house, and let's say I live in my mom's house and I'm claiming the credit for the mortgage or whatever. Not anymore. So we gotta be careful about that.
So you're telling, do you mind me asking, like, you're telling me that they have to be on title in your opinion? Yeah. So I've had CPAs tell me that that's not the case. Yeah. Do you have?
You know what? That the CPA is considering the second option, if they can prove in the bank statements that the other person is paying monthly.
Yes, that does indicate some level of ownership. Yeah.
So it has to do a little bit more. So it's up to the CPA.
Yeah, at the end of the day, get with the CPA, especially if they're making some payments on the home, that does indicate some ownership. So that's just my general answer. And like always on this topic, they have to do this with their tax professional, period. It's on
Sorry,
them.
just like for our scenario, so our customer owns the property. He has 3 houses on the property. It's a triplex. He lives in the front. He rents the one in the middle and then the one in the back.
Mhm.
So the one in the back, he pays electricity for the one in the back and the one in the front because he's a homeowner. So he went solar on the front and the back house. The numeric address is very similar. one's 65 and the other 67. So so in other words, from your experience, your recommendation is to do one tax credit this year and then the other tax credit the following year.
Did you sell it as 2 solar systems or
No.
1 solar system?
Two different solar
You
systems.
sold it as 2 different solar
So
systems.
like one was I forgot the sizes, but they're
Yeah.
pretty big systems.
So there's a few options there, and the question was if there's a triplex and 2 solar systems sold on 1 unit and another unit, it's owned by the same owner of the whole property, right? It's 1 lot is how they do it here in California. To me, what sounds easiest is to add up the price of both and put it in the solar tax form 5695 as total qualified solar property costs. That's what I would recommend.
Yeah, because he had like that guy, he owns a restaurant, but he also has a catering company and he makes a lot of money. So I think it's gonna be worth for him just to put everything all at once.
I would add up the 2. It's on the same property. It's the same legal parcel number.
Yeah.
He owns it. He lives there. Without a doubt, that's what I would do.
Okay.
But he has to figure that out with his CPA. Yeah,
Thank you.
for sure. That thought made me think of one other question. Let's see if I can come back to it.
I really
No, I was going to actually add something, but all right. So let's give an example here. So let's pretend there's a nurse that you're talking to, and the nurse makes $100,000, and she's W-2. So we know W-2 employees their taxes are withheld throughout the year, right? So anyone know what the federal tax rate is for a single income filer?
35%.
39%.
It depends on your bracket, right? But let's pretend it's 20% to make it easy. So how much federal taxes are going to be taken out of her paycheck throughout the year at the end of the year?
20,000.
20,000, thank you. So let's say she does her taxes and she doesn't get money back and she doesn't owe. What was her federal tax bill or liability for that year? 20,000. Yeah. So now if there's a solar tax credit of $6,000, likely she's going to get a refund of $6,000. Double check with your tax person, but it sounds like without a doubt, you're going to get a refund. So a lot of people get confused. They say, if they don't owe at the end of the year, they're not going to get it back.
No, you're just getting the money that they took out all year long back at the end.
Exactly.
With the credit.
Yeah. So
It's like a big piggy bank.
So yeah, this gal, if she does her taxes, she doesn't have to owe $4,000 to benefit. So she will likely get a refund. Even if she got back $2,000 or $3,000, her tax bill of liability was still $17,000 or $18,000, right? That's what was kept. That's what the federal government wants. That's her tax bill or liability. So in that scenario, likely her refund would go from $2,000 or $3,000 up another $6,000. So I just want to give that example. When there's W-2 employees, especially higher earners, they'll likely get it back.
So quick example. So let's just say like my brother-in-law gets taxed a lot even though he has kids. So let's just say in his case, he tells me, I get taxed $39,000 a year. So let's just say by the end of the year, I think he gets maybe like $5,000 the most. So if he were to go solar, let's just hypothetically say, and his solar tax credit is 15. So does he get that 15 back on top of the $5,000?
So you're saying that throughout the year,
Yes,
they
tax.
kept 30?
39.
39, that's a
30,
lot.
yeah.
Yeah. So he makes 250 or whatever.
Yeah, he's an engineer.
So they kept 39, he gets back 5.
That's just like that. He didn't tell me how much.
Then his taxable bill liability was still 34.
Right.
So likely he would get back that 15 plus the 5, he would get back 20.
So I've been saying it right all this time. Thank you.
Yeah, the only time that could change a little bit is if he writes off all the kids and he got an EV tax credit, he's all these other benefits and write-offs.
Yeah.
Then he might get 10 of that 15
This year.
this year, and then the next year you get the 5.
But that's still getting a lot of money back.
Yes,
Perfect.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
But he has to reapply the next year, right, for the difference?
The tax person, professional CPA should do that. There should be a carryover from the prior year. You definitely want to make sure that that's shown or reflected in your taxes. Yeah. Yeah, one of my good friends, his was like 9,000, like 6 years ago. And he got like 6 back the first year, then he got 3 back the next year. Because he was milking his taxes and kids and he bought a Tesla.
So an example two, where somebody would have a bunch of write-offs and things along that line.
Yeah, so then let's go to another example, like a realtor or someone self-employed, right? And 1099, yeah. And they made $80,000. And they owe, so then they're gonna write off a bunch of their income, right? They might get it down to 50 grand. They might have 30 grand of write-offs. Now on 50 grand, what tax bracket should we pretend? 18%? So that person might owe $9,000 at tax time. So I'll say that one more time. Someone that makes $80,000 of income, that writes down, that deducts 30K, so now they're only taxed on 50K, and they're at an 18% tax bracket, is gonna owe 9 grand at tax time.
AGI.
Yeah,
The Adjusted gross income.
so then let's just pretend the solar tax credit is 6 grand. So what's gonna happen?
You're gonna use a tax credit and send in 3 grand.
So someone said that. They're gonna owe 3 grand. Yeah. So in general, that's how that situation self-employed would work. But yeah, I just wanted to hit on those tax credit questions. And then we can kind of transition to, not everyone has a federal tax bill or liability. Like a retired person on Social Security income may not have that much of income. Most retired people just to live in Southern California are making income, whether it's retirement, passive, rental, stocks. If they pull from their 401k, those are all going to be taxable events. So just a brief overview, ways to go solar. Clearly there's purchase and ownership options, which obviously is cash or loan. That's what we focus on most at Power. The main lenders that we use are Mosaic, Sunlight, Goodleap. We do have Sonova loans, and a PACE program would be home run financing. It's PACE, so it uses the uses the property taxes to finance it.
So in other words, that's for people that have really bad credit and have at least 25% of equity in their house, right?
15%.
Yeah, 15% equity in the home and no tax credit required. They just got to prove they have a little bit of income.
No bankruptcy.
Yeah, you can't have a BK, probably what, 3 to 5 or something.
So the interest rate is much higher on those than that one, right? It's like way higher.
It's pretty similar. They do have lower interest rates, but then there is a dealer fee associated with that. It's just a lot more cumbersome. The paperwork, the payback, the amortization, like it just is a lot more complicated. I've only done 2 of them ever.
Goodleap is the one where they announced that you can re-amortize every time you put money back.
Does anyone know that? Which loans can re-amortize? Goodleap and Sunlight, I think.
It's like you could refinance, you mean?
No,
No,
re-amortize.
if you gave them a lump sum, like you do.
Mosaic.
Mosaic does.
Well, all solar loans re-amortize at the month 18. But I think the question was, which lender can re-amortize after that?
Yeah, for example, one of my clients said in the future, if I wanted to put 10K down, would that re-amortize my loan?
Yeah, so normally I would say like Mosaic, like let's pretend we're talking on Mosaic.
Yeah.
Normally I would say anything given in the first 18 months will then re-amortize. If you give us any money after that, it'll shorten the length of the loan, just like your mortgage. Yeah, but if the lender has an option to re-amortize after, what is it, Goodleap and Sunlight, I think? I actually don't know off the top of my head.
I'm pretty sure it's Goodleap, but
I think Sunlight added it. So let's just pretend Good Leap and Sunlight allows you to re-amortize once, twice,
I think Good Leaf is. however many
twice a
times
year, or yeah.
Yeah.
So basically what this means is after 18 months, like in year 3, your client's like, hey, I want to put down 10 grand. Can I change my monthly? Can I re-amortize the loan? I believe with Good Leap and Sunlight, you can. It's usually a payment over $2,000. You call in and you ask them to re-amortize it. So, yeah, I have never done that too much. Okay, so we do have a lease or PPA option. If you are speaking to someone, like I was just helping a retired guy, he's like, I really don't pay much taxes at all. I was like, well, that's okay. We have a lease or PPA option. So Sonova is our lease PPA provider here at Power. And they have some products like the lease PPA, or my favorite, the easy PPA. You could always work with a mentor that's Sonova certified. You have to be pretty fluent with PPAs and leases, and you want to use the backend portal of Sonova. There's a totally backend login portal that you're going to have to get really familiar with, or just use a mentor that is Sonova certified. And some other popular lease PPAs out there are Sunrun or SunPower.
We don't have access to, we only have access to.
Sonova. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And JC wanted me to cover dealer fees. So how you tell the homeowner about them, why we have them, kind of how to explain it. So in the solar industry, if you're going to do a financing loan at a decent rate or term, generally there's fees or costs to do that. It's kind of what we refer to as an unsecured loan. The loan does have a UCC1 fixture filing. Some people would call that a lien. It's not really a lien. It's a fixture filing. It's, it's like a cloud on title. It's an instrument that says, hey, Mosaic owns your solar system until you pay it off. That's it. It's not taking first position on the home. It can be subordinated. It can be lifted. It can be transferred in a refinance. It's easy to work with.
What about if the customer defaults? I get that question all the time.
Man, you got to get some better credit customers.
No, just like, those are good, but they're just like, you always have that question, like, oh, what about it if I can't pay it? I'm like, well, are you been paying your electricity bill until now? They're like, yeah, okay, then you have to worry about the solar bill.
Right. Yeah. So it
has the same sense of urgency.
Yeah, it's just like,
You don't
but
pay all my
I
bills,
get
so-
these customers that they're just like, what ifs? I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that's fair. What if you can't make your monthly loan payment? Like after a few payments, you're going to be past due. After a few more payments, they could report you negatively to the credit bureaus. And after a whole bunch of months, maybe someone could shut off the system. And probably no one's going to come rip it off because it's too expensive. But that they could negatively report you after a long time of being past due. And then like eventually maybe someone could shut it off. But you're still connected to the grid, right? So it's not like you're going to be without power.
So you never go out of electricity.
Unless you're on really bad terms with the utility and they shut you off. But the answer to that is no. They're two independent systems.
So I have a question. I have a customer that wants to go solar, but owes $4,000 to Edison.
Oh, damn.
I had one of those too once.
8,000.
And I don't think that,
They won't finance
who won't?
They won't?
solar, they just have one.
The lender won't?
Yeah.
Is that because of the credit score that exists with the client? So I do recall, like I had a customer that owed $2,100 or $3,000 and they were on payment plans with Edison. So they call up and work out a payment plan. And I put solar on their house. Yeah.
Because that's what I have right now
So
too.
I know I had another customer with the same scenario and they made them go into a payment plan. They said, if you can make your payments from here to the next 12 months, we'll waive off what you owe.
Yeah, so always work with the utility to get a payment plan or a discount or whatnot. As far as we're concerned with solar or loan, there may be a one-off where the lender catches it. I don't know, but I'm gonna take every step of the way and say, let's see what happens. What's the worst?
Because that's what I thought that happened to me originally, because I qualified the couple through Mosaic. For some reason, it didn't go through. And I was like, but they have good credit. like they had decent credit, like maybe, well, then I did it with Good Leap, but they barely qualify for the amount that they're gonna get for the solar. But their past due amount was like almost 3,000.
Yeah.
It was around there. But when I called to Edison, they said that they were like a payment.
Right. So Good Leap worked, Mosaic didn't work.
Yeah, exactly.
But most utilities don't report to the credit bureaus.
That was kind of weird.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe when it gets really, really bad, but I wouldn't imagine. Yeah. So yeah, a dealer fee, just to go back a bit, a dealer fee is a cost to do a loan, an unsecured loan. Some of these people might go bankrupt. Some of them might stop paying. Like it's cost of doing business. Yeah, cost of money, especially when you're doing like a 25-year 299. There's a lot at risk there. So I often say what's called there's a cash discount. A lot of people understand that. Mr. Customer, here's my 20-year 299 or 399. And by the way, I have a 10% cash discount. So this 30 grand system, I can, if you have the cash, if you have 27K, I can give you a cash discount. So that's how I always like to lead. And you really want to ask all the questions in the front end when you start presenting. Have you looked into this before? What else have you seen? Do you normally finance projects? Are you looking for cash? And then when I'm done presenting it in solo, I go, which one do you guys want to see first? A loan or a cash discount? So you really want them telling you everything, and then you want to show them accordingly. And so if they have some funds and you show them the cash discount, that's what they asked for. And you say, hey, I do have a loan. You guys seem pretty savvy. We have a 10-year loan, 4.99. It does add 2 or 3 grand to the price, but it's 0 down, no prepayment penalty. So you or your mentor have to be really creative with what loan you're showing, right? A 499 has a smaller dealer fee than a 199 or a 299. So if it's a savvy client that wants to get it paid off in the next 2 to 7 years, and even if they saw the cash discount, they probably want a little bit of a higher rate, lower price overall. But if they're struggling paying Edison, 25-year 299 they're probably going to like that more because their bill's half off. So you just want to ask enough discovery questions to determine what to show the client. So yeah, we do have dealer fees. You never really want to say that to the homeowner, just that there is a fee or cost or points to do a loan, right? It's no difference when you do a refinance. When you do a refinance on a home, there's thousands and thousands of dollars of fees, right? Transfer fees, county fees, like lender fees, like all this stuff. So it's no different. There's some cost of doing business. So that's a dealer fee. That's how I like to explain it to the homeowner. And as you all know, we have like the new 5th income stream here at Power. So it's a loan rebate. It's 1.5% of the loan amount paid on the 10th of the following month after you receive your M2 commission. So
I have a quick question about the lender fees.
Sure.
What's the range from lowest to highest?
Yeah, so the lowest that we have now, I don't know if anyone knows, it's probably what, 4%?
There's a 2.5.
The dealer fee,
For a 5.
629.
6.20.
The 6, there's no 0 anymore. There's still a dealer fee on every loan now.
So even if we were to go, I forgot what was the lender, who it was, that it would go 6.99, there's no dealer fee. So that's gone already.
Yeah, I mean, you could go into solo probably right now and play with it. I believe every loan, because of the loan rebate and some of the reasons, every loan now has a little bit of a dealer fee. What did you say it was? 2.5%?
2.5 is the one that I just saw it online.
Yeah, so a loan that is 6.29 or 699 may only have a dealer fee as low as 2.5%. If you're doing a 25-year loan at 199, which they're going to get rid of, I believe, after October 3rd, we're only going to generally have 2.99 interest rates and higher. Those can be what, as high as 23, 26, 29%, somewhere in that neighborhood. And it's on the total loan amount, by the way. So you can't just add 29%. It's actually on the total loan amount. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Yeah, so they can be pretty big. And you know what's interesting, guys, like that landlord that I told you about that got 2 solar on 2 rentals. I showed him, you want a little more of a discount quicker, or you want the longest with the lowest payment? And he saw it was thousands more. And he's like, I want the lowest monthly payment. It's like, cool. Like everyone's different. So I don't try to prejudge that, but I do like to give the options for that. So that loan rebate at Power, whenever you sell a loan, we get 1.5% back. So let's say we have a $40,000 loan.
$600.
1.5% is $600. So if you're working with a mentor, that's a 50-50 split, but that's an amazing bonus spiff commission that we're getting now.
that start?
It's been started. Yeah. It's
Started 2 months.
any sales since August 1st. When you get M2 the following month on the 10th, that pays out.
But it's after install.
If the client wants to develop, or maybe have a type of finance, credit union, personal loan, to go with that. How would you handle?
That's great. I'll give you a cash discount. You go off and get your own funds. And we just have $1,000 down payment in the first 2 weeks. 75% do it install completed. So yeah, they can go get a HELOC, credit union, bank loan, mom and dad piggy bank, whatever. Yeah. Become a consultant, sell enough deals before their install date. I don't know, whatever. But yeah, you on your side is just cash.
How long is the time to pay the person?
Generally the $1,000 down payment is within the first 2 weeks, I say. And then we ask for 75% of the remaining at install complete. And then the final 25% remaining at utility permission to operate. That's important to know, by the way. That's the cash progress payment schedule, guys. If anyone ever wants to pay cash, 1,000 down, 75% remaining at install complete, 25% at PTO.
It's actually better than some of the competition that are trying to get like 50% upfront and not do anything, and then you're waiting at the end. I mean, we really have a really great cash program in terms of our terms, better than a lot of other guys out there running around that they're pushing. The
Yeah.
homeowners have to come up with a lot more upfront, and then have to wait longer, and it's just the exposure to the risk is higher.
Absolutely. Yeah, I definitely let my customers know our cash progress payments are very flexible. I got 1 or 2 more things here. So this is that sheet that I was referring to that Tom, actually my brother and Tom Cotter managed this sheet. And personally, I don't know this stuff off the top of my head. You know, I lean into Mosaic a lot recently. A lot of my clients have good credit, or I do cash. Like I'm kind of spoiled. So personally, I don't know this stuff off the top of my head, but we can definitely share the sheet. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I have 2 more slides. We'll all go grab food for a few minutes, come back, and then we have some next speakers for this. But just to finish up on the loan training. So this is a sheet that we can provide, managed by Tom Cotter and my brother. And you can actually put in, like in the previous sheet, you could put in like loan amount or maybe credit score, and it actually tells you what's good to use. So you can see max PPW, price per watt. Mosaic is, I don't know if this is up to date. Mosaic $7 price per watt, Sunlight $8 price per watt, Good Leaf $6. Then there's solar and storage. Mosaic is very, very generous for roofing. So if you're going to do roofing in a loan, then Mosaic is really good to use. As long as the roof is less than 50% of the project, they will finance it, which is really good. What else do I want to point out here? Sunlight does not lend to business LLC owned home. whereas Mosaic does. So we can do trusts. We can do businesses, LLCs, if the home is owned under a business LLC. Some of our lenders do, some don't. You may need the articles of incorporation. And then Goodly, overall max price per watt with adders is $8.45. Then you can see some of the maximum loan amounts. And this is stuff that your mentor should know. This is all in knowledge base. And so 150K is the maximum for a lot of these lenders. But you really have to have a super high FICO score to get that high. Like you have to have an 800, 750 or higher to get that high.
They won't let you split loans, correct?
Between two lenders? No. Yeah, you definitely want to do one lender. And honestly, like if someone's getting close to that 150 or 100, you either back off the margin a bit, maybe you go to a higher interest rate that doesn't have as big of a dealer fee, maybe you make the system a little bit smaller, or maybe you finance this much and you say, if you want to go bigger, you have to give us a cash upfront down payment. Yeah, so we are able to do a cash upfront down payment and then finance the rest, which is really cool. And most of the lenders do report the debt to the credit bureau, so it will show up on their debt to income ratio. Sonova is the only one that we have that doesn't actually report to the credit bureau. So that's the only one loan that may not show up on the credit report. But they're really tricky to work with. And then Mosaic and Sonova loans do have a welcome call. So the Mosaic welcome call, Power actually does that when they call them. So we need to set that expectation, like there's going to be a representative calling you. They're going to go over the loan terms. This tax credit, I said, if you give it back, you stay at 160. If you don't, you go up to 240. They're going to go over the loan rate term, that down payment, the fact that we're doing the MPU. They're going to go over the stuff with you. If you have any questions, please call me, please text me. They just have to verify a few things. And the same is true with Sonova. They're going to call you to verify the terms and the contract. They're just going to ask for like 5 yeses from you and nothing else. If you have any other questions, let me know. So we really want to set proper expectations around this. And when I run the credit to do the loan, right? We're at that time where it's like time to sell the system. And I sent over the solar agreement. And then I'm like, okay, I'm going to run your credit. Mosaic is a soft check, so it doesn't actually ding the credit score. So I'm going to do a soft check. Then I'm going to send you a preliminary loan document. This loan document is going to say the number of years, the term, 25 years. It's going to say the interest rate. If you're not on auto pay, there is a fee. It could be 1/4 of a point or 1/2 point more. So your monthly goes up. In the loan docs, if you see a monthly more than 160, that could be the one that's not auto pay. You're just getting ahead of these things, right? Like there's a fee if you're not on auto pay. If you are on auto pay, it's the price we're talking about. This loan document is going to show both. It does ask you to set up auto pay in here. So your checking routing number will be asked for. Nothing is paid until 60 to 90 days after installation. And I really like to stress that because it's kind of weird if someone's giving you their auto pay information, they're like, we just want to see if the surveyor is going to qualify our home, or that you never want to sell the site survey too hard. So yeah, auto payment in there, no prepayment penalty. And if you give the down payment back, the monthly stays the same. If you keep it, it goes up. Any questions on the loan document, text me, call me. It's now in your email. So like you just get ahead of it and tell them all that stuff as you send it to them. And same thing when you send the solar agreement. I'm going to send you a 25-page California disclosure in California. Every box is checked. It's to protect against the shady door knockers. Anyone that says this is free. It's to educate you on lease ownership and tax liens. It's to make sure I'm licensed, the company's licensed, numbers are in there, the warranty we went over 30 years, the savings that we went over, the 12-month true up. Every box needs to be checked. After that is the solar agreement, the 8 stages of solar that we'll be performing on your home, from survey all the way to utility commissioning, the number of panels, nothing down, and then lastly is the Edison document to connect. Any questions, let me know. Those are 3 things. Now you have 2 DocuSigns in your email. Can you confirm it with me? Great. Go ahead and pull up the first one. So just, you know, I'm sure you guys, a lot of you have heard this already, but just getting used to those spiels, getting ahead of it, setting expectations, the automatic payment, the welcome call. Once you sign off on those, in 3 to 7 business days, I have to keep going further out. In 3 to 7 business days, someone will reach out, do a welcome call, and a surveyor will contact you to schedule the site survey. You're gonna get an email notification. You're gonna get 1 or 2 project managers reaching out to you. We're all here to help move the job along. You're gonna get a fancy app. Give me about 2 weeks after the site survey. We're gonna get you some solid designs. We're gonna talk through all this again and make sure it's a great fit. So like, just, you know, every single time, I said that 28 times 2 months ago for all 28 freaking sales. Yeah.
So I have a question about the roof to be less than 50%. So of the project, is that right? Or the cost of the solar panels? So let's say, for instance, the roof is 14 and the panels are 18. Is that doable? I mean, is that what is considered less than 50%?
My easy answer is if the total project is 30 grand, the roof can't be more than 15 of that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you. That's enough.
for sure. Any other questions on tax credit or loans at all?
Can we borrow that? So we have that.
The sheet?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get it out. We'll put it in the Telegram chat by today, tomorrow for y'all. Yeah. So JC will tell you about lunch right now, and then grab the food, try to come back 10, 15 minutes. We have another guest that's going to be educating us on some roofing, and then we'll do 1 or 2 more things and wrap this up. So we're almost there. And yeah.
And just please do me a favor, grab your lunch and let's be as best as possible. Let's try to keep the office as clean as possible. Okay, because this is not our office, so we want to, and then we don't want to have a lot of stuff to clean up, right? So let's be very clean after ourselves, and then use the trash cans when it's time to throw it away. And we're gonna do a working lunch, so let's go ahead and grab our lunch and come back, and we're gonna keep moving.
Sure.
There, why? That's where we're going to answer with.
Hey, he's talking about game shoes on, I better get kind of watch, bro. Is that what you're doing?
For what?
That's okay for the government.
That watch is LAW. It takes longer. Like this is. And LAWP, the only one I have prices. Oh no, that's everywhere, bro. Like all the houses that I go to, the army is like every single one, bro. Like I just get it, bro. I don't wanna like. Yeah. Just to work out. Yeah, and taking like 3 days off, you're only gonna get back to where you were before you last year. That's kind of like, I can get stronger. You gotta continue building.
No, schedule, more like a schedule, not a routine with it. I know how to do my workouts, but I just need to get a routine going, you know, like my schedule.
You're gonna go do it, right?
Yeah.
But it's like running.
Yeah. Because it's smart, it's like work, you know? Oh, you want to, yeah, work out with you, why aren't you? He has his goals, right? He's working out. But he balls up.
Hey, money, bro. Because his wife does all this.
He goes to gym. So,
Well, you guys are gonna get there too.
Imagine he's working out. His training rate is higher. It just seems like works like 1 or 2 times. And then like, I go to the gym. It's just too, it's just not as fun. Once it becomes like not work. It's fun.
Yeah.
How often you go to gym? No?
How often you go to the gym?
He go to the gym every odd year. He just signed up though, right?
Really? Which one? Okay.
What I was saying. But he's, I tell him. You see your kids every week. Got time, huh? He's here. I mean, he should go from very happy to.
Every other weekend.
Oh, yeah, he goes.
Yes.
A lot of time.
Mhm.
Yeah. I'm responsible for taking my kids to school. You know, feeding them, making sure they're doing the homework. And you got an 8-year-old who's doing homework. That's fine. I drop them off, I go check the gym. Usually.
Mhm.
JC kid.
Mhm. I go like 3 or 4 days. a week.
Wow.
I'm gonna start going now. ¿Qué onda, bro?
Bien.
¿Una gris?
No, ya me voy ahorita. I had an appointment in Compton. Stop by.
Close it?
No.
No, what do you mean? That's what. Close it before Monday.
So, ¿dónde vamos? ¿Dónde vamos ahí? ¿Dónde vamos a llevar el tempo?
Huh?
Did you see David's text message?
Mm.
You didn't see it? It was a group message. Check it out.
You did?
Yeah. So we're gonna take us up to.
Oh, for sure.
Dinner.
Yeah.
Oh, got it in?
¿Y qué pasó? I was like, I was lost. I was like,
Oh, bro.
big
Confusion. Because, you know, we rent that half and half of this place.
Yeah.
So he had already given to, thank you. So llego yo.
Thank you.
So I call Julio.
Bro, I text you.
It's what you just smile. So it worked out, bro.
Yeah, no, we know.
We got lucky because it's a big ass place.
That's it. That's all I do.
And it's
You need a
comfortable
little
too.
more
I guess it's different.
Yeah.
So that worked out really good.
Good. You guys, what time are you guys running to it? 3 o'clock?
Mhm.
So, okay. Ooh, my brother.
Keep it Tanya, she closing deals.
Yeah, I feel great. And then now we have a 2 o'clock on Zoom. That's good, Ken.
Good, man.
Right.
I'm gonna do a
When are you gonna
golfing.
go?
So I'll golf stuff with Jose. I like the way you just went. He wants to do it from 19 down.
I get off this
So
week.
I'll let you know so we can get some. I don't know how many people would take.
4:30.
Yeah, we get up by now on Monday or Tuesday. Lock on a date.
Yeah, porque no les he dicho la.
So they offer to sponsor to take our teachers. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, those guys take care of us. You said that, Jose?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, they're good. Yeah. Just the only thing is, I wish I did have a welcome call, but other than that, it's cool.
That's cool.
Well, I should have started.
Then did I switch to, I switched one to sunlight, but they only approved me for 45.
Yeah.
I'm a shock one.
And then someone took me for 80.
So I just want to do maybe like 2 sets of arms.
We got a lot
So,
of.
good.
Yeah.
The only thing right now, well, right now it's 30 pesos off. And I thought they were like, say, the other fees. But it is right.
Chest,
With nothing else, those two.
Leave that out for now.
No, no, I'm gonna do legs.
Pues ahí estamos, pues.
Thank you for showing up.
Bueno, for sure, man. For sure. And this is Rosie. She's on the team. She's always on the team.
Oh, good.
Yes, okay.
Good job, man. She was that house.
No, she's with
Yeah, no.
Oh, really?
Sooner and Char.
Oh, yeah.
It's starting, yeah.
It's dry.
It's dry now.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that's so hard.
Okay.
Yeah.
You went on. Mr. Robert?
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
yeah,
he's down there getting the replacement.
Oh, I know.
40, 50.
No. Which one? Do you have a supercharger on?
It's my thesis, I don't know, but those are really fast.
That's dangerous.
Yeah.
That's too fast, 40. Oh, that's where you went.
How fast was I going at the moment? Well, I was already like braking
Yeah.
and I lost control. So, I'm not like savvy on the whole right scooter, so I think
I promise you.
I'll get you.
My
your-
tire popped up. Okay. A long time ago. And before that, just. All right. You know, when they had a computer.
Yeah. I felt like this.
What time was it supposed to be the punch? My bad, let's see. Oh, the time. 5:30.
Like a week.
Right, right. There's been going out 40, 56, 86. They must be taking lunch too. Huh? Staying on. I wonder if they care.
He will.
Right now. Didn't make it.
Okay.
So the biggest system last week. Close to 15,000.
Cool.
The loan amount was just to use
Yeah, I need to start selling them myself. You're like off and on for a year.
Yeah, I got probably like 7 months, 6, 7 months. More of that.
I'm more like. But I think.
Well, I was on and I got off. Or like, lost my job. And I got back on that too much. For the QR code.
Yeah.
I had too many appointments. At two little places.
Reason why I'm like, you know,
I'm sorry.
I said, I literally just got back on.
Oh, okay.
So I'm like, I need to.
Mhm. And there's an in-person training there on Monday.
Well, I'm under JC.
Or you
I
work,
just,
or you work on Monday.
no, I
No, I'm saying, no, I'm self-employed. Yeah, Monday, yeah, JC's training, like in person. No, there's the Zoom one
Right, Monday, Monday in person. 11.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, guys, in like 2 minutes, we're gonna get started, okay? About 2 more minutes.
Drop off kids at school.
All of you on Zoom as well. We'll get roofing training going here in 2 minutes.
Let me ask you, so why did you leave the deal that you said?
That's training.
Because he, because.
We told her.
No. I used to train
How long did it go without a proposal?
And this is my HVAC guy. But I was like, you know what? If I knew how to work this, I would, I wouldn't know.
That's like a different caliber of customer. And you know, about each that, okay, you want something where it's, he knows what he wants. So.
Thank you, man. Keep your mind, brother. Thank you, man.
Not that anymore. I mean, if I went through kidney transplant, it was a long story, but it's all good.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yeah. Your property.
Little bit.
That's awesome. It's like buffalo sauce. More closer to a buffalo.
They have food for that. What? They have food for that. And people that food them, they went. When we were for appointment.
Yes, sir.
Do like 20
Documents completed.
Already.
Software.
Oh, see? Okay.
Signed by the customer.
Porque yo
Second one, this way. Wow.
yo estoy para
That's now, but
la mía familia para.
those documents, and I just got tagged to another one.
Thank you so much.
All right, everyone, we're gonna get started. If you don't mind, let's get situated here. Everyone on Zoom, if you're ready, coming back from lunch. So I want to introduce the next speaker, guys. This is really important. It's actually a pretty interesting story. So when I was at Solar City, a client of mine recently referred me to David's wife. And I was able to make a connection with Power. And now we have an amazing certified roofer with Power, right? So in your project handoff notes, you can actually request the roofer. And if it's available in their area, if we have enough bandwidth, these guys could actually be the ones to do the roof. So they're a fully onboarded Power roofer. You can leave in your project handoff notes a request if you'd like to use them. They're happy to connect with you. They brought samples. This is all very, very good knowledge to know. 20 to 30% of the roofs in our Southern California area need new roofs with solar. So this is something that you're going to see a lot of. And yeah, I just appreciate you guys being here, helping today. I'm sure we're going to see more of them. And without further ado, Sam and David with One Stop Roofing, if we could give it up for them, please. Here's your clicker. You should be good.
All right, man.
Yeah, and there's a microphone here.
All right. Do people on Zoom see me or they just see the slide?
We'll just hear you.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
fine.
you should be good.
Okay, very good. All right. So as you mentioned, my name is Sam. I'm actually a partner in the business. I'll give you a quick background about the company. So we started about 14 years ago. We are actually general contractors by trade, and then we developed the roofing division. The benefit for that for you guys is that in the event that it is not just a standard roofing job, perhaps we go out there and there's a major issue with the roof, perhaps it's dipping, or there's some major construction issues, we can handle that as well. So it's not just like, hey, that's out of my scope, we walk out. So basically 99% of the jobs we have absolutely no issues with managing it for you. I'll just go to the next one. So our mission really with this partnership is to enable you guys to sell more solar systems, because let's face it, everybody in this room is on Zoom. We're all salespeople, and our job is to make sure that you are better than the competition when you're talking to your clients. So how do we do that? So we offer you a 24-hour turnaround time on our quotes. I know with working with contractors out there, it's always hard to get a hold of them. They're delayed, they're not organized. We both come from corporate backgrounds. We know how to operate. We make sure that you receive your information on time and in a professional manner. So that's important. We offer free client visits. I know there are many times that actually your organization has offered us money to go visit the customer. We do not charge money to go visit the customer. So there are times perhaps you want that touch TV type of a presentation with the client, perhaps to have some special needs that they want to review with us. Just give us the address. We'll get in touch with them. We'll set up the appointment. We'll go on site and we present and we make sure that we address all their concerns. So no problem with client visits. There are many times that the reps have called us and they said, I'm sitting in front of a client, I have some questions. Call us. We get on the phone with them, with you on the line, and we make sure that those questions are answered on the spot, because we are there in front of them. You guys are there in front of them. You want to close a deal. We don't want to delay that process. So we are available. We do provide very professional proposals. So when they see our proposals, everything is lined up. We actually pull the reason for the delay on the proposals is actually it takes us about 4 to 5 hours to get back a report. The report is an 8-page report about the roof, the size, dimensions, everything's in there. It's very professional. The picture of their house. So when you present to that, they know exactly how it's measured, what the steepness of that roof is, everything about it. And that allows us to provide you with a very, very accurate report. And then we are salespeople. So salespeople, we don't have office hours, right? So just because it says 8 to 6 doesn't mean you cannot call me at 7:30. Doesn't mean you cannot call me on a Saturday or a Sunday. We get those calls all the time. Now, we don't have office hours, right? So do not hesitate. Your main man is going to be David. He passed around his business cards. If this presentation is going to be emailed to you, his contact information and my contact information is going to be at the last page there. So don't worry about, we know that clients cannot be necessarily during business hours, typically after hours or on weekends. No problem with that. Okay. And at the end of it really is you want to make sure that you deliver a quality project to your customer. So a lot of times we actually deliver such a good project, they actually go out there and give us 5-star reviews on Google, Yelp, and such. So that's another thing is perhaps your client is weary of who do you do business with? Who's your roofing company? Have them look us up, right? Say this is One Stop Roofing, go check them out, right? They go online, we have a lot of 5-star reviews, on Home Advisors, on Google, on Yelp and such. So, or even offer it up front, saying this is the company that I work with. These are the reviews of real customers. And that's important because last thing we want is an unhappy customer, because that's not going to look good. And then once we get the happy customer, then that's going to be more business for you down the line. So those are really important factors about how we conduct our partnership with Power. I'm going to give you a little bit of roofing 101 here when you guys are out there in the field. So basically, there are mainly 2 types of asphalt shingles. So the reason they call it asphalt shingles is because there is tar in there. There's some materials in there. They call it composition shingles. Use a terminology, but the word shingles is the common word out there. You will see the difference. These are typically 95% of the roofs in Orange County. Go with your standard shingles here on the left side. And then on the right side, those are called typically in the industry called presidential shingles. It's very easily visible when you go to the person's house. They kind of stand out, okay? Huh? They're thicker. So why the difference between the two? As you just mentioned, The main difference between the two is these are thicker materials. Well, why make the thicker material? This material is typically used in severe weather areas. So, you know, we have the hurricane in Florida still going on. There's a lot of hails in other states. In Orange County, we're blessed with this beautiful weather in LA area. We really need it. That costs more. There are inventory issues with typically with presidential. So 95% of the jobs that are requested are with standard shingles. They sometimes refer to as 3 tabs. You guys don't need to get into the nitty gritty of it. It just allows you to differentiate when you're out in the front of customers. Oh, you have the 3 tab with standard shingle versus the presidential. They're thicker, they're more defined.
Sorry, I have a question going back to, sorry to go backwards. You mentioned that you have a 24-hour turnaround time for a quote. Is that if we call you directly? Because like when I've done quotes for the hour, it's taking longer than 24 hours.
Yeah, that is if you contact us.
Okay.
Yeah.
So next time I just contact you.
You contact us, we create the quote, you know.
What
Power.
area do you service? Only Orange County?
No, it's LA,
Oh, good.
Inland Empire, and all the way up to Orange County. We do not go to San Diego,
Okay.
and we go all the way to Thousand Oaks. We just finished the project for you guys in Thousand Oaks.
What
The
about,
presidential is also really good for like high wind areas.
Correct.
Because like you say, like Ontario, Rancho Cucamonga, Fontana, that area there where they get really.
Yes, it is about a 20% premium on the cost.
what about you service like the high desert, like Lancaster, Palmdale, California City,
So,
Victorville?
yeah,
Raleigh?
the answer is yes. We have added travel adders to the proposal.
To those areas.
Yeah, Palm Desert. We have the job going on. in
If it's
Palm
too
Desert.
far, put the travel adder
Yeah.
on your proposal.
Put your travel adder in there, yeah. We typically don't like to drive them back and forth, so we'll take care of a hotel for them, so they can, be fresh on the job every day, for the duration.
I
Yes.
had a client, they asked me about a cool roof.
Yes,
Is that it right
they're all cool roofs.
Oh, they're all cool.
They're all cool. So what we then, so what we provide power is all cool roof. And then so cool roof has another technical term called Title 24. And that is what's required in LA. And all the permits, and when we apply for the permit, they ask for that. There's a thing called CRC number, and we provide that information to the city, so that gets us approval on the permit. But yes. All right, so those are two, and then we do tile work as well. So typically, again, there are 2 types of tiles out there. These are, you see a lot of this in Orange County on the left. These are what they call S-shaped tiles. And on the right, they're more flat. Those could be a lightweight or a regular weight concrete. You don't need to know the details of it, but what you want to just pay attention, if the customer has currently shingle roof and they wanted to go ahead and move into a concrete roof, there may be weight issues, okay? And there may be structural engineering required for that. So try to shy away from that. If somebody says, I want to go into a tile roof, and you want to say it's possible, but the city might require some structural engineering work, because a regular shingle roof is 300 pounds per 100 square foot. A concrete tile is 700 pounds, so it's more than double the weight that you're putting on your roof. So that might cause damage, might crack the walls and such. So typically you have concrete, switch it with concrete, you have shingles, switch it. You can go the other way. If you have concrete, you can go with shingles, but then most likely there's some HOA issues around that. HOA are favorite friends out there, right? So those are the typical types of concrete tiles that you see out there. We do them all. There are different projects that we do with concrete, which I will review for you right now as well.
What about wood?
So the
Wood tile, like wood, like a.
wood shake is wood shake. So that's pretty much out. Nobody does wood shake anymore.
So if I have a customer that has wood shake, because you see a lot here in Downey as well, what would be the solution for that?
Asphalt shingles.
Asphalt shingle.
Yeah.
Even though it's heavier, or is it about the same?
It's about the same. It's about the same. And then what's important with wood shake, which I will also show here, is that typically there's no plywood underneath those wood shakes, okay? So what happens is when we see that, we need to make sure that we have the price for resheathing, which basically means putting new plywood underneath that. Yeah, underneath that. Yeah, yeah. So
300 pounds for 100 square feet.
Yeah.
How much for
700.
it's 700.
Oh, wow. For the concrete.
More than double.
Yeah, it's more than, yeah. So what is the process? So let's say we want to start a roofing job, right? What is the process? Just for you guys to know. The first thing we do is we need to go to the city and apply for a permit. Okay, that's number one. Okay. Then what we do is we schedule tear off. Okay, tear off basically means our crew will go out there. We take our dump truck and we start tearing off all the material that's on that current roof. Okay. We take care of the disposal fee, so the customer does not have to worry about that, because that is a big element on cost. It's the disposal fees, because we pay by the weight. Okay, so we haul everything, we put a tarp around. The day that we typically finish a tear off in one day, the roof at that point has no materials on it. It's down to plywood, and at the end of the day, the entire perimeter of the house is clean. So we leave it the way we found it. Okay. Then what happens is, after we have applied for the permit, there are two schedules made for the city with the city inspector. What the city inspector does, they will show up to the site and they want to make sure that that plywood is healthy to take on a new roof. Okay, that's their first job. So they'll come out and they take a look at the sheeting. Since we know that, at the day of the tear off, we make sure that all the plywood that's damaged is replaced. Is it plywood or shiplaps? Doesn't really matter. We know how it works. So the day, because we do not want to fail that first inspection, because we want to start our job. Okay. Also at that point, all the material would have been loaded on top of that house, because again, the roofing inspector will look at the permit, make sure the cool roof matches his information, all that. So they check the decking and they check the material that's delivered. Okay. And then once the roof is off, what we do is we change all the flashing around all the vents. So there are lots of pipes on houses. They're going to your bathrooms and such. There's a metal piece, it's called the flashing. It's like an apron that goes around us to prevent the water. We don't reuse those. We tear all that off. New flashing goes on and reseal. Okay, so all the flashing. And then we also change all the air vents because it looks nicer. It's better. You know, we're not going to go cheap on them because, you know, they're getting a new roof for another $200 in cost. Let's do it right, right?
Sorry, quick question to interrupt you.
Yeah.
So I have a current customer that the flashing is the part that is not part of the roof. It's technically like a small section that comes out of the roof, right? That's what you're talking about, right?
No, the flashing is so you have, if this is a pipe, for example, if this is a pipe, the flashing is like an apron that goes around this pipe and it goes on your roof. Maybe what you're talking about is a metal piece that's on the side of the roof. Is that what you're talking about? That is
like so they just say like there's the roof.
Yeah.
And then there's another part that comes out, maybe like about a foot comes out. Do you guys replace that too or no?
So that's the starter board.
That's a fascia. There you go.
Oh, fascia. Okay, yes. That's the wood.
Right.
Talking about the wood. Yes, we do all that work as well. Those are extra.
Okay, got it.
Those are extra. And those are typically the clients that want to visit with us. You know, because they say, you know, I have some fascia work. I want somebody out here so you can assess it. Give me a separate bid because it's not the entire house, it's a corner or the garage or the whole thing. So at that point, we go out there and measure it, and then we provide you with what that fascia would be.
Right, I had to take care of the cost for the customer because we didn't discuss that in the original plan.
Mhm.
And there's like additional $800 for that, just like for like section like this here.
Yeah, it's extra.
So when you give us a quote, that already includes any wood damage?
So when we do it, it typically would include about 2 to 3 plywoods can get changed if it's a large number. The way we've done it with power is we have requested a change order.
So is it always better to add like a buffer to request and you add like $1,000 or $1,500 as a cushion,
It won't be that much, but I think $500 covers
as
it.
a cushion?
Yeah, $500 definitely covers it.
Our roofing proposals, when you request it in solo or with roofing department, has a buffer of $50 of margin per square. That's usually like around $1,000 or $1,500 of margin. Our contract also stipulates $125 per sheet of OSB plywood, so it's $125 a sheet. So it is smart to maybe increase the price $200 and then let the homeowner know we can take care of a few sheets if needed, and then beyond that will be a change order. You have to get really good at knowing what you're selling on the roofs or what's being asked of, because big change orders can happen. And you have to set that expectation. A lot of their wood is garbage. You're talking about $2,000 to $3,000 change orders sometimes. And yeah, you have to know about the fascia that's on it also.
So if we give them a cushion and let's say they don't use all that extra cushion, that's a change order where they have to get a rebate.
That's up to you to change order it down or just take it to your.
Just keep it.
Yeah, I would just sell it with the buffer and then.
Yeah.
That's your commission.
Color and your commission.
But keep in mind, three sheets of plywood usually equals about a square.
Yeah.
On your roof too, so that's something to notate when you're talking about, changing out your plywoods or the sheathing. It's 3 to equal to 1.
Good point, because they're 8 by 4, so that's 32 square feet, so 3 of those close to 100.
Oh, yeah, when you guys say like per square, that was a question that I had. How? what is
100.
Yeah, 10 by 10.
Yeah.
It's
10 by
100
10.
feet basically. but 10
So
by 10.
like a 20 square house is 2,000 square foot.
Got it, so 10 by 10. Interesting.
Yeah.
So it goes by squares.
Depends
So-
on the tilt or the pitch, right? But that's an easy way to.
Yeah,
That's a good rule of thumb.
Yeah, we just try to do something
Yeah.
mathematically simple so that everybody can just at
Makes
least
sense.
But
understand
when we
what
get
a
our
square is.
reports, we get the exact, doesn't regardless of the tilt or the pitch, we get that surface area.
Now, question, when you guys do a clay tile,
Mhm.
what is a process? So when I explain to a customer that has clay tile, obviously clay tile is expensive, right? They're not necessarily doing a roof job because they need a roof. They're doing a roof job because that's what that particular, so what is it that goes into removing the clay tile so we can put panels?
Yeah, so I'll get to that if you don't
Yeah.
mind.
Oh, yeah.
You jump around here,
Yeah,
I think
no
that's the
problem.
next
I'll
one.
get to that.
So we'll get to that.
Definitely,
Yeah.
definitely. So basically.
have some question.
And obviously the shingle gets laid on top of the roof. And then we paint all the vents and all the pipes to match the color of the roof. So it makes it look aesthetically nice. And then we ask for the final inspection. The guy comes and he signs off on the final inspection card. We hand the final inspection card to the customer. That's theirs to keep. We take a picture of it because we have to send it to your organization. There are actually 3 sets of pictures that we have to send to your organization. One is when we tore off the roof and we're down to plywood. The second is when we have the underlayment installed. That is a material, it's a synthetic material that we use, it's waterproof. And then the final roof and then the inspection card. We submit that to your organization with our invoice. Okay.
I have a question.
Areas of concern. So you were talking about wood shake here. So typically on a wood shake roof is if you look from underneath and if you really want to do our job, you can go to the garage. All you need to do is to go to the garage. And once you see if these beams have so much gap between them, that's a red flag, okay? That basically tells us, and if you see the discoloration, those are wood shakes. What that means is when I tear off that asphalt shingle on top of that roof, I'm gonna be ending up with this guy on the left, okay? Which basically means that roof is gonna need new plywood all over it, okay? So these are very important, yes.
The customer asked me what size is the wood, or what kind of wood, or what size is the wood that would be getting installed.
Yeah, so what we do is we use what is called a radiant barrier OSB. What a radiant barrier is, it on one side of it, it looks like aluminum foil, okay? It's that looking material. The reason we do that is because that helps with the heat. So since we're redoing it, we don't go cheap, we go a little, that's the highest level of OSB that is in the market. So we might as well give them a little bit of insulation. Okay, so we use the radiant barrier, and you can look it up at Home Depot. It's called radiant barrier. It's what it's called.
Jonathan has a question.
Yes.
I just want to point out too, guys, on the wood shake here, like you said, in the garage or the attic, you can look up and see it. And like cedar wood shake is another word, I think, for it. But if you didn't notice, he referred to ripping off the shingles first. So a lot of wood shake is not always visible from the outside. Like some roofers actually put shingles on top of it.
Absolutely.
And when you look at that kind of roof, it doesn't look super firm, like it's got a little bit of wave in it.
It's a little bit of
So a
wave.
really good solar pro, when they walk up to a house, if the roof looks spongy or wave, let me look in your garage, let me look in your attic, let me look up and see, because there's a chance that we have to rip off your whole freaking roof.
Or call us in.
Plus
Yeah,
there's
just call
adders
us in.
for
Or call-
multiple layers, you know what I mean? If somebody's got 3 layers up there, 2 asphalt.
You
The
were just
reason
there the other day.
yeah, the reason there are adders there is because it costs us more to dispose that material. So
Yeah.
that's like disposing three roofs
layers,
versus
more
one
labor,
roof.
more-
Correct. So and there are times that we just move on. You know, we don't stop for calling you guys just because it's 2 layers and stuff. We just move on and get the job that's cost us less to do it that way. So that's basically, this is an important slide. I just want to show it to you. If you do have time, take a look at the garage. You kind of look at. So why is that slide now? So basically, this is what it's going to look like once we tore off the house. We're down to the plywood though. That material there, I just want to show it to you guys, because if you have customers, like for example in Riverside and such, or in the desert, it gets hot. We do offer another material. This is a roofing insulation. So that goes in addition to your underlayment. That material reduces the heat from the asphalt, from the material to the plywood by 30%. Wow. So it's a huge thing. So now why am I mentioning that? Because you guys want to differentiate yourself from your competition. So the more you know about these things, and it's like, oh, you guys have cool roof. Yeah, we do have it. But in addition, we can also talk to you about this insulation product that we have. So now you're differentiating yourself from the other sales guy that's also trying to sell a roof and who's not consulting. We have sample materials that we can provide you, or go to the customer, or send you to the website for that material. It's called low-E. You can go look at it.
What if the customer asks to see the material? Can I feel the material?
Yes.
How do we go about that?
So we can provide you with like a sales kit, okay, which has all this in it. It has a small sample of the insulation. It has a sample of the underlayment, so they can actually try to tear it off. You see it has the brochure in it. Yeah. So I think that's the best way is to have sales kits available in your bag of tricks. Yes.
So I have a quick question.
Yeah.
I didn't hear right, but did you say it saves you 30% of energy?
It reduces 30%. Reduces the heat by 30%.
So let's say during the summertime, like when people, like let's say a house that doesn't have it, they're blasting the AC more. So does that mean like they get power savings? So now they
Exactly.
Yeah,
Major.
That's why he was talking about it's beneficial for you to talk
$2,000 to $3,000 a year.
Yeah.
$2,000 to $3,000 a year in reduction.
And what is the average cost more for that versus a traditional standard?
$125 a square. So not a lot. Yeah. So for a regular house, about $2,500, $3,000.
It pays itself in a year.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's good. It was this mess over here.
Yeah.
He's quick.
Yeah. It does.
Got to count these commissions.
Oh. Down to the pennies.
But it helps lower the signature of the house.
Okay. So now I'm slowly getting to your area. So what are the tile projects? Okay, one of the tile projects that we do is we call it compound or picture frame is the typical language that's used. So a lot of times that you go and want to sell a solar system and the customer has tiles. Tile is very hard to work with. A lot of tiles get broken by the solar installers walking.
Clay tile or like, just to differentiate.
Either one. Either one. Yeah, either one. Also, you have to use different materials on tiles versus asphalt shingles. So the material piece, your racks and stuff are different. So we offer this solution for a lot of solar companies like this is a picture frame. So what it's gonna look like here's for example, one of our clients. So what we do is we remove the tiles, just as you see. We install asphalt shingles up there. You can see the kind of light gray around the panels. So that area now, so what we've done, so step one on the bottom left corner, we remove the tiles. We put the asphalt shingles up. You go and install your solar panels on top of the asphalt shingles, which is a lot easier, okay? And you're not gonna be breaking any tiles by doing that. Then we go back and we put all the tiles around your panels. So it's aesthetically very nice looking. Also, it doesn't stick up, and it's easier for you guys to install it for your installers, and they're not gonna be breaking any tiles in the process. So that is also another project that's available to you. Other thing, like you mentioned about the tiles, a lot of tiles have a lifetime warranty because they're tiles that don't go bad, really. What goes bad is the underlayment, is the paper that's under it. Typically, those papers last about 20 years, okay? So I would say about 95% of the customers that you're dealing with, most likely, they've never changed that, okay? So you do want to educate them that this is the time to do it because you really can't do
So
it
at
later.
that point, we could say, we'll do a lift and lay on the west of the house.
Yes.
And do the comp out in that area.
You can, exactly. That's one way of selling it.
Right on.
Yeah, that's one way of saying it.
Add that all into the contract.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty good.
Mhm. Yeah, we actually at the appointment I went for in 1,000 Oaks, Collins. Exactly that situation is we're doing that exact scenario. Is changing all the paper, but instead of putting all the tiles back on, the areas that the solar panels are gonna go, we were laying asphalt shingles and then installing the panels and then picture frame. So like, did that answer your question on that? Okay,
absolutely.
so those are the typical projects when we're dealing with tile. They don't need to change their tile. We don't recommend them to change it. They might have a few broken ones. We always can get them and just replace them.
Plus, you're gonna have the extra ones
You're gonna have
from the.
That's another
comp out.
benefit of that.
There's a harvest.
That's another benefit of it. Exactly. We can take those tiles that we don't need and replace it with a broken one. So it kind of evens out for the customer. Yeah. So that's the picture framing. We do a lot of these projects.
And offering what you just said makes us more of a complete consultant, right? Because I'm identifying a problem that they may have, like, yeah, that's true, that paper underneath hasn't been changed in 20 years.
Yeah.
Why don't you just let us do the whole thing? Well, we're already up there anyways, as you mentioned, right?
Yeah.
And so.
Yeah.
You just don't,
Mo-
you're
most
already
solar
on the
pros do
operating
that.
table.
Right.
Exactly.
Switch everything over.
And that's the repaper. So basically we remove all the tiles, we change all the paper and we put the tiles back on. Very nice.
But also it's a benefit because, I believe that you guys do the rebate, so they get some benefits
That's
there
right.
by
Yeah.
doing that pretty much for free in a sense.
That's a big deal that your
That's
30% you can.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it paper or is it like a synthetic underlying?
So with tile jobs is a paper, it's a 30-pound paper. What they have today is one layer. We don't do one layer, we do two layers. Okay, so we just make that standard policy, to install 2 layers of that 30-pound paper for tile.
So we don't use the synthetic underlayment on the tile?
No, typically not. But we can. There's no price difference. Or we can do one of each. We can do the synthetic on the bottom and then put tape on the top. We can have those conversations with the customer yourself. It makes absolutely no cost difference.
As far as permits, I have a client that has like a 800 square foot extra den.
Yeah.
That's unpermitted, which wants
Yeah.
to re-roof.
Yeah.
How do we go about that? Can we do the whole roof or we can only work on the roof that's permitted in the city?
So typically, what?
I'm just taking a deep breath. I'm taking a deep breath. You better say this correctly. Or else you don't record it.
Can we? Yeah, can we turn this on?
No, you didn't hear it from us.
We can mute you. We can mute it for this part.
No, but I do have an answer. I do have an answer for you because we deal with it all the time. So typically, the way we would like to address that is to go to the city and get that permit. Okay, if we go to the city and get that permit, we're good. Okay,
Yeah.
it will be caught at the time of the permit because they will look at it and says, wait a minute, this is, we don't, this is an unpermitted because we
But
have a
sometimes it
situ-"
doesn't.
Yeah, so because the inspector, he's a roofing inspector. Right, it's a different caliber, right? They're not gonna go around and say, let me see if this area is permitted or not. They're gonna come, the deck is good, the material matches my information, I gotta go to the next appointment. Right.
Interesting.
They're there, yeah, the ladder's secure, yeah. It's like a 5-minute stop because those guys have about 20 inspections to do, okay? So it's interesting because we have a case right now that we got their permit and the solar could not get the permit because he had unpermitted properties. How that happened, I have no idea. But we have that case right now. We're just sitting.
That's a risky business.
There's an ADU.
Yeah.
He had more than an ADU. Yeah. But yeah.
Some extra.
But yeah, but yes, that has.
Yeah, the 80 us.
Quick question. So let's just say this scenario, I'm just thinking off the top of my head because I've come to this situation, especially like in where I'm at. So let's just say we can only install the solar where it's permitted.
Yeah.
So let's just say we're installing just like, let's just say the part, like the front part of the house, right?
Yes.
We're doing the re-roof in the front part of the house.
Yes.
There is a part in the back that is unpermitted.
Yes.
Technically, can we just go back, finish the roofing part after, like the unpermitted part, but we're just taking care of the permitted
We
part
can,
first?
yeah.
Okay, so that's a different scenario, how we could kind of.
Yeah, I mean, for small jobs, we're in and out,
Yeah.
you know, one day.
Yeah.
So, you know, we can kind of fly under the radar and all those situations.
Okay.
Just to comment on that, I mean, depending on the city, if there's anything unpermitted and the inspector is having a bad day and wants to catch it, like there is a risk. no matter what.
It's always been.
There's a
Certain-
risk.
Certain things don't always get brought up mostly, but you know, there's still always a little bit of a risk.
Yeah.
What I did want to ask is, I wasn't sure if Lewis's question was referring to just doing the roofing on that unpermitted part. Because like, if you're doing less than 40% of an entire house or 60%, or it might be jurisdiction specific, but you don't always have to get a permit, right? Like if you're doing a partial roof.
So yes,
A
you're.
repair versus a replace. right?
It's a hard rule because each city operates differently. So what happened, as a matter of fact, we're driving up talking about that because there was a situation where another organization did a piece of that unpermitted. So we've done that. And then when the inspector showed up and then the panels were on, they were like, where is the permit for this piece of the roof? So what we had to do is we had to take everything off, right?
Wow.
We had to take everything off, show him that everything's okay. I mean, that guy was just being difficult, but we had to do it and then put it back. That happened 3 different times, okay? And then at that point, we're like, done, we're not doing this anymore. Everything is, we're gonna apply for a permit, which makes our job a lot harder because getting a permit takes a lot of time. Waiting for the inspector takes a lot of time, right? And then the final. So it really adds a lot of hours and that's our biggest cost is time on.
Let me tell you,
Yeah.
one thing is the city and another thing is the inspector. Because in the same city, you deal with 3 or 4 different inspectors and each of them works different.
You're right.
So that there's no rule, there's no way to confirm.
That's why. That's why we just made a rule that every job we do, even if it's 5 square job, we go get the permit because it's not worth it.
What is the worst case scenario if you can't get the permit? Because I don't want the customers afraid that.
We won't do the job. If we can't get the permit, the job's
They're
not
not
gonna
gonna
start.
make her knock down that unpermitted
No,
structure.
no.
Because that's what she's afraid of. The backfire,
Well-
so she can't do it.
50-50. It depends on the
Yeah.
inspector, again.
Yeah.
You just have every
Oh, yeah.
city, you have different inspectors.
Oh, yeah.
West Covina.
If he woke up and somebody pissed in his pocket, you're just gonna have a pissed off inspector, you know? It's just. Yeah, you get a bottle around, you know, like a Stella Rosa, he might say, yeah, it's done. It varies
Yeah,
out
it's,
there.
it's, you know, if they're worried about that, then I would keep them worried. I wouldn't sue.
And what
them.
about, what if we just try to put the panels on the front of the house where,
Mhm.
where
it's
it is
permitted.
permitted? And
Yeah.
the roof is done only on the front.
Yeah, and we get that permit specific to that
Right,
area.
it's only
Yeah, only that section.
Look at the electrical.
Yeah.
Of course, the
We'll
panel.
look at the electrical.
They're gonna check the
It
panel.
Depends where that's at. And some cities are using aerial GPS satellite imagery now. If that patio wasn't there, they might call it
Oh,
out
yeah.
before they're even on site.
It took us 2 years to
Yeah.
fix a problem like that.
Yep.
I know. Because
Well,
they usually go,
2 years.
oh yeah, we just gotta fix because they go and check the panel on the back of the house. And they are there.
So,
They have drones,
yeah, so
unfortunately.
I've let a lot of deals go where I tell the customer, look, you're at a risk. It may not happen, but it may also happen. So, you know, a lot of other companies are gonna just slam you in and keep going. And, you know, if you get in trouble, you get in trouble and, you know, they're done. So I leave it. I had some customers, very few that say, okay, let's try it anyways. And some say no and just move on to the next.
yeah, that's how I say, don't sue the
Yeah.
problem. So yes,
Yeah.
there is an issue.
Mhm.
You know, before I close up, I just want to talk a little bit about the material that we use because that's also can be very valuable in your sales pitch. So the material, and I try to pass on brochures to everybody. If not, grab some at the front. So this is pretty important because this is the #1 material for asphalt shingle in the industry. Also saying that not everybody can sell this product. There's a big name out there called Owens Corning. Home Depot sells it, right? Anybody can become an Owens Corning dealer by just buying Owens Corning. Malarkey does not work that way, and that's why we work with Malarkey. But that's not the main reason. There's several very, very beneficial factors about this product. So your customers are going solar for mainly 2 reasons. One is obviously reduce the electricity cost down to 0. But then there's a lot of eco-friendly things around it that people like. They want to go, you know, clean air. They don't want to, reduce coal and such. So this product has a lot of eco-friendly benefits to it, which you want to really push. Again, differentiating yourself from your competition. So if you go to page 2, this page of this particular brochure, these guys don't see it. You guys on the Zoom can go to malarkey.com and read this stuff. So if you see on the innovation side, what is used in the manufacturing of this product are, as you can see, there are tires. You can see tires there, and you can see plastic bottles there. So this, by buying a Malarkey roof, you will reduce the number of tires and plastic bottles that end up in the landfill. Okay, so you're supporting the environment that way. And as you can see, the brochure has a lot of green around it because they're a very green company. So, and we are too. So what happens if you look at those tires on the right, those tires get ground up, they get crushed to very, very fine powder that gets used in the manufacturing process. So the benefit that you get is this is the only rubberized material out there compared to oxidized. What does that mean? If I go to your car and I take a nail and I stick it in your tire, that tire is not going to crack and burst. What's going to happen is that tire is going to grab around that nail, okay, and slowly, or maybe not even any air coming out. Why is this beneficial for you guys other than the eco-friendly of it? Is when you guys put your bolts into this product to install your solar panels, that material grabs around those bolts. The oxidized material, which is everything else other than Malarkey, cracks around those bolts.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's what happens. So there's a big benefit. That's why a lot of solar companies like this product. That is a big feature about this particular product. So the nails, anything that gets pulled on, it seals it automatically.
Without question.
I'm sorry.
There's 2.
Yeah,
How does price compare to the?
they're the same.
Same.
Same price.
The power already has
Yeah, so Owens Corning and the cost on Owens Corning and the cost of The big players are Owens Corning, GAF, but there are YouTube videos out there. If you have 20 minutes to spare, that you can look at. It's 2021 shingle review. You can go there and they'll tell you exactly. They compare about 9 different manufacturers. Yes.
I used to sell Corning roofs,
Mhm.
and one thing they offered was like a 30-year roof warranty because they did the whole synthetic lining, which
Yeah.
protector and the whole works.
Mhm.
What's the warranty like on standard?
40 years.
40 years.
Yeah, 40. Nice document. And in addition, what you can tell your customers is when you sold your Owens Corning roofs and there was a problem, the customer typically would have to contact the dealer. The way this company works is when we sell the roof, we register that roof with Malarkey and they get a confirmation email from Malarkey. The benefit for that is, let's say they cannot find us in 8 years or whatever, or the guy sells his house, he doesn't know
That's
what
the best thing is it's to the house.
is to the house.
So if they sell the house is still registered. It's still
Exactly.
covered, even if they didn't get the paperwork passed
Exactly.
to them.
That's one good thing about the warranty. Also, it's a non-prorated warranty, just like car tire. You take your car tire, there's a problem with it. They say, well, you use 30% of your tire, I'm going to give you 70% credit. This does not work that way. It's a non-prorate. So it doesn't matter how many years it's been on the roof, it's fully covered. So that's the warranty piece of it. Then another really cool feature.
One more question.
I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. I gotta keep looking at.
So, I had this customer, he quoted me that he has a lifetime warranty with the roofer for his roof.
Yes.
So it benefited him to go solar.
Yes.
And then he contacted the roofing company and told them, if you go solar, that warranty is voided as soon as they put solar in.
Okay, that's not the case with Malarkey.
That's the
So,
advantage of
so
these
that's
things.
with Malarkey, just Malarkey.
It covers.
But is that standard for other companies? Like if they just say they got their roof maybe like 2-3 years ago or recently.
Yes.
Just hypothetically saying, then I door knock on the door and then they tell me, oh, I just got my roof, cool. Let's put solar, and then they contact the roofing company and they just tell them, okay, you put solar in your house, your warranty is voided because you put solar in your house.
No. That's a
So,
good
I
point.
mean, this would probably be a good one for Jonathan to
Yes.
answer. So if that was the case and we sold them solar and they got the warranty, then that gives them the protection for penetration and everything else along that line, right?
You guys also provide that piece.
Yeah, I missed that one. But yeah, wherever we penetrate in those areas, roof warranty is void, and now we pick up the warranty in those areas.
Okay, see what I'm saying?
And how long is that warranty?
30 years.
30 years.
30 if you have the solar power.
Okay, so one feature as well that this product has that no other manufacturer offers, if you go to the next page, this one here on the right side, where it says environment. So the actual granules, those are the little pebbles on the asphalt shingles. They're made by 3M for this organization. As you know, 3M is a very reputable organization. But what this offers is these are smog reducing granules. No other manufacturer offers it. So basically your entire roof becomes a filtration system. So if you live in a smoggy area and such, what it does, it takes the smog in the sky and it converts into water molecules and it actually drips off your roof. Okay, so with a large house, and that's basically what a tree does. A tree filters that. And that's why they got pictures of trees here. So you can tell your customer with the size of the roof that you have, that is similar to planting about 4 to 6 trees around your house. That's what this roof will do. Yeah. So nobody else offers. Again, you want to differentiate yourself from your competition. Those are the main features. Everything else pretty much the same. But I just want to point out, if you're taking this brochure with you, just point those areas out about taking stuff off the landfill and then getting a smog reducing granules, which no other material today, I don't know about tomorrow, somebody might take it off, but right now, that is, we are unique in that area.
We're trying to help you just you know, again, differentiate yourself, right? Because you have so much competition out there. So what do you do that are different? Yeah. And these are little key things that we keep on trying to throw at you, because we came from the sales side. He and I came from the sales side, so we understand what you guys are doing and how you guys operate in terms of the mind of a sales rep. Because I've done it for 25 years. I'm a sales rep today still. So I understand what helps me differentiate myself and why would you want to go with me versus that guy over there. And little things like this points that out. And also help you secure if you in a bid where, you know, you're looking, you know, you guys are neck to neck, but you know, you're trying to hold on to a certain margin. This also helps because you can say, hey, did that guy have an equal friendly, you know, roof, or does mine have an equal friendly roof? Now, depending on what that customer is mindset is, right? If they environmentally, you know, then they could push the hot button. It can again help you hold on to some certain margin that you're looking for to put more pennies to your pocket.
I just have a question. You guys don't go to San Diego. Do you have anybody that you know that uses this material or that you can refer?
In San Diego, yes, we have a partners.
I'll get.
So all of this, like, I know a lot of our presentations are, you know, virtually. You guys have a link where they can check this out?
Yeah, just go to the site.
Yes.
Malarkey.com.
I would just want to add real quick, you could definitely screenshot the website, put it in your presentation, but just keep in mind, it's if you request this roofer and you get them, then that's what they use.
Yeah,
A lot of power does use Owens or GAF or whatever else. Is that-
And other roofing companies. Yeah. We're okay with that right now. Yes.
So on the project notes, we can add a request you as a roofer, and then can we contact you also?
Yes,
'Cause right now the
we
issue
encourage
I'm
you.
having is,
Yeah, we encourage you.
I have several jobs where I can't even contact the roofer, so I don't even know what's going on. So,
Sorry, the one thing I'll add on that, they don't mind it now until they get up to their ears.
Yeah.
Busy and 1,000 reps are bugging them on the craziest things, but I just want to add to that, that they only, it gets a little messy if they say they're gonna do something, you ask something, and then power doesn't get aware, the PM doesn't get aware, and the cost doesn't get, so just be aware, like you, when there's 2 or 3 communications, it can get, they're great, but you always try to stick within power for most things and communicate whatever they say back.
When you go in and request a roofing proposal, you can send an email, because your project's gonna get delayed if you get a roofing proposal anyway, and they'll email you, so just request before, in that email with roofing, for that.
well, even then, it's,
After you sell the job, I don't know, if anything before that doesn't make sense. I don't think.
Yeah,
Once it's
yeah,
sold
once
in the
it's- once all the
project
paperwork's
handoff,
done.
let's put the request.
I saw the power training, the power knowledge, that it says that roofs can grow algae. How does malarkey like combat against that?
So there are special shingles if you are in an environment that would be prone to algae. They have Scotch Guard material, which is protects against algae.
You'll sometimes see that like on north facing, maybe a little higher tilt, doesn't get as much sun, sometimes concrete tile, like it might get some of that, right?
Yeah, man.
You could pressure wash.
Exactly.
Is there a big difference between regular roof and presidential roof?
Yes, there's about 20%.
20%. Oh, 20%. Nice.
Anything else, guys, for them?
And the last slide is really our contact information. So if you do send out this presentation to your team, our contact information. This, I don't know why this came out.
It got condensed.
Because of the screen.
The screen.
So he has business cards. I have my business cards.
So David, are you David?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, David's gonna be your main point of contact.
venía
But regardless, if you need help out there, we are helping. It doesn't matter if the job ends
No,
up with
digo
us
que
or
ya
not.
ven-
You know, like I say,
perdón,
we
pero
are
que
here
te iba
to
a
empower
cancelar,
yourself.
que ya venía.
So through that,
Yo no sabía, ¿qué
we
te
have
dijo?
very good relationship with Power. We've been on. There's a lot of things going on with Power in regards to the partnership. We just had a call with them last week. So I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to narrow down the scope of companies that they're working with to get more quality work out of it.
You guys did one of my jobs in Placentia and they were very happy.
Oh, yeah? God bless.
Yeah, you
Hey, you should do it.
No, you guys have done a couple of my jobs.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
I just never knew you guys. I just saw the one stop. I'm like, cool.
Just a quick question.
Yes.
It's not, I mean, so have you heard of the spray that you put on shingles to make them so that they last longer? I just sort of obviously-
I have. I don't know a whole lot about it, to be honest with you. Yeah, but
Gotta
I
be careful if it's China.
Yeah.
It's called.
It seems.
I don't know. Okay.
It does add a few years. I've heard mixed reviews. You can do it 2 or 3 times. It's supposed to extend the life. It can be sprayed on.
It's like a seeder.
With solar, yeah.
It's like a
I've
seeder.
heard mixed reviews. I'm not sure.
Okay. look it up.
Glenn Massimillo is a partner of them.
Okay.
Yeah, so you guys need help on presentations or materials.
One last
let us
question,
know.
from when we sign the contract, how long does it usually take you guys to start a job?
2 to 3 weeks.
2 to 3 weeks.
2 to 3? Oh, that's.
And a lot of it is the permit.
Yeah.
Permit.
Getting the inspector out there.
Yeah.
Some cities are difficult. Whittier, Garden Grove's a disaster.
West
Why-
Covina?
Huh?
Yeah, West Covina is-
Yeah. So it's really getting the inspector out there, you know, so we go apply for the permit. When can you go out there? You know, some say I can be there next week, some say I can be there in 4 weeks. So we have to wait, but we typically finish our jobs within 3 weeks.
We want it done as much as you guys want it done to get that solar up there. So, and we want to get paid as well. So trust us.
But I thank you for your time, man, fitting us in this schedule. I
Yeah,
appreciate
you
it.
guys are
Yeah,
great.
thank you, Jonathan. More of the brochures out there.
I'll leave them out.
Yes, please.
We'll get out of your way.
Pleasure, everybody. Looking forward to talking to all of you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. See you.
All right.
Take care, you guys.
How's everyone feeling so far? Was that helpful?
Yes.
Pretty cool stuff. Nice.
I got a question.
Today your ambassador.
Currently on tile,
Currently
currently on tile, right now, power is.
Yes. Sorry, go for it.
Okay, currently on tile, if the roof is maybe 4 or 5 years, brand new, the power will remove it and put it on the panels.
So are you referring to like just standard weight concrete tile, typical concrete tile?
Well, but always a tile, you know, with the weight.
There's S or W.
Yeah, okay, so how do they put it on top?
Are you asking about standard weight concrete tile?
Yeah, because they remove those tiles, because you know those weights like.
So
Depends on the material.
Yeah, so some concrete tiles are flat, some concrete tiles are S, and some
Yeah,
concrete
yes.
tiles are W. But those were what we call standard weight. They can be worked with as they are. They showed you like a comp out recessed install. That's when you have an extremely lightweight, delicate tile or like a clay tile. That's when you do the extra work. That's when you do the extra work, yeah. It's called picture frame recessed. I have more pictures of it. Spanish clay tile, yeah, so you would remove it. On normal concrete tile, most of the concrete tile roofs out there, that one, you don't have to remove it. You just have an extra clamp. So they do take up a tile, they drill into the rafter, they double seal it, and then it sticks out. They put the tile back, and now they have a mounting that they attach the racking to. So yeah, you don't have to remove it.
Are there other solar companies, bro, that do something like that with clay tile?
Yeah, I've seen a few. Like, let's say you can do it from a ladder, you don't have to get all on top of the roof, or somehow they are able to not break them. Maybe they have a whole bunch of extra ones. So I've seen 1 or 2 companies do it without removing it. I don't know how, but that's not the proper way to do it. That's concrete tile. Yeah,
So we just clamp it like you just said right now?
yeah.
And
So I
make sure
have-
you put the concrete tile adder,
So I
which I think we're gonna cover right now, right?
I have another roofing training, like on my YouTube.
Okay.
And it's like how to know what roofs you're working with, because you really have to do that. And you really should be using a mentor that's done hundreds of deals like that, knows how to catch it right away, right? Like on Google Maps, when you look at the edge of that roof, you'll see that there's a nail hole in the tiles.
Yeah, I seen it like in the, like kind of like in the, what's it called,
The ridge
the
of
fascia,
the
kind of
eaves.
like, yeah.
Yeah, so when the edge or the eaves, the ridge there, when those ones have a little nail hole, that's a clear indicator that it's a concrete tile roof. So you can work with it.
Yeah, I think I asked that question when I was at the house, and you guys answered right away just to put that at her.
Nice. Yeah. So, but yeah, you definitely want to get good at Google Street View. You should check it out every time before you present, see the shingles, see if they look, glossy, shiny, if they have frays, if the fiberglass is exposed, if the shingles are shifting, shiny, sheen. Yeah, if the granules are falling off. Like a lot of the Google GPS it's from this year. So you have pictures from this year.
The ridge cap is.
That's a clear one. Yeah, the ridge caps start to go first usually, or there was the defective brand years ago too. Anything else on that, guys?
So I told JC that I saw it was online. Company was like putting for play tiles, a bracket.
Yeah.
And then so that way they didn't have to take out the play tile.
Right.
And they put this tile on top of that.
Yeah.
But what are some of the problems that come up with something like that? They use brackets versus way.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. The brackets slightly higher, they can like avoid walking on it. That's just a local small company. Any nationwide reputable company with a good warranty is not gonna do it that way. And that's really all I have to say about that. Like, there's no like clear negatives of that way. They're just able to do it a little bit more unique. With us, when you do it this way, it's the proper way, it's leak proof, it's actually somewhat recessed. So it's a little bit sunken, it like becomes part of it, especially if it's street visible. And so it just looks nicer, yeah. It is a lot more expensive, but it looks nicer. Yeah.
Kind of panels more like a porch or like a patio area?
If the patio is really, really, really well built, like potentially load bearing, and it has to be wood or have roofing material already on it, right? Like the roofing material already on it should be like a rolled comp shingle, or it could be like a membrane, like a foam or TPO membrane, if you will. But as long as it's well built wood and it has some roofing materials on it, then we should be able to do it. And if you want to have them slightly tilted, which you should, then that's extra. You want to do the flat roof adder. So what I'd like to do is take 2 or 3 minutes on MPUs real quick, and then the last topic would be a proposal and adders and how to request the contract. So you guys all good with that?
Yep.
Cool. So on MPUs, I know Michelle touched on it earlier with SolarEdge. You have to want to get a picture of the electrical panel. I always do this 15, 20, 30 minutes before my Zoom. I text the homeowner, hey, before the Zoom, can you send me a few pictures of the electrical panel if you're home? And they do it every time. So get some pictures of it. Yeah, we have to take into consideration electrical panel. I always send that picture in the top right. That's the picture I send to my client when I text them to ask them. Now, we use the brands usually Square D and Siemens. Those are the brands of electrical panels when we upgrade someone's electrical panel. Most of y'all never need to know this, but it's just if you want to know, Siemens or Square D are the brands that we use. To someone's point earlier, usually a 6 or 7 kilowatt system or larger is going to need a 200 amp. So just keep it simple. Don't overcomplicate it. Like, yes, you can use the load calculation Excel sheet that I just put in the Solar Heroes Telegram chat, and you can calculate it. And I've never done that. If it's a 5, 6, 7 kilowatt or bigger, and they got an old school panel, it's not 200 amp, I'm putting in an MPU, like period. There is something called a 400 amp. that is like $5,000 to $6,000. It's very expensive. Sometimes you could do 200 amps, or you could do one giant 400 amp. Often you're talking about mansions, guys. Like if they don't have a mansion, it's not needed, but that does sometimes get asked. And you're talking $5,000 to $6,000 minimum, maybe $6,500.
What's the fee from the street in too?
Yeah, thank you. So depending on what's being fed in from the street may have to be upgraded or looked at as well. And to the next point here, you guys, I don't know if you can see out these windows here. You guys see power lines? Right? Thank you. Overhead, right? If there's a drop line to the house, that's overhead. But you have some nice communities where you don't see power lines, right? So that's what's called underground fed. Now with underground fed, especially in some HOAs, they all have a 125 amp panel. It might be pretty tough to upgrade that to a 200 amp, because hopefully the line under the ground to the street is enough. I don't know what you would say, is it thick enough or enough amperage, conductors, yeah, to do that. So always be mindful that underground fed main electrical panels could come with a small risk of needing more work, worst case trenching, but more money.
I used to do job control for Edison. Wherever there's underground, it's easier to sell the backup batteries. The transformers are involved underground. They always flood, so they always blow up, especially during
Interesting.
especially during when it's hot.
Wow.
So even if it's 100 degrees outside, those vaults are still flooded. Because you have sprinklers, because there's a bunch of different things that can happen, right?
Right.
But they always blow up. They typically blow up every 5 to 10 years.
I feel like in like newer communities in Vegas that are underground fed, I feel like they might put the transformer above ground, like on the side, on the sidewalk now, or just.
That's where they have, like, you'll see a big green box
Yeah,
inside. But especially like in Orange County or towards West Virginia and all that, a
underground.
lot of that's underground.
Mm,
And
right.
sometimes they all
Okay. Cool. Good to know. Thank you. Yeah. So underground versus overhead. There's something called a D rate. We'll get into the adders here in just a second. A D rate basically is where you derate the main breaker to allow for more back feed. So I honestly don't know specifics of when it's needed. If someone sends me a picture of a 200 amp and every single breaker's full, in my mind, for whatever reason, it's like they may need a D-rate. We may need to derate the main breaker, make more space in this panel. So I'll add that $600 adder. There is also something called a GMA, RMA, line side tap. I think even some people call it Hawaiian tie-in. That's where you avoid the main panel upgrade. It's like $1,400 to $1,600 worth of work. It should be quicker than doing a main panel upgrade. You wouldn't really need a meter spot per se, and you can save a little bit of money. So that's another way to avoid a main panel upgrade.
I don't think we can do that for line side taps.
Yeah, I think line side taps are not allowed in most of Cali, but you can do GMA. Yeah, and I honestly, the nuances of before the meter, after the meter, or the line side, I get a little blurry on. All I know is that those can avoid an MPU. In some areas they allow it, and some they don't.
So if the installer gets there and he does the main service, he does the site survey, and we included the main service panel on the proposal, or it says to be determined. But if it's being determined, you're still charging the customers on their original quote on financing. So let's just say they go in there and they're like, you know what, you don't need the main service panel upgrade. So what happens then? Because I never had a situation like that. So.
It depends how you pitched it. If you said, hey, I'm going to put it in for you. If you don't need it, I can lower the price. Or you put, yeah, if you never say anything and you added it just to be safe, then that's up to you what you want to do with it. You can change order down, or you can let that go to your commission.
So that 2,000 isn't changed, goes to us technically?
To the margin.
To the margin, so 70% of it going.
70% goes to us, okay. Because, okay, that's good.
Yeah. Whenever there's an adder, you added something that's not needed, not used, and the homeowner's not expecting to get it, then you can either let that go to the margin or you can change order it down.
That wouldn't reflect in the proposal, like that was included, they really look into it?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Question, you said that the 400 AMP will be about $5,000 to 500.
That's a safe amount.
Safe amount.
Yeah.
What about the other one, the regular?
The standard 200 amp, we'll see here in just a sec.
Okay.
I believe is a $2,500 adder typically, depending on the state that you're in. And then there's a $500 stucco paint and patch. That usually is enough to cover.
Yeah.
Yeah. One installer was doing 2,700 and 600. And I was just like, man, just know that those parts are getting more expensive. Some of the times it is hard to find. And I think on my next slide, yeah, I'll tell you right now, that's often a $3,000 to $4,000 investment in your home. Like if you go get a few quotes to do a 200 amp main panel upgrade, it might be between $3,000 to $4,000. So let them know the good news. And then lastly here, you can do main panel upgrades. Like I've had situations where, hey, we're going to do a solar ready panel upgrade. That's 125 amp. So it doesn't always have to be 200. It can be a newer panel, solar ready panel, underground fed. That's a smaller amperage.
So to your point, I just went through that in Anaheim. I actually went for an upgrade and they said, no, we just won't install on this panel. It's fire. It's a fire concern. So they just put a swap like for like.
Right.
And they left the same cost in there on that in terms of the price. So
It wasn't a 200 amp?
No, it was a 125. I had to deal with the
Should have came down a
underground. I
little
had to
bit.
deal with the underground. And so that would have been cutting up the driveway.
Right.
So it was a big deal. It would have eaten up all the margin.
Yep.
So I just left it. I had to upgrade for 2,600 in there. But then with all the underground work, it would have been over 10 grand.
Sure.
So it's a real thing to think about.
Yeah.
The other thing is to ask if they're going to go with EVs, because if you're going to add an EV, well, then that might change everything in the future too. So,
Right. Yep.
Do we need to do anything special in fire zones?
No, I think PG&E or SC&E, when, I think it's in here, a utility meter spot, they have to determine the location. It can't be 3 feet away from gas lines or 3 by 3 clearances around it. So they'll determine the code in that area. There's nothing really that we have to do for that.
I mean, just as far as solar.
For fire zones,
Yeah.
not really, no. Make sure they have a good homeowner's insurance policy.
So does the warranty cover fire for the panels?
No. Our warranties are never covered under anything like act of God. So fire, earthquakes, a tree hits it, flood. You joke, a meteor falls out of the sky, right? If those things happen, you probably have bigger issues than worrying about your solar panels. And those things, you like that? And those things fall under your homeowner's insurance policy. Normally, there's a buffer in your homeowner's insurance policy to cover something like this. But if you contact your agent, they may tell you, hey, we should increase your annual deductible $100 to get you a little more coverage, worst case.
Do you have to be specific and they have to add it?
That'll be up to the agent. The agent should be aware that they're adding a $40,000 system, so they may want to increase the annual deductible by $40.
Okay.
Totally up to the agent.
Because in Texas, it's a little different, I guess, because of other states, because there's a lot of hailstorms over there. So
Florida too.
yeah, so I guess like it adds like an additional $4 to $8 a month or something.
Yeah.
You have to tell your insurance company that you are adding solar, because if you don't tell them that, they won't cover it.
Yeah, no, great point. This is in California that I'm referencing mostly, but like in Florida, if you do above 11.74, you have to get $1 million policy, and that can be a few $100s more per year.
But that
But
insurance
that's Florida.
covers
Florida.
most
Oh, okay.
That's not Texas.
That's okay.
That's just Florida. That's the only state that has that unique. Yeah, and we have lots of
And
Florida.
and most are over, in my experience in Florida, most are above that.
Yeah,
In Texas too, it's like also some are like 2-digit numbers.
I think this is. Yeah, I got like 2 more things on electrical panels. So these are old panels that need upgrading, right? Like if you ever see these, You're
It's
putting in a main
automatic.
panel automatic. I don't care if it's a 5 kilowatts system, 3 kilowatt, like
No,
that-
because like.
when you see horizontal breakers, that's usually Zinsco. And I'm just pretending to know what I'm talking about. Like I know enough. You also have this horizontal one, Zinsco. You notice the colors and how small they are. Those, they don't even make those breakers anymore. And then on the far right, that's what we call pushmatic. You actually like push those breakers. All of those are automatic disqualifications. And if your panel is missing the label or missing this, what do you call these, like the deadbolt or the plates or labels, sometimes that's an automatic electric panel upgrade. Or if there's like burn marks, you know, anything like that, usually it's safe to say they may need a panel. They will need a panel upgrade.
Because I'm not gonna say which company I worked for before, but I had a panel like that, the one to the left, yeah. And the person leading that office was like, oh, yo, you don't need a maintenance panel for. And I was like, that looks like it was built in 1921.
It's my grandpa's panel.
Yeah, it was like grandpa's panel, but yeah, I pushed them to like swap it out. So I was just like, yeah,
They need people to change out their electrical, they leave it for like millennials.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, just rotting away behind there.
Yeah.
So when there's a new main panel upgrade, they have to do what's called a meter spot with the utility. The utility has to go and make sure that same location is approved. They may want to move it somewhere else. Within a week or two after site survey, you should be leaving your project manager a note saying, did you call in the meter spot? What's the results? That's one thing that's getting a little bit missed here. Anything roofing or electrical, you want to be proactive. You want to check your job every week and leave a ticket and ask for these things. So yeah, that's what's called a meter spot. And they have to determine the location, because if it's under a patio, that's not to code anymore. Now it needs to be moved. That's called a relocation. When there's a relocation, that can add $2,000 of work. There's more wire, there's more piping, there's another electrician, there's more hours. The drop line may have to be moved. The other panel could be turned into a sub if the new panel is going to be recessed in wall or just sticking on the wall. All these things on a relocation could add. I just had one relocation and their current panel had to be upgraded also because it's a pushmatic. That was $3,750 plus $2,000. And it was a 40-foot relocation. Yeah, so I was hit pretty heavy on that.
So how do we count? I know you're gonna get to the adders afterwards, but if it's something like, the reason I'm saying, because right now I'm thinking of this job that I have, it's pending right now. We're waiting for permits. But the daughter was there and she does HVAC and she kept saying, like in the transaction, she was like, they're gonna have to move your meter. Because the Murata has to do that or something. She kept mentioning it. So how do we count? Like, let's just say the meter is here, or the meter panel is here, and then we have to switch it to like another 30 feet. So how do we calculate 30 feet of trenching or 30 feet of wiring? How do we calculate that?
I mean, to me, it's case by case. So there's not going to be like a foot or a certain amount, because they may have to bring the other panel to code. They may have to move that one. They may not move breakers. They might recess. So like, honestly, if it comes to a relocation, I just had to throw out a number. I mean, it could be as little as 1,800. It could be 3,750 in my case.
So like, we just have to.
You
It's on a
should-
case by case basis.
when you sell it, it's like, hey, we're doing a new main panel upgrade. We have about 2,500 to $3,000 at our cost of a cash amount. Anything beyond that, if it's a relocation that's more extensive, then I'm going to let you know the good news and the difference, and then we'll increase your monthly $2 or $3. It's like you have to get ahead of these things, and you have to communicate them up front.
Yeah.
Plan for the worst.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because too often it's like the reps like, it's fucking sucks, I'm pissed. Like, no, you didn't do it up front.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
So, I'm doing some installation and I know that you used the panel recently, we're looking at 2 years ago in Lakewood. I don't think they got any permits. You think that's gonna be a problem?
Possibly, yeah, if their panel's not to code,
Because it was, isn't it?
if it was done really well, like grounded in 2 spots, connecting to a water line, wiring's the right gauge, you know, it might fly. But I have seen situations where our installers like $2,500 or I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
Get them to bring it to code. I got one where my client's reaching back to her electrician, like try to get it to pass inspection because he never did. Because our guy said 2,600.
I would be expecting a next an upgrade of cost of 2,500.
Worst case, the installer is going to want to redo it and charge you about 2,500. Yeah, and it's always the good news, right? Like great news, you're getting a panel upgrade. Great news, it's only $9 more per month. Great news, your tax credit went up.
Yeah, great news. It was paid for 30%.
You just got more tax credit. Yeah, like, looks like I might have been signed out on here, but so it's always how you present it, guys. Like, hey, this was gonna be $5,000. I got it down to 2,500.
Perception reality.
Like, hey, this roofing comp out was gonna be 9,200. I got it down to 7,100. Like, it's always how you present it, and you get a tax credit, and your monthly only goes up a little bit. So would you like this option or this option? Like, it's all on how you present it. Always go higher and make them feel like you did some work to get it down to $2,500. And we all know it's $2,500, right?
Mhm.
So it's all on how you present it, sharing the good news that they get a panel upgrade. It's going to help with a future pool or HVAC or EVs and make their home worth more money. So always keep that in mind as well. And then lastly here, I guess last 2 things. This sheet I'll share. I think I shared in the Telegram chat already, but I won't get too much into this. On a 200 amp main panel, you can only do 26 IQ8s. Well, let's actually step it back. On a 125 amp, you can only do 16 IQ8s. So if you're doing more than 16 IQ8s, which let's just do 16 times 400 watts real quick. That's a 6.4 kilowatt. So if you're doing above a 6.4 kilowatt, you have to have a 200 amp with N phase. So this is like a little cheat sheet, and there's more things that you could pick in here, but depending on the micro inverter and the main, you may have to upgrade to a bigger main. And then same thing here, the 7600, Michelle said, needs a 200 amp, and that can go up to a 9.5 kilowatt max PV. I actually don't know what that is. I tend to say a 6 or 7 kilowatt needs a 200 amp, and I knew that the 7600 SolarEdge inverter needs a 200 amp. Yeah, I really don't get too detailed in this stuff. I try to just keep it that simple, and if it's old, it's getting an upgrade.
And these are in power, these lights.
Yeah, I put this in the Telegram chat just now. So they're there, and Tom Cotter does that. So then we'll just breeze through a solo proposal. Do you have one that would be a good example?
A bunch, pick one. Oh, look at that.
One with the biggest.
It's okay, we use this one? No, let's not use this.
You should probably do that.
Why do you choose the N-phase inverters over SolarEdge?
Well, more recently, I've actually been doing more SolarEdge than I have N-phase. I go back and forth, but I was N-phase for a while. Now I'm a little bit more SolarEdge.
You can use.
Plus they give you a hat now.
Yeah. Hey, this is a nice hat. That's an expensive brand.
Sorry, the reason you're saying you didn't finish, the reason.
Yeah. We'll get to the answer, right? So I mean, Enphase is kind of seen as the premium. If someone researches it enough, they'll go down this path where they think the micro inverter is more of a premium. And so I'm not going to argue with that person if that's what they feel. I'm not going to try to convert them. Most of my clients, most of your clients may not know the difference from SolarEdge optimizers or Enphase. Even if they're getting another quote or two, like it may not be a thing for them. So what I like about SolarEdge is that it doesn't clip as much. So when you're on the system here and you have the IQ8 pluses, it's producing 14,956. But if we go to the 7,600, let's see what happens to the 14,956. 15,332, right? So it gets a little bit more energy to the house compared to the IQ8 pluses. And then not only that, you know, I'm not sure what price he has it on here, but $210 a month with the SolarEdge. Whereas if you go to the IQ8 plus, so it's another $3 a month and you get a little bit less production. But SolarEdge is, I'm sorry, Enphase is seen as the premium, the micro inverters, a little bit less failure rate in his traditionally. They're not known to go out, where some of the SolarEdge inverters, there's been bad batches and bad years where some of them go out. And it can take weeks for anyone to fix an inverter issue in the industry.
So I overheard you. I wasn't here in the beginning, but I was listening to Zoom. You mentioned something about that they just said electricity goes out, and if they have an Enphase system, that they'll still have electricity for a certain amount of time. Am I correct?
That's only with an adder, which I'll show you here in just a sec. Yeah.
The reason I'm saying that because on one of my previous customers, I don't remember exactly what I gave them, but there was a power outage in the neighborhood, and I know for a fact like he got an Enphase system, and he didn't have a power outage at all. Like his neighbors were like, "Hey, how do you have power?" And I don't, and the neighbor across the street had what's it called, solar as well, but his house was still like with electricity. And he told me that, and I was just like, in my head, I was just like, well, like I told you that if you don't, there's no electricity, then you don't have electricity because like I'm not giving you a battery. He's like, yeah, I have electricity, and I was like, well, that's weird, but I didn't know anything until you just brought it up earlier.
Yeah. No, that is weird. It's not by default. You actually have to add extra components. He might have just been on the line of the shut off like that.
No, it was a whole neighborhood. There's not like no.
Oh, right.
It was not like his block had electricity and the other block had. No, it was like his house was the only one that had.
Yeah.
His house was the only one that had electricity. So I was just like, so you mentioned about the Enphase. So I'm assuming that he got installed. I don't know. It was a installer mistake, but if it was a installer mistake, then good for him. Then
yeah.
You know,
That's what I was gonna say.
I didn't get it.
Mistake.
I didn't get a thing for that. So, okay. So in other words, that is possible. We use Enphase, right?
Yeah.
That's an adder, right?
Yeah. So I'll go ahead and go to that. So under Enphase energy backup, obviously you have to use Enphase as the inverter. There is something called sunlight only backup. So when the sun is out, if the grid is down, you will have energy with this adder, $7,600.
I have a
It's
question.
lot. You might as well upgrade to the sunlight backup with a 3 kilowatt hour battery, I believe, is $9,500. Do either of you gentlemen know if the 3 kilowatt battery automatically comes with sunlight backup?
I would know separate. I had a client where they had to get either 3 kilowatt battery or just sunlight backup.
I think you can do both. I need to double check, but yeah, so then you can go to the 3 kilowatt hour battery, or what I recommend is might as well just do a 10 kilowatt hour battery. But yeah, the only way to have power during a blackout is with a battery or with the sunlight backup only with Enphase. And so, you know, obviously with the Enphase batteries here, you can see 10 kilowatt hour. That's one battery And it actually has 3 of the 3.36 cells, cells in it making up that one battery. So this, the 20 is 2 batteries, the 30 is 3, the 40 is 4. Let me see if I
Hey,
have the
Jonathan,
margins
I have
for
a
you guys real
question.
quick.
Can you hear me? Hello?
So let me go ahead and show you the
Someone has a question on.
Zoom.
Zoom.
Hi, yes,
Which
I have a
one were you
question.
in? Oh, here.
Hold on.
They can type it into the sunlight backup is with or without 3 kilowatt battery or with the 10. Yeah, Oscar, I want to double check that. I don't want to guess. I think my brother knows, Mike Patterson knows. But I was under the assumption the 3 kilowatt or 10 kilowatt also worked in conjunction with sunlight backup, but I need to double check that. And then, of course, if you have SolarEdge, there's a SolarEdge battery. So that's 1 10 kilowatt hour battery, 2 or 3, or I mean, there is 4. So I know Michelle said that it would only let us sell 2, but on here it's letting us do 3 or 4 batteries.
Somebody posted.
So they don't have, like, in other words, SolarEdge doesn't offer sunlight backup.
Not by itself, no.
Okay.
When you have a battery, the sunlight can charge the battery and the home can use it.
Right.
But they don't have sunlight only without a battery.
So with sunlight only, you'd be able to like run your HVAC during the daytime, right? Because
I still wouldn't say HVAC.
Yeah.
Because if
Right,
it's a
so
cloudy day,
yeah.
you would need a soft start and you'd want a battery in it.
That's all.
I never
Your
say
TV, your
light bulb,
just the
fridge,
refrigerator appliances.
yeah.
charger phone.
So where, I didn't see the adders for SolarEdge EV.
So I'll finish on batteries real quick. So we see the price for Enphase battery and SolarEdge battery. And then I did want to just show you the margins that are built into that. Sorry, this is a little bit small. So these are the margins associated with that. That means that we make 70% of this number when you sell this product. And just keep in mind, these are averages. You know, sometimes you might need a sub panel, a few $100 bucks. Sometimes you might not. So these are just averages. So the SolarEdge is $4,100 in margin. I mean, what's 70% of that? $2,800 commission. So this is the margin when you sell it. And by the way, like sometimes I'll reduce my overall margin when I add a battery because I know that there's $4,000 of margin here. But hey, if you want to keep it, more power to you. And then Enphase, you can see the margins here as well. Yeah, so. Back to, all right, so those are the batteries. And then I'm just gonna start from the top. Homeowner rebate is $599 is the limit right here. That's a check that you can send to the homeowner 4 to 8 weeks after installation. It does get added into the project and you can use it because you're the business owner. Hey, till the end of the month, I have a $500 rebate. Hey, because you were referred by Sally, you get $500 check. However you want to use it, this is your business. Homeowner rebate, mounting adders. There's nothing for asphalt. Concrete tile is extra. Flat roof is tilting it. That's extra. Ballasted is for flat roof. It's where we use like a ski style system. I forget the word. It's there. They don't really penetrate and they use concrete bricks to weigh down the whole system. It's a very unique ballasted when there's not enough racks and supports to drill in on the roof.
So concrete tile is technically clay tile, right?
No,
It's different.
it's totally different.
Where's the clay? Is there like a clay?
Clay tile, like the gentleman showed us, the recessed comp out, you have to get a custom quote for that.
Okay.
So you can either request it right here by putting, I need comp out quote for clay tile under the solar, or you can email roofing at power.com.
What I showed you earlier, that was,
That was concrete.
Concrete.
So just add this right here and you're fine, yeah. And you know, if a concrete tile roof, if they don't know how old the paper is underneath, and that paper is 30, 40 years old, you gotta tell them up front, hey, we're gonna check the paper. You don't know how old it is. If it is 30, 40 years old, good news. We could potentially upgrade it, get you a bigger tax credit, take care of it at the same time. We're gonna do a bend test, we're gonna do a hammer test, we're gonna see if it's dirty, if it's cracking, we're gonna check that paper for you. That makes sense?
With SolarEdge, so I'm a little confused on, pretty new, so with SolarEdge, they don't have microinverters, right?
Correct, they use optimizers.
Optimizers.
They have another device that helps optimize the system.
So each panel would have an optimizer?
That's right.
Okay. That's what I.
Yeah, optimizers down to a central inverter, whereas Enphase is micro individual inverters under every panel.
So if that one optimizer goes out, all the other panels still work, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I know we passed it, but for the end phases, there's this thing called the IQ load controller.
Uh-huh.
And I believe that they explained to us that with that one, you get the power without getting the subline backup. But itself has 566.
So if you have to pair that with a battery, it does help.
But we pair it just with the end phases themselves. Without getting a backup battery, without getting some backup, but it's 566.
If the utility goes out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say I doubt that.
There's.
I don't know who that is, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna say I doubt that.
No, it's
Yeah.
just a picture of what it is.
It-
But, I was just wondering if I could add it on to there somewhere.
I mean, I could be totally wrong, but I'm sunlight.
What's it called?
It's a IQ loaded controller.
Yeah, I'm almost positive a $500 device won't let you continue to have power during a blackout. There's no way, in my opinion. I don't know who's saying that, but
I think you searched it up online.
yeah, like I said, I could be wrong, but I really don't think that that's possible.
For a long period of time.
What's up?
It was probably not
That's a question.
good for like a long period of time. Probably.
I still,
We'll see, yeah.
my opinion, I still doubt it.
So I'm really like, I want to understand this. The SolarEdge, the Enphase has micro optimizers, so if
Micro
one-
inverters,
Microinverters,
Yeah.
so if one goes out, the other panels still work,
correct.
and it's not the case with SolarEdge.
So the SolarEdge has optimizers under the panel, and all that energy floats down to an inverter on the side of the house. That inverter is what's converting the energy from DC to AC. It's that one big thing on the side of the house. Usually the inverter, what's converting the energy from DC to AC, is the thing that could go out. So in SolarEdge, there's only one. If that guy goes out, the whole system is out for a few weeks.
Okay, that's.
With Enphase, there's individual inverters under every panel converting the energy from DC to AC. If one of those goes out, the whole system still works. So that is one of the benefits of Enphase is if an inverter goes out, the whole system still works. With SolarEdge, you are down for a few weeks.
So Enphase is a little more expensive.
It is a decent amount more expensive, yeah.
So our margins are smaller. From what I see.
No, sort of.
I don't know about margin, it's just the cost is more.
So that's better for the client, isn't it?
And
When they use microinverters, because.
There's pros and cons. In this example, we saw there was clipping, right? 400 kilowatt hours less per year. And what's the likelihood that that SolarEdge is going to go out? Maybe it never does. You know what I mean? So like, would you want more clipping or do you want more production? It's a wash. Yeah.
Yeah, but even if it does go out, client doesn't wanna be out a couple weeks.
Sure, nobody does. I've had in situations where 9 Enphase panels aren't reporting or having issues, and I have to wait weeks for us to go fix it. So it's not that it doesn't happen, it's just less frequent or rare. And also SolarEdge is supposed to be rolling out a rebate program where if the inverter does go out, the homeowner could get a $200 check or $300 check.
That's what I was gonna ask, if that, anytime the system goes out, will the warranty cover any,
Right. The answer generally is no. But this new SolarEdge program that's not quite rolled out yet, like I'm recommending $30 or $40 a kilowatt as a check, one-time check. If the inverter goes out, they're going to be down for 2 to 4 weeks. It is what it is. They're going to get that $200, $300, $400 check. That I think is badass. Yeah. That's almost as good as a production guarantee, if not better. Like, so that's part of what's pushed me more to SolarEdge. A little better, cheaper price, a little less clipping. If they're going to be monitoring the systems proactively, if they can send out a check, I mean, hey, that's pretty cool.
And the solar optimizer still makes it so it's not like a string, it's still only one panel.
Right.
You know, that's,
Yeah.
so you get a lot of the benefits of
Totally. So there's also foam roof. That's usually flat, might be safer to put flat, but foam roof or TPO or membrane, it's often called. Metal roof we can do, but like it's called standing seam. So if there's a metal roof, it's got like a heavy line in it, use a clamp, don't actually have to penetrate in, we can do that with the metal roof.
What about metal deck?
Yeah, metal Decra tile, it's very deceiving. If you don't know how to spot it, you might think it's something else. Metal shingles, some people have called it. That does require a custom comp out recess quote, just like clay tile.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, and often there will be plywood costs with that too.
Yeah, 'cause they don't.
Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I think yeah, real quick, just to go show some more pictures. I don't know if I can click this or not. Oh, here we go. So this is my Google Drive, and I have like those comp out, like he was saying here, right? So you can see they took off the tiles, or they put on the took off the clay tiles and put on the shingles, and then install the solar, and then the tiles will be back filled up against it. So we have a few jobs that we did that on.
What's the one?
The what?
Pieces?
Oh, I'm not sure. Yeah, probably. And then to your point, this is that metal Decra shingle tile, and unless you have a close eye, you may not know that that's metal.
Wow.
And look at
It has
that.
like that granule finish to it.
Yeah.
It almost looks like aluminum foil to me, and the end cap, like it's always a circular. That's the giveaway. Yeah, look at that. All ton of work on this job that we had to do. Then they put the shingle and then put it back around. It's tons of work, plywood. All right. So we can do metal. If it is metal shingle, it's extra. And then ground mount, that's usually the highest possible amount. Usually it's actually not that much, but the steel has gone up. Usually when you do a big ground mount, big property, you usually have electrical upgrades of some sort. So whether it's an NPU and then you do always want to include trenching as well. So you can see there's concrete cut and patch. If we have to go through concrete, we got to get to the house and then we can get to the electrical panel. There's dirt trenching as well. So if you need 100 feet of dirt trenching to get up the hill, that's $1,500. You always want to add a buffer of extra trenching, concrete cut and patch when you do ground mounts. I always add our 30-year warranty. It's kind of a no-brainer to me.
What about the 25-year? Is it the same thing, 25-year versus 30? Or what's the deal?
The SolarEdge?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I haven't looked at these too much, and Solar Insure should be being phased out soon, but if you wanted to just increase the, so we have IQ8s right now. So let's go ahead and go to SolarEdge.
So is there like a, I guess from your viewpoint, like a kind of a standard baseline offer that you would normally make, right? Saying, hey, build a 7 kW system here, and I want this amount of panels, inverters, and everything else along that line. Can basically use that as your baseline, and then you can kind of go up and down from there.
You talking about price, or what are you talking about?
Well, I'm just talking about scope of work, realistically. I mean, assuming it doesn't have anything there, right? It's got a 200 amp panel already, right? And it's like,
I mean, like, would you?
Not sure what you're asking.
Adders would you use? Like, do you have general adders? Is that what you mean?
yeah, I mean, there are certain things that almost every job is usually going to have a high percentage of them.
Man, every job's unique, right? If it's asphalt or concrete tile, that's probably your most common adder. For me, is concrete tile.
Or the multiple arrays, there's only
Yeah.
2 or more arrays.
Three or more.
Arrays, multiple arrays.
Yeah, 3 or more is, I believe it's multiple arrays. MPUs or roof work is on a decent amount of my jobs. Yeah, every job's unique though. So the 30-year warranty did go up a little bit in price with the SolarEdge because power is going to add the 25-year SolarEdge extended warranty. So SolarEdge comes with a 12-year warranty out of the box. So you have to upgrade to 25. Whereas Enphase comes with a 25-year warranty out of the box. So that's why our 30-year warranty is a little bit more with SolarEdge. So if you wanted to just extend the inverter alone to 25 years, and you know your solar panels has 25 years, and you don't need the PowerCare 30-year warranty, then you could just have power extend the inverter warranty only.
Yeah, so what I'm asking is, somebody asked me recently, because I mainly do the PowerCare 30-year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody says, hey, the 25-year, that's 25 years roof parts and labor.
No.
So I want to make sure that that's clear. That's SolarEdge.
SolarEdge inverter only.
Right.
Yeah.
So when people are adding the SolarEdge 25-year, that's not 25-year roof parts and labor instead of 30. Does that make sense? Very important. Yeah, user power. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and I always say PowerCare.
Asking for a friend. It wasn't me that was, asking for a friend. Asking for my brother, that guy. He didn't want to ask. He texted me and I have to ask him.
Yeah, I was gonna say PowerCare 30-year. PowerCare LLC is a third-party company. Technically, they hold funds separately to honor the warranties. I pitch it similar to like what we used to do with the solar insurance. So what else do we have here? Extended warranty. We don't have to worry about the backup interface anymore. We went over trenching. If you have roof work, obviously this is when you get a custom roof quote from roofingatpower.com, or you've requested it on the side here, and then give roofing a few business days and they'll get you that proper roof quote as well.
And always also, when you add an MPU, make sure you add stuck-on paint. A lot of you people don't do that. Then they hit you with the commission. Hey, there's $500 stuck-on paint. And for $500, most people are not going to do a change order, so you're going to eat $500.
I thought it went up to like 650.
No, it depends on the market and the installer, right?
Oh,
But it's about $500. Sometimes it's $300. So if you put that in this 500, the other 200 goes to margin.
I never seen that.
Yep. Yeah, and stucco and paint is usually when it's against a stucco wall or somewhat recessed. Like if they're just doing it totally exterior, whatever you call that, just mounting it on. They shouldn't be charging for stucco. and paint.
Surface mount.
Yeah.
What's the difference between TBD and then required? Like, that's just, you just know that it's.
To be
required, or
determined.
TBD is just to be
So
determined?
if you're not sure, or you're sure? Like, to be determined or just required?
TBD is if it's not needed to do the solar, they're not gonna do it. Required is you want them to do it no matter what, right?
TBD is today, but definitely. No, just kidding, man. Hey, we gotta have fun, man. I'm getting tired. Right.
So
We gotta go home.
if we promise the client, like, hey, I'm upgraded for you, like, you're gonna get it, and then use required.
Yes.
But if we're like, hey, look, we don't know if you're gonna need an upgrade, let's set aside survey, then we do TBD.
Pretty
You gotta
much.
be careful because when you require it, sometimes they'll come back, oh, it's not needed. But if you promise it to the
Yeah, I
client
would never promise it.
and then they go and they don't change it, it's gonna make you look bad, bro. So like, you just gotta make sure, no, the customer already knows.
That happened to me with a client. He's like, hey, man, they didn't have it. You said that they, but they charged me for it.
Yeah.
I said, well, I'll pay you $1,800. He's like, all right, cool. I just paid him $1,800.
Yeah, bro, so you gotta look at that. Oh, okay. I'll just do two of my clients.
Nice hat, though.
Give it to them, all right?
Nice.
Give it to them.
Multiple arrays, like Luis mentioned, if it's, I believe it's 3 or more arrays, you always want to add that.
So if it's 3, automatically with added.
I would.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I've been doing lately.
The installer may or may not charge you for it. Great news, your commission went up, but it's always
Awesome.
safe to add it.
I'll talk to him once he gets to the site.
Yeah, no.
Hey, bro, just throw it in there, bro. It's cool.
I don't mess with like additional permit costs or engineering and stuff.
Especially
Like,
dressed like that, Jeremy, you're gonna scare them, bro. You see
Hey,
that cholo,
straight out.
cholo solar.
Gotta keep it G, bro. Let's show up like this on Monday.
no wonder they don't have credit.
Talking about solar jeans earlier. Oh, that's funny, bro.
All right, we're almost done. Inverter in garage, especially in townhome HOAs, they may want that. They have to clear a space. I never do it unless I have to, but it is pretty clean if it is done. Steep roof, you need to add that if it's over 33-degree pitch. If it looks really steep, like an old Tudor style house or something. Critter guard,
I just saw that popped up recently.
critter guard?
Yeah.
For like bugs?
Yeah, it's like a wire mesh around the solar so that pigeons can't roost under it. It's like really popular in the high desert, like Victorville, Hesperia, or in Vegas. It's very popular.
Yeah, that's similar to a lot of that is in Vegas. That pigeons were living underneath them.
Right.
And you gotta, so the amount of feet, you gotta guesstimate that.
Yeah, so it's the feet around every solar array, right? So if you have one big array, it might not be as much. If you have 10 arrays, it's gonna be a lot. I think someone said like 15 cents. 15 cents a watt is a safe bet. $900 to $1,200 is usually like minimum in my opinion. But you kind of have to do the math or just like 15 cents a watt. And if it's a 10,000 watt, 10 kilowatt system at 15 cents, how much money is that?
1,500.
Asking for a friend.
Yeah.
Critter guard. Tree trimming, I highly recommend you leave this outside of this project. Like, don't do it because you're gonna need an invoice from the tree trimmer. You might need completed photos. The homeowner might get the check and then they have to pay the tree trimmer. Like, just give them a homeowner rebate or give them some of the money from your commission. In my opinion, don't make it more complicated than it needs to be. Just don't do it.
And would you say, let's say, for example, give him a $5.99 rebate, let's say it's expensive, and then make his wife the ambassador. It's $1,000.
Yeah, that's a little
Okay,
workaround.
that works.
If there's not an ambassador on it, you can throw an ambassador on it and give them 1,000 that way. I think a better way is if we do have the 12-month promotion.
Yeah.
And, obviously the way to check that is under incentives, new customer initiative. Now you can give them a 12-month.
And that part is very important. I don't give that very often.
I take that away so I could drop the price
Yeah,
down.
the 12-month, a lot of people love it. I'm not really a fan of it too much personally. I don't need to give them 12 months to close deal. I'd rather give my customers very often, especially if they're on care, for example. They're already paying less per watt, right? They're expecting to see bigger savings maybe because they were a referral. Well, if I add $2,600 to it, that's gonna add $15 to the monthly payment, $13 to the month. I'd rather give them a $13 monthly payment discount because it's a $2,600 plus a dealer fee. So if your dealer fee is 30%, it's $2,600 plus 30% that gets added to the price. So it's good for you to know where to take it off. Menu, incentives, and hidden, and then that's gone, and you'll notice that your payment decreases and your loan amount decreases.
Hey, Jonathan, on the credit card, they said, the client asked for it, last week. And, I was told that with the new panels, there's not that much of a gap, so it's hard for pigeons to sneak under there anyways.
It depends, like if it's on concrete tile, it's gonna be a little bit higher, but if it's on shingles, we can get a little bit lower. And just how close, like maybe the installer or the racking really goes down, but yeah, on shingles, it's very close. It'd be very difficult for a pigeon
So
to
you
get up.
probably wouldn't even need the credit card on that.
Not on shingles. It's more common on concrete tile is when you have that
Yeah.
issue.
Oh,
That's good.
And real,
Statues that get it up a little bit higher and hold the racking.
right. And like they could hire a solar panel washer that also does critter guard like later. And unless they're in high desert or Vegas, just say, look, 9 out of 10 that don't have an issue in your area. So, okay. But I did have one lady in Chino Hills, like, I don't want no pigeons. They got pigeons across the street. So yeah, then we did it for her.
Rats with wings.
Same thing with energy efficiency rebate. I've just never bothered to do that. Like, could that be light bulbs or like a Nest thermostat? I don't know. You could ask the finance department, but I just would rather not bother with that.
So if we click that, just an example, because I've messed around with it. So you could put up to, like, I've seen 2,000, I've seen like, I don't know, there's a gap there.
That's again, you could ask finance at power.com, maybe chat would know. You're gonna need to show invoices, proof of work, paid.
Oh, got it, okay.
It's just, I
I thought it
wouldn't.
was just like something we just give out the customer, like, okay, well, let me give you $4,000 for just signing up.
Oh, right.
Hey, I have a question. Is a rebate gonna be like an indefinite thing, bro? Because it's been on it for.
The 12-month rebate? Yeah, it does seem like it's like, oh, now it's Labor Day, now it's Thanksgiving, now it's Christmas.
Which is cool. It's good to have it, right?
That's
Because
how it
I
is.
use it. I do use it for stuff like that. Like I had a lady that wanted what's it called? A Generac battery. She want or a generator, right, or whatever. And so I got it to her through the rebate, and gave her a $5.99, and I made her husband the ambassador. I got her like $4,500.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, I do think some people use it as an urgency, like, hey, Labor Day, this month is ending. Do you want to sign up? So some people use it. Last two things here.
Can we be creative with it? Would it have to be like a year? Or can we be like?
No,
No, it has to be 12 months.
No, you can't get shady creative with it.
So with that EV outlet charger, I thought that was only in phase, not SolarEdge.
Yeah, so
What was the question?
I get,
Michelle, is that her name?
yes.
She said that we offer EV chargers through SolarEdge, but I thought we only did with Enphase, and so.
All I know is that they've been out of stock, but there should be getting more stock on them.
So maybe it just pops up on our proposals when we're in stock.
probably what it is.
No, I think it shows up regardless. I feel like they could still use a Clipper Creek. I feel like there's another brand like a juice box that could still be used, but
do we just put it in notes for like requesting, so, well, obviously, because if you're select SolarEdge, then they know you, that makes sense.
So the first option, guys, is just the outlet. 240 volt outlet, like, you know, often they'll put conduit to where they want it in the garage. That's $1,000. So that's just the outlet. Where you could plug in your EV. The other piece to that is an actual charging device, like a Clipper Creek or a juice box or a Tesla supercharger. Those are usually $700, $800, $900 minimum just for that device. This has a little bit of margin in it. If you notice, the first is $1,000. Most installers might charge $900 for that. Then that adds $1,400. But the Clipper Creek, I think, is only like $900.
So the second option, the EV49, when you just click, so that's the outlet and the charger,
Correct.
both of them together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, is that for a standard EV? Like, does a Tesla need a different connection?
I think that the Tesla, you should get the Tesla supercharger device from their website.
So let's say, for example, my client has a Tesla now and he wants to do all this. Should I even add that in, or should I just put the outlet?
Just put the outlet.
I would just do that and then have them go order the
Yeah,
Tesla.
see, that's important, right?
Because, or you could do it the other way around, and then they could just get the Tesla like adapter for that.
Yeah, it's true, right?
Yeah, you could do
The
that too.
adapter?
But
Adapter.
it's not as efficient as the Tesla Super.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not-
it'd
it's
probably be
not-
better to get the other one,
Yeah,
yeah.
because I have a customer that I did that for them originally. I put the thousand, just the outlet, but then my PM reached out to me maybe like a few weeks later, telling me like, oh, we have to add another 1,000 for like additional cost. But I think we had to upgrade the SolarEdge for the outlets.
Oh.
You know, I was talking to her about that earlier.
Yeah, so SolarEdge does have their own EV charger that's been
Right.
out of stock, that connects directly to the inverter.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if we have that in stock or not.
No, but that was like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they're gonna order it or whatever, but she told me there was additional $1,000 to the order. And I had to take the hit.
1,000, did you select the 2,400 option then?
No, I chose just the outlet, the 1,000 one.
Oh, so you didn't know that there were two things.
No, because like we're just doing the outlet, that's it, but I'm getting charged another 1,000 for, I think I have to upgrade the SolarEdge Energy Hub.
Oh, Energy Hub.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah.
probably what happened.
Oh, you went from a regular to an energy hub, that's right.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
that's $1,000 difference, right?
That inverters, yeah, for
Yeah,
sure. more
okay.
expensive.
So if they do that, is it safe to say that you gotta have an energy hub, bro?
Yeah, that's what she said earlier.
Yeah,
The
right?
lady.
That's
If
the
you have a
better.
battery, you have to have an energy.
No, what about a EV
Yeah.
charger?
Oh.
That too, right?
Yeah, I think that's what she said.
Okay, yeah, that's,
Yeah.
see,
If you want SolarEdge's EV charger, then you need the Energy Hub.
that's what
But I think you could still do an outlet with a juice box, like just tapped into the main panel, don't you think? Like
Good that the main panel will support that.
if the main panel supports it, yeah.
to be safe at an energy hub. It's a better system for the client too, right?
I like
If
it.
you don't need it.
Future upgrade for batteries.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
Slow
it's true.
trickle chargers, or are they like the fast chargers?
What's
What
that?
is it? Are they like the fast chargers, or are they like the trickle?
Which
chargers?
one?
This one, the 40 amp.
Oh, I would look up the specs of the Clipper Creek. I believe it's fairly fast. Yeah, I don't know the details.
So in the event that somebody had two Teslas, right, a his and hers version there, so they would.
Two outlets.
Two outlets. And then,
Does it give you that option?
No, but you probably just add an extra $1,000 in the
Yeah,
margin.
add it to your margin, bro, and let them know in the notes.
Yeah. put it in the
Communicate with the PM.
I have done that. He wanted two in the garage.
I mean, I have one now.
Oh.
Stuff today, good stuff.
Who got here early? Who got here early?
Me.
If you got here early, yeah, Louis was first. Matter of fact, he went to bring the donuts and coffee. Who got here early? Look at this guy. There you go. This is Jeremy knocking on the doors. He says, What you got on my solar, homie?
Solar, solar, you know?
Bro, beautiful solar today.
Who else got here early? Okay, that's it. So,
I'll take a water
here's the deal.
bottle.
I wanted to empty this out. Yes.
I have a question.
And by the way, so we're done. Thank you, everybody on Zoom. This is the end of it, and it's recording. Do me a favor, team. Help me clean up as best as you can, because I'm gonna be the one to start here cleaning up. So if you guys can help me out, help me.
Yeah, I met him yesterday. But he was asking.
That's just to add.
I don't know. I wouldn't even know where it's from. So what's the process? What's the process for somebody to
I know, right?
Because he's sealed.
You a rose.
I'll let you take pictures, bro. You
Yeah,
got pictures.
exactly. Bye, bye, bye.
Take a trip again.
We may or may not.
Grace and William, they tell me that there are no buildings that are. We're about to mess up.
Oh, yeah, so I sent, I know, I sent people.
I might, so like an introduction.
I would have to see, unfortunately, because, just put on and I got my feet.
And then I'm assuming
There's a pretty extensive vetting process. There's
Yeah, it's because if you were to.
there's a
Yeah, so if you're not. Sometimes it might be like a 3 days, all 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, come back Monday morning, right? So it'd be a matter of 4 days. Because if you're out and then.
So would that be considered like adding someone to the
Some areas do those.
So getting them as a certified installer, power is one. If they sign a waiver for installer proves and being a certified installer is too.
Right, right. I know that because I think Brian.
Yeah.
I know that one's a little iffy, but.
Yeah. Then I got,
Her first part. Is that the same thing?
And the end goal is to see if we can help them.
we'll do that one too.
Nice.
And then, trying to see.
Well, thank you.
Good job, man.
I still have.
Sure.
Hey,
did you like it? Yeah. Oh, I like the new backpack. Is that the new one?
I saw the ones that I was making. Yeah. Water bottles?
You
I
know
know,
what?
I didn't know
You
about
go all the way
that.
across the way. So that one, yeah, last-
Was it alright?
50 hours. Tonight RC, SolarEdge.
Batteries, I think, were not for.
And by the way, Solar Hero shirts are here. Some of you guys were asking about Solar Hero shirts.
Say
Are
hi
right
to
there.
Hannah and see what they're on the pad.
Let me do that.
So it's, oh, an email?
Yeah, an email.
Yeah.
JC at
I'm all the way
I
down.
didn't want to do it again.
Credit Brokers.
South, south. It's the south solution. I can see that.
It's always something.
Yeah, I was born there, I grew up in Fort Lauderdale. I was at the SAC.
Yeah.
It's much better to sell down here.
Oh, yes, I already, yeah, I got it.
But
But I like
it's
it.
good for you.
You're not buying for your
It's just like some of the stuff that
No,
a little bit more
isn't
advanced than
that-
the original. I was, I'm gonna go through.
Yeah.
I wanna learn.
Yeah, El Centro.
They were explaining today, I wanna know if there's.
I know, I don't even
Yes.
do that
Because we should.
anymore. I think it's on the no list.
No, we're gonna do this probably once in a month.
Yeah, well, so actually,
At the.
what's your opinion? So I have I posted it. So I have a job up there, but yeah, it's been for me. So Manteca.
Yeah, it's good.
So Lonnie is my, yeah, she's been great, but we're about to expire. I know, right? I need to. She's been, I haven't, but they contacted me and was like, hey, I called the city and I got Lonnie. They're telling me this information, that they're the city getting it. So Lonnie reached out, but have you ever heard of a project where it got extended? Like, cause they already got their. So my concern is that, cause I haven't yet to the credit. And now I have to do the whole process.
Wild West.
Right, right.
Financing, like, I mean.
What do you know, finance?
Back then,
power
I said
sense about that? There might be a cutoff window.
We have it until the 17th.
More credit check doesn't choose.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, I've been home improvement since.
Yeah.
I recommend. What's the city name?
Late.
You just Google day strips.
Yeah. So that's.
I did it.
Hey, just checking the.
Well, I'm glad you came here. I'm glad you got
Oh, there
back.
was a revision.
Solar panels.
Billy.
Okay. What's the thought?
Right.
It's got strong.
Next week, hey, what's the revision?
Yeah.
That's how we
It's okay. Well, I bought it.
Leonardo.
So they're to install and the credit extension by the client's credit card. Like, I couldn't get them and they were gonna do home financing and I got a whole lot of things.
Okay, well, good to see you as well.
So I'm gonna have to call back. I don't know how long it takes for them to start that. It sucks because it was all over my uncle.
Inspection.
Yeah.
You know how
I know.
they have
Jonathan,
that-
thank you. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
my pleasure. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, appreciate
Okay,
it.
I'll check the ticket. I don't know. Let me check the ticket.
Yeah, so I can
All right,
reach out
I'm
to
out
her.
of here. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Training.
That's fine.
Likewise.
Keep in touch.
I'll
Nice
look
seeing
at
you
it.
too. Bye. Have a
Bye.
good one.
Take care.
Bye, guys.
All righty, well, nice
Okay.
seeing you, okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.